With all due respect, this whole saga starts inside a dumpster fire of a game. Zero fun allowed. We're talking broken balancing mods who didn't care, and a difficulty curve designed to make you rage quit. The VR nightmare known as Tower of Trials was the king of trash tier games. But when it first dropped, Korean gamers went absolutely feral, speedrunning content faster than the devs could panic patch it. It was a total race to the top, a 365-day grindfest with zero breaks. But fast forward 3 years, and the hype train crashed. Everyone realized the game wasn't just hard, it was unbeatable. The gatekeeper boss was God mode, and the Arctic zone's temperature would insta-kill your avatar. A maze stretching over 10,000 square kilometers. It wasn't designed for entertainment, it was a digital torture chamber. So, obviously, the player base evaporated. The game was dead in the water. But a few hardcore maniacs stuck around. And one of those obsessive lunatics actually became the first person in history to clear the Tower of Trials. And the sick part, he loved every second of it. He sacrificed 11 years of his life, the only human being to dedicate that much time to beating this cursed game. He muttered that he should have live-streamed the clear. He figures he'll just upload the VOD to YouTube later for the clout. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, thanking him for his insane dedication. A massive reboot update is scheduled in 12 hours, so the system tells him to sit tight and enjoy. An update now. The player was stunned. Why patch a dead game after all this time? It made zero financial sense. But even if the game gets a shiny new coat of paint, he's done. He plans to retire his streamer persona and finally get a real job. Even with no family to support, he's 27 years old. He can't survive on this garbage streamer income anymore. He's even taking a break from the gym. People told him to go pro with his fighting skills. But right now, cash is king. So he fires up one last broadcast, his swan song. He meant to tell his chat he was quitting, but he choked, lost his nerve. So he downed another shot of cheap liquor instead. He figured it'd be easier to just ghost them and post a goodbye notice the next morning. Waking up with a headache from hell, he boots up his PC and sees breaking news: the Tower of Trials has merged with reality. He checked his stream feed, it looked like some high-budget prank video. But scrolling through endless live streams, the horror set in. That wasn't CGI. That was the unmistakable signal of the Tower of Trials. The game system's voice boomed across the world. The tower has been updated. The objective: clear the first floor in 90 days. The penalty for failure: the extinction of the human race. Jin Hyuk realized he needed to snap out of his hangover. If the tower is real, he can't sit around rotting in his room. He scrambled to grab a specific starter item he knew about, even if the apocalypse was knocking at the door. Ironically, he's hyped. Meanwhile, downtown was sheer anarchy. Crowds were stampeding, trying to flee the city. But reality hit them fast. There was nowhere to run. Towers were spawning in every country. But Jin Hyuk, he moved through the panic like a ghost, laser-focused on the subway station. He remembered from the Korean server data. This location was designated as an external zone. There are only about 30 in the whole country, and this was his target. He rushed into the central underground mall. He entered the event zone, but he wasn't the only shark in the water. The people there were definitely veteran players of the tower's early days. Everyone was hunting for the same limited edition loot. Suddenly, a voice called out from the crowd. "Is that him, Jin Hyuk?" The stranger mocked him. "Of course you're here. You never did anything but rot in your room playing that game." Enter Lee Jin-sung, a superstar streamer with 500,000 subs. And worse, he's the CEO of the agency Jin Hyuk is signed to. He smirked, asking if Jin Hyuk shouldn't be starting his scheduled stream right about now. Jin-sung laughed. "I get it tough to stream during the apocalypse, right?" Then he probed, "So what floor did you actually reach?" "We're colleagues, aren't we?" Jin Hyuk thought. "Colleagues? Don't make me laugh." This guy's company scammed dozens of streamers into signing absolute slave contracts. The more they streamed, the more they lost. The corporate machine kept grinding them down, silencing victims with high-priced lawyers and executive power plays. Most people just quit broken by the system. But Jin Hyuk, he smirked. "How about we rewrite that contract on my terms? You think the rules haven't changed?" Jin Hyuk laughed right before delivering a brutal headbutt to Johnson's face. Watching Johnson's teeth fly out was pure satisfaction. Jin Hyuk relished the impact that felt good. But playtime was over. His internal clock was ticking. The rare items were about to spawn. He looked toward the mall's center where the crystal-clear fountain was about to become ground zero. Suddenly, the floor cracked open as a colossal ancient tree erupted from the concrete, looking like it had been there for millennia. His memory was flawless. The system interface flashed the name, the Mangrove of Greed. Crimson fruits burst from the branches, promising permanent buffs to strength, agility, vitality, and magic. Jin Hyuk counted exactly 4 fruits. That was it. 4 prizes for a mob of desperate players. It was about to get ugly. The crowd surged forward, clawing up the bark. It turned into a total crab bucket. People yanked each other down, stepping on faces just to get an inch higher. All that chaos for a single stat boost. Johnson wiped blood from his mouth, whining. If we had teamed up, we'd own this. Now, nobody wins, Johnson spat. Jin Hyuk just rolled his eyes. You clearly don't know the mechanics. Just shut up and watch, Jin Hyuk ordered. He wasn't guessing. He had the walkthrough memorized. One climber managed to stomp on a rival's head, snagging a fruit, and instantly gaining +3 agility. Jin Hyuk knew the casuals would chase the shiny loot. That tunnel vision was exactly what the game relied on. Suddenly the tree surged, doubling in size, and swatting every single climber off like flies. Jin Hyuk grinned. As a hardcore addict of this game, this twisted, sadistic difficulty curve was exactly his vibe. The mangrove wasn't just a plant. It was a boss monster, and its branches started whipping the crowd into submission. Johnson scrambled to his feet to bail. Running away already, you coward, Jin Hyuk taunted. I'm not dying like a dog here, Johnson yelled. Trust me, Jin Hyuk countered. The real jackpot only drops if you clear all the fruit. You have to consume everything to trigger the event. Johnson glared at him. You're lying. If I was lying, why am I still standing right here? Jin Hyuk asked, cool as ice. That made Johnson pause. It made sense. Why hadn't this guy rushed the tree like the others? He clearly knew something. Johnson decided to milk this sucker for intel. Fine, he said. What's the strategy? We rush it, Jin Hyuk explained. Split up. If we hit it from opposite sides, it can't focus on both of us. I'll draw aggro. You move fast. If you hesitate for a second, you're dead meat. They sprinted toward the monster. But Johnson, being a snake, lagged behind on purpose. Like I'd trust you, Johnson, sneered to himself. You're just my meat shield. Jin Hyuk read him like a book. He sidestepped a lashing branch at the last second, letting it fly straight past him right at Johnson. Thwack! The vines snatched Johnson, wrapping tight and dragging him, screaming toward the roots. Jin Hyuk didn't even flinch to help. Hey, if you have a problem, have your lawyers sue me later. Deal. As Johnson screamed for mercy, the mangrove ripped him apart. Now it was Jin Hyuk's stage. He had downloaded the attack pattern years ago. He moved with pixel-perfect precision. He baited the tree into tangling its own branches, tying the monster in knots and leaving its guard wide open. There it was, the core. Just like the simulation. He snapped off a razor-sharp wooden shard. Twirling his improvised shank, he smirked at the boss. Make this easy and drop the loot, yeah. He knew the mechanics. The mangrove was an event monster. No XP for the kill, just drops. But the tree wasn't done. It unleashed its signature move, vampiric vines. Bloodthirsty roots shot out, hungry to drain him dry like a juice box. He took a few scratches, barely grazing death, but he never lost his rhythm. Panic zero. He sliced through the attacks with his wooden dagger, eyes locked on the prize. This was his playground. There was a reason he was the only player to ever beat the game. He was inches away when the tree played its trump card. Sleep butterflies, scattering drowsiness, pollen everywhere. Defense mode engaged. He had to weave through the tree's frantic strikes, holding his breath like his life depended on it, because it did. Pushing through the pain, he found his opening. Thwack! He drove the branch straight into the mangrove's pulsing heart. He gripped it tight, siphoning every ounce of energy. As he drained the core dry, the mangrove's power withered away. It was over. The massive tree turned brittle and gray like instant winter had struck. The mangrove of greed officially deleted. Jin Hyuk stood there stunned. All those years of excruciating grinding, the endless torture he put himself through in-game, it wasn't for nothing. Finally it hit him, he hadn't wasted his life after all. Ding, the system notification popped up. His victory was being etched into the Hall of Fame. It demanded a player tag, but Jin Hyuk, he saw this coming a mile away. No name, he declared. Keep it confidential. No way was he leaking his identity, especially with the world going to hell. The system confirmed the replay would blur his face and warp his voice. Whatever. He ignored the settings and dug into the mangrove's dried-up carcass. Jackpot. He pulled out a shimmering pearl, the tree orb. Do the math. A regular fruit boosts stats by 3. This bad boy. It packs a massive 12-point punch. Since a level up only grants 3 points, swallowing this thing is basically skipping the grind for 4 entire levels. Talk about an absolutely broken item. Overpowered doesn't even cover it. Unbeatable ROI right there. He popped the orb, swallowed, and boom, 12 fresh attribute points secured. Level 1 on paper, but easily the deadliest level 1 in existence. Fast forward 60 minutes. The footage of him soloing the mangrove dropped. The chat room didn't just move, it detonated. Total shock. Most people were calling Cap, screaming dumb luck, or accusing him of kill stealing. But the second the high-res footage rolled, silence. The haters vanished. Even with the censorship, the comments shifted to worship or fear. Is he hacking? Bro is built different. Meanwhile, his main inbox was getting flooded with offers. We're talking fat stacks of cash. Jin Hyuk didn't expect to break the internet so fast. Sure, soloing a boss on day 1 is impressive, but honestly, that mangrove was mid-tier at best. It makes sense though. He's the only human alive who actually cleared the original game. He knows the meta. Suddenly, an offer for 1 billion won stared him in the face. This guy used to scrap for pennies just to survive. Missed rent was his norm. He'd starve for days just to save up enough cash to keep his live stream running. If this offer hit his inbox yesterday, he would have smashed the accept button without a second thought. But today, no deal. He's not leaking a single pixel of intel. What he knows is worth way more than 10 billion won. Right now, his biggest weapon is his monopoly on information, and he's already got his next target locked. Here's the lore. When the game launched, mana from the Tower of Trials flooded Seoul. Everything changed. Ordinary museum pieces transformed into sacred artifacts overnight. Well, mostly. The real legendary gear is still locked inside the tower. What's out here are just replicas. But Jin-hyuk, he's hunting for a very specific fake. And the motherlode of these magical knockoffs is the National Museum of Korea. It's basically a giant loot box stuffed with countless artifacts that just got a magical upgrade. The catch, he's not the only shark in the water. The mangrove was a spread-out event, appearing in 7 spots. But there's only one national museum. Players from every region are converging on this single location, and you bet the server's top-ranked heavy hitters are going to be in the mix. He stepped into the event zone. Dead silence. Way quieter than it should be. Then he saw a corpse charred to a crisp. Someone beat him to the punch. Jin-hyuk smirked. It only took one day for humanity to get wise to the meta. Most players are probably rushing the medieval gallery, drooling over the swords, the shields, the shiny armor, the basic tank and DPS gear. But Jin-hyuk has his eyes on the real prize, the great map of the East Land. Now, pulsing with magic, that map isn't just paper, it's a GPS for the Tower of Trials, revealing exactly where the hidden labyrinths spawn. Ruins, destruction. Who wouldn't want a piece of this loot? In this hellscape, intel isn't just power, it's survival. Sure, the data only covers up to the 10th floor, but that's more than enough of a breadcrumb to start a war. Every soul wants it. Right now inside the museum, absolute carnage, a total free-for-all. Just a bunch of scavengers ripping each other apart for some dusty artifacts. Suddenly, this hulking brute steps up, dropping the classic villain line. Move a muscle and you're dead meat. Obviously the mob wasn't having it. Empty threats, please. That trash talk doesn't fly in this world anymore. One dude gripping a sledgehammer steps forward, promising to crack the big guy's skull wide open. Big mistake. The brute flexes his unique skill, encasing his fists in solid rock. He makes it clear that map belongs to him now. Enter the elderly gentleman. He politely objects to the brute's claim, introducing himself with weirdly calm manners. To a guy with zero chill. The brute sneers, telling Gramps to beat it before he stomps his neck until it pops like a grape. Jean-Woo just smiles. Sharp tongue, you've got there, sonny. Like a knife. But let's see, which is faster, you snapping my neck or me turning you into a pile of ash? Boom. The old-timer wasn't bluffing. He casts a high-tier fireball in a split second. The hall's biggest bully, literally cooking from the inside out. Instant combustion. Incinerated in the blink of an eye. Nothing left but a smoking, crispy skeleton. Jean-Woo sighs, blaming the guy's loose lips for his bad luck. Meanwhile, the woman beside him is impressed. Your magic's legit. Glad we're on the same team. He ignores the praise, asking if Miss Lee Yuri secured the loot yet. Leave it to me, she says. That's what I'm here for. Time to flex her own unique skill. She drops a small Anubis figurine from the museum collection onto the floor. Dark magic swirls and, boom, it manifests into a massive, terrifying beast. Yuri drops the ultimatum. Anyone moves, they die. Alright, let's cooperate. The crowd, realizing they're outgunned, realize this lobby is full of sweaty tryhards. They fold instantly. No map. No items. They scatter like roaches to save their skins. Except for one guy. Jin-hyuk strolls through the hall like he's on a Sunday walk. Ignores everything, heads straight for the map. Swipes it, and checks the condition. At least it's not ripped. He turns to leave. Lee Yuri isn't amused. Hey, Mr. Fearless. You think I'm joking? She snaps her fingers, sending her guard dog to fetch. The giant Anubis lunges spear, aiming for the kill. Jin-hyuk. He casually redirects the strike. With his bare hands. The spear smashes into the ground behind him, causing massive collateral damage. Leaving Yuri completely shook. How the hell did he do that? And she wasn't alone. The whole room is stunned. Jin-hyuk smirks internally. They're freaking out because they can't read his stats. Unknown variables make people nervous. He looks at Yuri. So what now? Your puppy lost his chew toy. She scoffs, trying to hide her nerves. I've got backups. She casts again, summoning a squad of Anubis warriors. Replicas everywhere. Suddenly she's got a whole army. One with a spear. One swinging a sword, another holding a shield. Jin-hyuk analyzes the situation. Not bad, he admits. He clocks it immediately. She's definitely a player from the Tower of Trials. Controlling 5 units simultaneously with minimal mana drain, she's efficient. Just like that old guy. She's a pro. Yuri smirks, regaining confidence. Impressed, Jin-hyuk shrugs. Nah, not really. It's kinda mid. Actually, it's pretty lame. That ticks her off. I really don't like you, she spits. Playtime's over. Agreed, he says coolly. No more games. He activates the scroll he snagged earlier. Mana floods into the artifact, the Pine Tiger, regent of the mountains. You want a summon battle? Fine. He unleashes a colossal tiger crackling with lightning. Every step it takes shakes the very fabric of the room. Even the Anubis statues hesitate, growling nervously. Jin-hyuk mocks them. A bunch of stray jackals, daring to bare their teeth at the king of the mountain. Pathetic. Devour them all. The tiger lunges. The Anubis squad tries to fight back. But honestly, they stood absolutely zero chance. The pine tiger was ripping through them like they were made of wet tissue paper, snapping necks and dropping bodies left and right with a twisted grin. Meanwhile, Yuri was completely losing her mind. She knew artifacts were versatile, but she had never heard of a method this savage. She was literally trembling in the shadow of that massive beast. She collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face, screaming, "Who the hell is this guy?" Then Jin-hyuk just strolled up with light steps and ordered, "Hand over the mask of Tutankhamun, right now." She tried to argue, claiming it was useless in Korea, asking why he even wanted the thing. So Jin-hyuk signaled his tiger, and the beast got right up in her grill, ready to turn her face into a snack. That did it. She folded instantly and handed over the mask. Jin-hyuk smirked internally. Boom. Second artifact secured. Yuri asked if he was gunning for the map too, but Jin-hyuk told her not to sweat it. Instead, he ordered the pine tiger to stay put and keep a close watch on everyone in the area. Okay. The beast stood guard while the crowd trembled in pure terror. Now Jin-hyuk had everything set to go and snag the Tower of Trial's most broken ability. Meanwhile, old man Jung-woo was confused what happened to Yuri, and why was this kid standing next to him unscathed? How did he get past her? Before he could ask, they were staring down. A massive rank 1 barrier. The old-timer admitted he'd never seen a barrier like this. Physical attacks, magic, nothing would scratch it. But of course, our OP protagonist, Jin-hyuk, knew exactly how to cheese this mechanic. To bypass the wall, there was a specific spot where the mana flow split. It needed a keyword to pass. He spotted the trigger word Carpo. He told the old man he knew the way in, but there was one condition. Jung-woo had to blast his fire magic at the barrier constantly to weaken it, just long enough for Jin-hyuk to slip in, grab the loot, and bounce. Jung-woo was skeptical, asking if he was supposed to burn his mana while the kid grabbed all the artifacts for himself. Jin-hyuk knew the old guy couldn't sustain magic strong enough to fully break the barrier on his own, so he had to trust him. It was the only play. He grabs the goods and brings them to the geezer. Simple as that. Plus, the sun is coming up soon. They couldn't leave empty-handed. Right. Jung-woo realized leaving with nothing was the worst-case scenario, so he asked if Jin-hyuk promised to hand over the map. Jin-hyuk said, duh. He didn't want to make a high-level player like him into an enemy. The old man finally caved, saying fine. He'd trust him just this once. He unleashed his fire magic straight onto the barrier, weakening the field. Jin-hyuk stepped up and dropped the keyword. Carpo. Jung-woo shouted at him to be quick about it. Jin-hyuk replied, sure. He planned to give it his all in his own special way. Once inside, he found a treasure trove of national Korean artifacts. He noticed most were untouched except for one missing item, the Iron King longsword. Jin-hyuk knew exactly who swiped it, the same person who set up this barrier, actually. But that wasn't important right now, especially since that sword was basically B-tier trash compared to his real target. Jin-hyuk went straight for the Yangpyeong necklace, a chain strung with ancient gold coins. From a bygone era, this was the final piece of the puzzle needed to craft the tower's most overpowered skill. The recipe required a Persian ceremonial mold and the right eye of the Tutankhamun mask. When he combined those two before something was missing, the system alerted him that the relics were resonating with each other. The moment he added the gold coin necklace, they fused. All three relics reacted, and he successfully combined them to unlock the Eye of Truth. This thing lets him view other people's status windows and detect if they are lying or telling the truth up to 3 times a day. Jin-hyuk knew the Eye of Truth was the G-O-A-T among the 5 eyes in the Tower of Trials. But he had a bigger reason for hitting the museum today. With this, he cleared the hidden quest. Successfully combined 3 rank 1 or lower replica artifacts to create a superior rank item. He met the criteria and a hologram materialized around him. The Tower of Trials copying and storing countless skills from this world, and using those skills to synthesize something even stronger. This was his main weapon. He obtained the skill, Fusion. By crushing specific quests, he can hijack inherent abilities from others and stash them straight into the world memory. But here's the kicker. If the copy condition is way too hardcore, the system tweaks the rules just enough to make it possible. Right then, the old geezer wheezed, "You done in there, kid." He was running on fumes. But Jin-hyuk, he ghosted the guy completely and activated his Eye of Truth. The unlock requirement for snatching Jung-woo's power was actually laughable. He just had to trigger a raw emotional reaction. Basically, he needed to tick the old man off. Jung-woo screamed, "Quit stalling, brat." Jin-hyuk casually told him to kill the magic. "Honestly, you're wasting your time keeping that up." "The hell does that mean?" Jung-woo snapped. Jin Hyuk just whispered Carpo, and the barrier shattered instantly. One word of Latin was all it took. The whole struggle was a joke. That old-timer had been dumping his fire mana into a bottomless pit. Jin Hyuk drained him dry on purpose. Now standing before the map of the East, the only box left to check was making the old guy rage. Jin Hyuk's brain is already a wiki for the tower, so the map was trash to him. But handing it over, not happening. He flicked a lighter open and set the precious artifact ablaze. Jin Hyuk knows the game exclusive intel is the only edge that matters. Leaking secrets to the competition means losing the lead. He had to burn the bridge. Jung-woo lost it. What are you doing? Why did you torch the map, you psycho? Bingo. System alert. Copy conditions met. He snatched the rank B fire element, locking it into his world memory. Not too shabby for his first stolen skill. Jung-woo was foaming at the mouth, screaming he'd make him pay, he'd make him regret being born. Jin Hyuk just smirked. You still don't get it, do you? Why do you think I burned it? He triggered his shiny new fire element, watching his fists erupt in flames. He looked like a straight-up demon. He was ready to end the old man right there. Jung-woo froze, realizing this kid was a monster. Who the hell are you? He stammered. Jin Hyuk replied, if you want a free ride up the tower, you better listen close. Flash forward a bit, and he's strolling out of the museum bags full. 4 pros entered the National Museum, but only 2 walked out as leaders. He scored big, but this wasn't time for a victory lap. He's on the hunt for unique skills. Before dipping, he told the old man he'd be in touch. His orders were simple. Jung-woo and Yuri need to power level so they're actually useful next time. Jin Hyuk was assembling his chess pieces. But man, the endgame is still miles away. Catching them all is impossible, obviously, so he's cherry-picking the god-tier ones. Suddenly, reality hit. He's still human, and he was starving. He hit up a diner, but the vibe was heavy. Everyone was glued to the TV screens. Breaking news, 23 people, dead 50, injured at the National Museum. Reports said players were raiding relics because of the Tower of Trials. And it wasn't just Korea, the US, France, Japan, it was global chaos. Jin Hyuk wasn't surprised. Players everywhere were making their moves. Then the news dropped the bombshell. Leaked CCTV footage from the museum. It showed Jin Hyuk absolutely wrecking everyone. His face was blurred, voice scrambled. The diner crowd was losing their minds. Holy crap, isn't that the same dude from the forums? The one who solo cleared the mangrove? Jin Hyuk realized his fame was spreading too fast. He needs a better disguise, and fast. The news anchor continued, announcing a full government crackdown to handle the Tower of Trials crisis. The so-called Awakened Association just went live, stacked with a roster of high-level veterans flexing crazy skills. Jin Hyuk had to admit the government's reaction time was way faster than he predicted. They're already strategizing, hunting loot, and planning to raid the Tower of Trials. Right on cue, the big boss of the association steps up to the mic. Enter Han Song-in. He was there to sell the dream, convincing the masses to sign up. We're talking a base salary of at least 60 million won plus, official government status, and all the sweet perks. But that pitch wasn't for the guy in the viral videos. Han straight up promises that if that specific guy joins, he'll write him a blank check bigger than anyone else's. Jin Hyuk saw right through it. The whole speech, a glorified headhunting scheme to reel him in. They wanted to use him as a weapon to clean up their messes. In this game, one elite player is worth more than 100 casuals. Han Song-in knows the meta perfectly. Jin Hyuk figures if this guy snagged the presidency, he's definitely got the skills to back it up. He probably has experience inside the tower too. Hopefully he's got a broken ability worth copying. That would make things spicy. Checking his watch, Jin Hyuk counted down. Today, at 7 p.m. sharp, the Tower of Trials goes online. Boom. The gates crash open. And naturally, the first floor is packed with people. Everyone is totally floored by the visuals. It was a floating archipelago, hovering over a gorgeous, endless ocean, green plains, and a castle in the distance. Straight out of a AAA RPG, absolutely breathtaking. Jin Hyuk scanned the crowd, total noob fest. To celebrate the launch, the system gifted everyone 100 coins. Here's the kicker. Players can upload highlight reels of their conquests to monetize, and farm even more coins. But for the viewers inside the tower, it only counts as views. Live streaming, that's locked until you're facing a boss fight, to clear the level. And if the system catches you view-botting or faking numbers, the banhammer comes down hard. Jin Hyuk was hyped. This bridge between the climbers and the civilians back home is the streaming system. Out of every mechanic in the tower, this is the game changer. The more clout and power you have, the richer you get. The crowd didn't waste a second sprinting across the first floor to maximize their time. Jin Hyuk knows exactly how to manipulate the coin economy, but he's not uploading anything, just yet. Leaking his exclusive intel now would be a rookie mistake. He has a specific target in mind, a hidden objective nobody else would even think of. Back in the day, after clearing the bottom 30 floors, players hit a massive wall. To advance, they had to backtrack and hunt for secret pieces on the lower levels. It meant redoing their entire grind. The answer turned out to be in an abandoned ruin. But that's when they realized their character builds were trash from the start. The character he spent years min-maxing was useless for the late game. He sank so much time into it, but he still pulled the plug, deleted his character, and hit reset. That was 6 years ago. Now he's standing in front of that same ruin, the maze. The secret to clearing: the 30th floor is building a foundation, and the key is hidden right inside this maze. He still has nightmares about this place. Nope. Even if he hates it, the nostalgia hits hard. He pushes open the massive doors. It felt familiar. Everything was exactly the same. The design was a replica of Daedalus's labyrinth, crumbling ruins, and a ceiling swarming with glowing moths. Honestly, kind of a vibe. Suddenly, he asks, "Who invited the audience?" A girl steps out acting all polite. They were scouting a farming spot, and slipped in before the doors locked. Rewind 10 minutes to when Jin Hyuk was making his entrance. The group spotted him beelining for the maze right after spawning. He even opened the door without a key. He definitely knows something. The girl was the one who said to tail him. Her logic: if a level 1 loser, if a scrub like him could waltz in there, keyless and fearless, it's gotta be a cakewalk. Then someone whispered, "You think he's gonna share the loot?" The leader scoffed, "Hell no. The plan: zero him and strip the corpse." Flash forward to now, she hit Jin Hyuk with the innocent act, asking why they shouldn't squad up for this dungeon. "We could split the risk," she purred. Jin Hyuk saw the trap card instantly. She was playing him. He popped his eye of truth. She introduced herself as Park Hannah. Okay, the name was legit. Her stats were trash, typical level 1 garbage, but then he spotted a glitch in her build. A hidden skill called communion. This thing was basically a cheat code for social engineering, letting her slide into anyone's circle and vibe check them instantly. It deletes all stranger danger signals from anyone nearby. But the copy condition: he has to play nice and cooperate with her for at least 240 minutes. Once those 10 hours of grinding are up, Jin Hyuk figured he'd snag the skill. That ability is going to be clutch for taking down a specific boss later. Cue the fake introduction circle. Jin Hyuk didn't even bother caching their names. Why waste memory space on walking dead men? Screw 'em. Hannah wasted no time latching onto his arm like a leech, asking what floor he managed to reach in the game. She triggered Communion level 1, hitting him with the full charm offensive. Jin Hyuk's internal alarm screamed, dangerous. If he didn't have the intel on her skill, he might have simped right there. Instead, he just grabbed her. He peeled her off and deadpanned that he climbed as high as he could. Hannah stood there buffering. What is his deal? Her passive wasn't proccing. Desperate, she pivoted. "Do you know any strats for this maze?" "Should he spill?" Jin Hyuk shrugged. "Sure, here's a free tip for you noobs. This map resets on a fixed timer." They looked confused until the RNG gods decided to demonstrate. The whole dungeon started quaking. Walls shifted, pillars danced. One massive slab nearly pancaked Hannah. She barely dashed out. Panic mode, engage. One of the rookies wasn't so lucky, crushed flat instantly. Squad count -1. Someone screamed, "Unbelievable. Why is a mechanic like this on floor 1? Jin Hyuk smirked. Never seen a shifting terrain dungeon. Hannah turned pale. This is way too broken for level 1s. She whipped around to her scout friend. "Can you track the exit with your skill? Now." The friend shook her head, terrified. Negative. The map shift canceled the cast. Translation: they were blind. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was judging their life choices. Why did they rush in with such unearned confidence? Oh right, they thought trailing the clueless rookie was safe. Treated a death maze like a quick grocery run. Jin Hyuk decided to stop babysitting these clowns. The real threat was incoming. Hannah, however, snapped at Jin Hyuk. "Why did you gatekeep that info? We almost got wiped because of you." The mob piled on. "Yeah, he's hiding the walkthrough." Jin Hyuk looked at them cold. "Did I send you an invite? You guys stalked me here. I didn't drag a single soul into this mess." That triggered them. This guy's full of it, weapons drawn, ready to jump him. The blonde guy leading the charge suddenly lost his head, literally. Axe to the neck. The rest froze in pure horror. Enter the Minotaur of the Labyrinth. It ripped its axe back and stared down the party. Hannah's brain screamed, game over. There was no way out of this. But Jin Hyuk, he sprinted at the beast, closing the distance to get inside the axe's effective range. He took a graze, just a scratch, but the system pinged secret attribute, evasive, unlocked. Evasive is the ultimate equalizer. It shrinks the power gap between him and raid bosses like the Minotaur. For every level difference, it buffs his stats by 3 points. It's the perfect underdog mechanic. With his new buffs, he grabbed the Minotaur's horn like a jungle gym to swing out of danger. He was leveling up in real time. Level 1, on paper, but a veteran in spirit. This was the optimal strat born from 1,000 trial and error runs. The Minotaur unleashed a world-ending swing. Jin Hyuk weaved through it like smoke. The system went wild, pumping his stats even higher because he was dancing with death itself. He keeps dancing on the razor's edge, spamming these near misses to bridge the gap. He knows the deal. Doesn't matter if an attack has the power of a nuke, it means nothing if it whiffs. The peanut gallery is absolutely shook, questioning their entire existence for messing with this guy. Hannah is trembling in her boots. Was she out of her mind thinking she could snake a monster like him? Jin-hyuk hits the beast with the ultimate disrespect. Is that all you got? The Minotaur bellows, a sound so full of rage that his next swing threatens to shatter the labyrinth itself. But Jin-hyuk, he just chuckles. Who said speedrunning to god-tier power was easy? You gotta put your neck on the line. He intentionally takes a graze, literally baiting death. The system pings fatal strike barely avoided. Boom, the gap shrinks again. Basically, he is trading a few drops of blood for pure stats. Totally worth the trade. And right in the middle of his god-tier evasion, he clocks the NPCs trying to bail. Hannah is frantically scanning the maze geometry to 22 place, ghost with her crew. Then Jin-hyuk's voice cuts through. Yo, where do you think you're going? Hannah's eyes go wide as she realizes his play. He dashes right in front of the group. The Minotaur is barreling down on the whole squad. Jin-hyuk drops some twisted wisdom. Simple. Just dodge the angry cow and you level up. Easier than it looks. Splack. The next swing obliterates the other girl and Four Eyes instantly. Game over for them. Not only that, the impact pulverizes the maze walls. The only survivors are the brown-haired dude and Hannah. And that's only because Jin-hyuk decided to save her sorry hide. He looks down at her. Why did you freeze? Just duck next time. Right horns. The Minotaur is foaming at the mouth. But RNG's smiles on the players. The labyrinth shifts again. The walls slam together, sealing the players off from the boss. Jin-hyuk waves. Catch ya later, loser. The beast goes berserk, hammering uselessly against the stone. Total waste of energy. Hannah is hyperventilating. Her friend is shaking, mumbling about how they almost got wiped with the others. Jin-hyuk casually explains the mechanics. The Minotaur aggroes on the residue of those glowing moths I touched earlier. So obviously, he's gonna keep hunting me. Hannah looks at him like he's psycho. Why would you do something that insane? Jin-hyuk rolls his eyes. Isn't it obvious I'm farming stats? Duh. We chill, recover stamina, and when Horns comes back, we grind some more. It's called efficiency. Hannah asks the million-dollar question. How long do we have to do this? Jin-hyuk smirks. Until we clear the raid. Exactly 1 month. The two noobs look like they're gonna puke. 30 days in this hellhole, Hannah snaps. That's it. We're splitting up. If we aren't near you, that monster won't target us. Jin-hyuk nods. True facts. But which way you gonna go? It's kinda dangerous to just walk blindly out there. Hannah pauses. Wait, do you know where the exit is? He grins. Yep, I know this map better than the devs. Hannah realizes she's trapped. He's their only ticket out. She sighs. Fine, we'll cooperate. Jin-hyuk's expression goes cold. Nothing in this world is free, sweetheart. In a flash, he has a dagger pressed against her throat. Hand over every single coin you've got. Meanwhile, outside the maze, another player is blowing up. This dude's been streaming his gameplay for 15 straight hours. The #1 ranked veteran, blah blah blah. Boom, 1 million views. He pumps his fist. Let's go. His nerd sidekick is hyping him up. Everyone's talking about you. It's a total viral hit. He can practically smell the cash over 1,000 coins just from views. But then, someone comes for the throne. His video was #1. Until it got absolutely nuked, crushed, stomped into the dirt. The Usurper A video titled First Player to Refine a +10 item. Complete insanity. The internet is melting down. The veteran stares at the screen. This makes zero sense. Flashback to 10 minutes ago. Jin-hyuk wasn't letting the squad freeze up. Like those wacky, inflatable tube men at a gas station. It was time to grind. Move it. Harvest moss for beds, scavenge for food, get that fire roaring, go. While they scrambled, Jin-hyuk started his own secret side quest. He opened the cash shop and snagged some enchanted tarot cards, a bronze key fragment, and a wagon wheel shard, plus 10 refinement scrolls. Total trash loot that nobody else would touch. But he swiped them all and fused the key, the cards, and the shard together. Boom. He crafted the Wheel of Fortune straight from the Roman goddess of luck herself. It was a consumable buff that maxed out his luck stat for 10 minutes. Since it was an incomplete item, the range was limited, but that didn't matter. Jin-hyuk knew the meta. A normal player would be gambling blind with the hidden caps, but he's got the wiki memorized. He spun the wheel. Golden energy surged into his avatar, cranking his luck stat to the absolute limit. He knows the refinement success rate for a rank F scroll is a brutal 0.00012%, basically impossible. But with maxed out luck, that rate hits 100% guaranteed. He dumped everything into his rusty dagger, hitting a clean +10 refinement, max level. The system notification popped off. He became the first player to craft a +10 item on the entire Korean server, banking 5,000 coins. The achievement blasted across the Hall of Fame. Finally, some recognition. Now he was packing a weapon that could actually do some damage. Jump cut to day 10, deep inside the labyrinth. The other two were losing their minds. They had a campfire, fueled by scrap wood beds made of damp moss, and they were literally surviving on fungus and slime. While they were catching their breath, Jin Hyuk was snoozing like a baby, completely unbothered. Hannah was spiraling. The Minotaur kept spawning, the maze kept shifting, she'd nearly died a dozen times. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk kept crushing mobs, like it was a tutorial. The duo was convinced they were gonna die in this dungeon. But here's the twist, Hannah was secretly live-streaming the whole nightmare. The chat was full of anonymous users calling Jin Hyuk a total psycho and warning her to stay back. Hannah whispered to her stream asking if anyone had dirt on this guy. The chat came up empty. He was a ghost. Completely unknown database entry. Hannah couldn't believe she was begging for help from a bunch of trolls outside the tower. She asked for updates on the Raven Guild. Chat said Raven was investigating, but they had 0 leads so far. It would take at least another 3 weeks. Hannah panicked. 3 more weeks in this hellhole. No shot. Her friend asked if she got any intel, but she shook her head. She started plotting. What if they just fragged this jerk and took over the stone chamber? Maybe their senior hunter could save them then. The only issue was how to take him out. Her friend whispered that this was the perfect window. Jin Hyuk was asleep. The guy grabbed a heavy rock ready to smash Jin Hyuk's skull in, but Hannah stopped him, hissing for him to chill. Jin Hyuk's reaction speed was god tier. He'd slaughter them in a fair fight. The guy asked what the plan was, then they couldn't keep rotting in this dungeon. Hannah smirked, asking if he forgot that their senior was a Raven Guild member. She pulled a giant wasp stinger from her bag coated in lethal poison, strong enough to melt a human from the inside out with a single drop. Time to make this guy pay. Next day, Jin Hyuk stared at the meal, a tree stump plate, rat bone chopsticks, and a gourmet serving of moss and mushrooms. Hannah told him to deal with it since supplies were low. They served themselves, eating casually to avoid suspicion. Jin Hyuk asked her to pass him a mushroom and some water. The duo was sweating, way too eager for him to take a bite. Jin Hyuk took a massive chomp out of the mushroom. Hannah's chat exploded. He ate it. It's good game for him. But the one coughing up a lung and literally liquefying from the inside out, yeah, that was Hannah's sidekick. Jin Hyuk wasn't even mad, just impressed by the sheer stupidity. Seriously, you guys actually thought I'd eat that? Hannah froze. Wait, you knew it was poisoned? Jin Hyuk smirked. Remember when I asked for that water? While you were distracted, I pulled the ol' switcheroo on the plates. Also, pro tip for you noobs, secretly streaming your gameplay, the system calls that cheating. Hannah tried to bluff, demanding receipts. You got proof. But the chat was already blowing up. Realizing they were totally busted, Jin Hyuk dropped the hammer. Live streaming is strictly limited to boss raids. Anything outside those parameters, that triggers immediate disciplinary protocols. I expected better, Hannah. He smashed that report button. Instantly, a massive red warning hologram circled her. Capture complete. 0 anonymity. Not just for her, but for every single troll hiding in the chat. The viewers got doxxed and scrambled. Their punishment, a 30-day total blackout on all streams and videos. And if they get caught slipping a second time, that's a permanent ban. But Hannah, she got the worst deal. The Minotaur stepped into the corridor, ready to turn her into paste. It let out a bone-shaking roar and charged like a runaway freight train. Hannah screamed, "You're gonna help fight, right, Jin Hyuk?" He looked down on her with pure disgust. Do you have 0 shame? You literally just tried to murder me with poison, and now you want to carry. Why would I lift a finger for you? Finally, the cooldown hit. 10 days. Requirement met. He successfully copied her communion ability. I got what I came for. You're useless to me now. Hannah shrieked. You'll regret this. My senior is a top ranker in the Raven Guild. The giant axe slammed down, shattering the labyrinth floor. Jin Hyuk sidestepped smoothly, turning his back on Hannah for good. In a blur, he drove his dagger straight into the Minotaur's skull. Clang. Too shallow. Barely a scratch on that thick skull. But hey, damage is damage. It wasn't for nothing. He knew raw power wouldn't drop this beast yet. So he stuck to the strategy, grinding it down. He was closing the stat gap by dancing around the creature's attacks untouchable. Next move, Fire Element. He blasted a breath of flames right in its face. While it was blinded, he slashed both tendons, forcing the giant to its knees. Jin Hyuk tutted, "Easy there, big guy. You stress out too much. If you die tense, the meat's gonna be tough and stringy when I eat you." That did it. The Minotaur popped its ult. Berserker state level 10, complete loss of control. Pure rage fueled its transformation. Muscles ripped through skin, and the monster doubled in size. Even its axe ignited with hellfire. Hannah watched in horror, thinking, how do you even kill something like that? Its horns spiraled out like spears. Attack power, movement speed, attack speed, everything buffed by 30% for 5 minutes. It was a walking nightmare of stats. But here's the kicker, an intelligence boost. The beast opened its mouth, and actual words came out. Tiny human. I will tear you into confetti. I'll decorate the maze with your guts. A warning so no one dares enter again. Jin-hyuk just grinned. Not bad. Solid villain monologue. He almost felt a shiver of fear. Almost. Bring it on, beefcake. Olay, the monster snapped, charging with pure hatred. It aimed to flatten him, but even with that massive heavy axe, Jin-hyuk refused to clash head-on. He used his dagger like a scalpel, deflecting the heavy swings and redirecting the force-trading blows at insane speeds. Hannah's jaw hit the floor. She couldn't believe he was actually tanking hits, from a boss with a level 10 ultimate active. And Jin-hyuk, he was handling it like a tutorial level. That smile on his face, that's the look of a guy who has this entire fight scripted. Back in the real world, no matter how hard he ground, he was stuck, stagnant. Nothing ever changed. But he always loved hell mode. He loved this twisted world. He lived for the challenge and the thrill of leveling up. With every parry and dodge, that power gap was shrinking. He was evolving mid-fight. Finally, his blade sliced through the Minotaur's thick hide. The boss scoffed, unimpressed. Cheap parlor tricks. Is a scratch the best you can do? The beast had the kill shot lined up. But right before it could flatten this pathetic noob, its arm just froze. Total system lockdown. A holographic screen popped up explaining that the Minotaur's skill duration had hit 0. See that Berserker mode jacks up your stats. Past the limit for 5 minutes. But the backlash, a crippling state of exhaustion that lasts for 24 hours. Jin-hyuk didn't even flinch. He checked his stats, 57 points. In evasion already. Not bad. He did the math, he still had 20 days on the clock. Plenty of time to grind his way to the 100-point goal. Hannah, watching from the sidelines, asked if the thing was dead. Jin-hyuk smirked. Nope. Just out of gas. I'll be back to farming him. The second, his cooldown resets. 20 days left to escape. Let the grind begin. Fast forward 20 days. The Minotaur was back on its feet and absolutely fuming. Jin-hyuk weaved through every attack like a ghost, until ding 100 evasion points secured. Game over. He slammed an uppercut into the beast's jaw, forcing it to bite clean through its own tongue. He hopped onto the monster's head. Rest in peace. Hornhead. Now for the real headache, Hannah. He turned to her with a proposition. I'm hiring an intern for my veteran player startup. Hannah blinked. Excuse me. Jin-hyuk tilted his head. You don't look thrilled. Bad offer. Terrified, she stammered. No, please hire me. He nodded. Great. Your resume is killer after all. You've got the passion. But quick question. If you were an animal, what would you be? He chuckled. Kidding. Tell me what value you actually bring to the table right now. Hannah offered her communion skill as a bargaining chip. Jin-hyuk scoffed internally. Already got that one. I'll never betray you, she pleaded. That's it, he sighed. Boring. He announced that this recruitment drive was looking like a total bust. Panic set in. Hannah screamed, Wait, I have Braham's ring, I have the ring, just please don't kill me. She clung to his leg like her life depended on it. Jin-hyuk paused. Braham's ring. That legendary item was supposed to be with the Raven Guild. It's strictly top-tier loot for the first floor. Speed boost, magic resist, and monster suppression. It's basically a cheat code. He activated his Eye of Truth. She wasn't bluffing. His expression shifted instantly. Congratulations. You're hired. But now came the fine print. Rule 1, 0 salary. Rule 2, on call, 24/7. If I buzz you at 3 in the morning, you answer. Hannah gulped. Is there a contract? You bet. Jin-hyuk tapped into the memories of the world, fusing communion with the fire element. A burning sigil appeared in the air. A soul brand, she gasped. Is that the contract? What did you expect me to print out a PDF? Come here. He slammed his glowing palm onto her forehead. The terms were absolute. The target marked by the soul brand must obey every command. Any action that could harm the master is physically impossible, and if she violates the pact, her entire body burns to ash from the inside out. Deal sealed. They finally exited the dungeon. The system announced them as the first players to clear floor 1. Hall of Fame status unlocked plus 5,000 coins each. Jin-hyuk immediately held out his hand. Intern pay up. He swiped her entire 5,000. Coin reward without blinking. Savage. Now make sure you bring that ring. To me in 3 days. Hannah protested. 3 days, that's impossible. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes. Make it 2. The brand on her face flared with searing heat. Okay, 2 days, I promise. As they stepped out of the tower and back into civilization, the news was blowing up. The Dangun Guild, current #1 ranked squad, was already prepping for the 3rd floor boss raid. Jin-hyuk stared at the screen impressed. Bold move, but he understood the hustle. They are desperate to stay on top, no matter the cost. But we've got a hard 90-day limit per floor, so there's zero reason to speedrun to the 2nd floor right now. And definitely not the 3rd. If you're a player with trash stats while the difficulty keeps spiking, the second you cross that threshold, the pressure alone will crush you. And remember fam, there's no respawn button here. Game over means you're dead. For now, Jin-hyuk just needed to download all the intel dropped to the public during this last month. In a world drowning in clout-chasing rumors and fake news, Locking down reliable sources is the only way to survive. Cut to later, Jin Hyuk linking up with his new squad. First up, Big Head in-game, who introduced himself in real life as Lee Taemin. Then there's Hot-Tempered Punch, which was honestly, what kind of cringe gamer tag is that? So that's the lineup: Hot-Tempered Punch, Big Head, and Jin Hyuk himself. He noted that their real-life vibes hit way different than their in-game personas. These are OGs, who grinded the Tower of Trials with him 2 years back. But this was their first time actually meeting, face to face. He immediately popped his Eye of Truth on Lee Taemin. Dude was already level 11, and rocking the King of Machines ability. That's an innate skill, perfect for wiping out mobs in large-scale battles. It's top tier, except it drains mana like crazy. Yu Yunha was sitting at level 12 with the Return to Taekwondo skill. She's basically a tanky brawler, dealing massive melee damage with insane physical resistance. No surprise, those two were duo leveling together. Jin Hyuk saw that coming a mile away, because they did the exact same thing in his past life. But here's the kicker: his condition to copy their skills this time involved dragging both of them to the 20th floor. Then Taemin popped the big question. "What's your handle?" Jin Hyuk internally screamed. Why did he have to pick that name? 11 years ago, he decided to call himself Poop Fart Fart. He's 26 years old now, and a former streamer for Paprika TV. Taemin's eyes lit up. He actually recognized him. "I've caught your streams a few times," Taemin said, though Jin Hyuk awkwardly admitted he retired that gig. "Hey, cut the formal speak," Taemin insisted. "We're teammates now." Jin Hyuk realized these two were actually chill. He was used to snakes trying to use him, or people plotting to stab him in the back. This might be his first in real-life meetup with them, but he felt totally at ease. In his past life, these two were his information brokers, feeding him intel on the top global guilds, what the drama queen streamers were up to, and those shady demon groups, kidnapping people to farm their coins. Suddenly, Taemin asked, "Wait, is it true you were stuck in the labyrinth for a whole month, so you took the test, right?" Jin Hyuk blinked. "Test what?" "Test." Later in the back of a cab, Taemin broke it down. Since the tower dropped, a bizarre number of people have been rushing in. But because the death toll on the second floor is absolutely catastrophic, the Awakened Association locked it down. Only those who pass the entrance exam can climb. Yu Yonha flashed a barcode stamped on her shoulder. Jin Hyuk would need to earn one of those if he wanted to proceed. Jin Hyuk smirked, remembering Han Sung-jin. That guy used safety as an excuse to secretly hoard powerful players. Well, Jin Hyuk could use that to his advantage. The rules were simple. Once you enter the Awakened Association, players ranked F or lower are disqualified from entering the second floor. But if you score a high rank, you'll have the nation's top guilds sliding into your DMs with offers. That brings 3 types of people to the testing grounds: the desperate ones just trying to qualify, the scouts coming to judge everyone's potential, and the attention seekers looking to flex their ranks to the world. Enter the stars, the heavy hitters. It looked like a red carpet event with cameras flashing everywhere. Bodyguards started shoving the crowd aside to clear a path, but Jin Hyuk stood his ground like a statue. He wasn't moving an inch. "I grabbed my ticket number, and I'm waiting my turn," he said. "Why should I get out of the way, tough guy?" One of the famous wannabes stepped up. "Do you even know what you're doing right now? I don't know who you are, but you're making a huge mistake. Shut your mouth and step aside." The crowd started whispering, terrified. "Yo, isn't that Park Ha-jin?" He's staring down. Jin Hyuk racked his brain. Who is this clown? Is this the guy Han wouldn't shut up about? He activated Eye of Truth. Park Ha-jin, barely level 8. His kit: sneak attack, accelerate, and hide. Just a glorified rat. This guy was an assassin class. The unlock condition to copy his skills: become his best friend. But here's the twist. If you max out hostility instead, the system lets you copy literally any other skill. So the friend route unlocks the innate ability. The enemy route, it cracks open the entire vault of non-innate skills. And naturally, Jin Hyuk wasn't looking for a buddy. He wanted to make an enemy. He loved the idea of ramping up that hostility gauge. And guess who was standing right next to the target? It was Hannah. When she turned to check out the commotion, she realized Jin Hyuk had already made his move. Snap. He broke Ha-jin's finger like it was a twig. Ha-jin instantly went for his piece to retaliate. The crowd started freaking out, but Jin Hyuk was faster, spitting a mouthful of water right into the guy's eyes, and delivering a brutal leg sweep. Ha-jin hit the deck, sobbing in pain from the leg kick. The bystanders didn't even register the hit. They thought the dude just tripped over his own feet. That strike was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. Then Kite stepped into the ring, one of the big shots finally showing up to restore order. He represented the Fighting Father Guild. Jin Hyuk tried to scan him with the Eye of Truth, but the skill glitched out, failed, because the level gap was just too massive. Jin Hyuk scoffed, asking if Kite was wandering around playing babysitter for Ha-jin. He admitted the kid is a headache but still serves a purpose for the guild. Jin Hyuk fired back, asking if this was about that ginseng shipment Ha-jin was smuggling to China. Kite froze. How did he know? Hannah was losing her mind in the background. She was the leak after all. But Jin Hyuk cut straight to business. He wanted to talk practical solutions specifically about handling the nasty side effects of the Goryeo ginseng. Kite decided he had heard enough and popped his dark screen barrier level 3. He locked down the zone, trapping just himself and Jin Hyuk inside a cube of pure dark matter. Later, inside Kite got to the point, so this guy wants exclusive rights to 10 dungeons. How could he verify the intel? Here is the lore. Goryeo ginseng is known as a god-tier consumable, amazing for recovering health and mana. But there is a catch. If you eat it raw, you get hit with a serious poisoning debuff. Jin Hyuk called it out, he knows. The guild is struggling with those side effects. And the fix. They just need 3 specific ingredients. To neutralize the poison, you need Crucian carp bile, a moonstone, and a mandrake root. He told Kite he would drop the coordinates for all 3 items if they sealed the deal. Kite analyzed the data. It was perfectly consistent with his guild's intelligence reports. He wondered who the hell this guy was. He agreed to the terms but instantly drew his sunblade, pressing the cold steel against Jin Hyuk's neck. No funny business allowed. Even with the info demanding 10 of their best dungeons was a steep price. He needed to set boundaries. But Jin Hyuk didn't flinch. He countered Kite's dagger in a blink, reminding him who was actually offering the opportunity here. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Yeonhwa and Taemin were throwing hands dealing with the mob that was trying to jump them. Suddenly, the dark screen barrier powered down. A few seconds later, Jin Hyuk stepped out, telling his heavy hitter to chill out. Taemin asked what went down inside. He had just been dragged along for the ride. Yeonhwa offered to wipe everyone out if he gave the signal, but Jin Hyuk waved it off. Everything was cool. Kite was actually surprisingly reasonable. Hajin, however, couldn't believe Kite was letting them walk away. Just like that. If given the chance, he wanted to use his power to crush them, but Kite grabbed him by the throat, snarling that a weakling like him had 0 rights to speak. He nearly choked the kid out and dropped him. Wrecked and humiliated, Hajin lay there wondering what happened inside that barrier and raging at Jin Hyuk. He vowed to kill him, and just like that, Jin Hyuk cleared the conditions. He secured Hajin's pure hatred. Skill copied Breath of Light. Now he can control his respiration and heart rate perfectly. Leaving a furious Hajin in the dust, Jin Hyuk decided it was time to put his new toy to the test. Watching the final scrubs finish their exams, he realized Hannah actually crushed it. She racked up 1,755 points. Talk about setting the bar. Then a proctor stepped in to break down the rules. It's simple. Smash the magic crystal in front of you. We're just measuring your raw potential here. Jin Hyuk stepped up armed with nothing but a dagger and his base stats. But instead of the rookie crystal, he walked straight to the mid-tier one. The proctor panicked. Hey, you gotta stick to the low-level target, kid, ignoring the noise. Jin Hyuk unleashed his aura, leaving the proctor gasping. He maxed out his evasion skill, burning every single gap point. Time to see exactly how much of a monster he became inside that labyrinth. Snap. He sliced the medium-grade crystal cleanly in half like it was warm butter. The proctor's jaw hit the floor. Most people couldn't even scratch the starter rock, and this guy just bifurcated the big one. Instantly, the system flagged him as S rank. The proctor scrambled to phone headquarters with the news, but Jin Hyuk cut him off. Do me a favor. Delay that report by 1 week. Personal reasons. You don't mind, right? He leaned in, dropping some street wisdom. A fist in your face is a lot scarier than a law written far away. The terrified proctor nodded furiously. 1 week delay. You got it. Later, Hannah approached, clutching Braham's ring. That trinket is no joke, plus 10 magic resistance, plus 5% movement speed, and a massive 20 boost to innate ability control. Oh, and it nerfs monster magic. He glanced at her. 2 days was plenty of time. Hannah begged him to remove the branding on her face since she obeyed orders. He shrugged. Depends on how well you behave from here on out. Meeting up with his squad, he dropped the bomb. I got placed in F rank. The team looked absolutely shook. No way, that's impossible. He waved it off. It's just temporary. I can retest in a week. One asked, so what's the plan? We going to the 2nd floor? Jin Hyuk shook his head. Don't worry about me. You guys go climb ahead. Later in a cab, he broke down the system. First test. Check power, assign rank. Survivors move to Phase 2. Phase 2, clear a dungeon. Since there's no difficulty cap, most normies farm easy goblin or orc dungeons. Easy wins. But Jin Hyuk, he's heading somewhere else. A ruin unique to the 1st floor. A forbidden zone that hasn't been conquered since it spawned 11 years ago. He's paying a visit to the Chamber of the Fallen. But there's a catch. He can't solo it right now. As a temporary F rank, the guild regulating the ruins would tackle him instantly if he tried to enter alone, so he signed up as a lowly porter. What brings you to a dump like this? Another porter asked. Jin Hyuk shrugged. Need the cash, right? The guy nodded. Same here, brother. Doing it for the wife and kids. Jin Hyuk stared at him. Walking death flag. Guys like this are always the first to die. Us F-ranks gotta watch each other's backs, the man said. Jin Hyuk just smirked. Don't sweat it. Everyone here is making it home alive. Time to work. The raid on the Chamber of the Fallen began. Mission: kill the boss, claim the throne in the deepest depths. Simple. The porters dumped their supplies. The head porter nodded. Good hustle. Take a breather. Suddenly, a system notification popped for Jin Hyuk. First, Tower Conqueror bonus. Luck and adaptability attributes surged by 10 points each. He also unlocked Cold Heart, total mental immunity to stress and fear. Plus the passive skill, Monopolize, activated. If he stacks the last reward, he can re-roll for the highest tier loot. He grinned. This is actually broken. Usually getting one decent reward in the tower is a win. But with this probability manipulation, he's guaranteed the legendary drops every time. Just then, the raid team marched out. The guy in front, decked out in shiny armor, was complaining. Ugh, this place is filthy. Everyone whispered. That's the captain of the strike team. Jin Hyuk narrowed his eyes. Activating Eye of Truth. Target Song Chunhoon level 14. Innate ability weight reduction. To permanently copy this guy's skill, there was one major condition he had to earn his absolute loyalty, and he had to pull it off before this raid ended. Jin Hyuk did the math, and yeah, this was going to be a total nightmare to grind out. But he couldn't help being skeptical. Is the captain of a strike team from a top 10 guild? Seriously this much of a scrub? Whatever. As long as he doesn't lag the whole party, I guess it's chill. Deeper into the dungeon, the mage popped a light spell, cutting through the suffocating darkness. The scene was a straight-up graveyard. Monster corpses and shattered gear everywhere, total annihilation, courtesy of the vanguard unit that just blazed through. The porters were shaking in their boots, totally terrified since they're the bottom of the food chain, right? But as Jin Hyuk scanned the aftermath, a massive red flag went up. Something here was super sus. 0 casualties. Even after a brawl like that, nobody died. That should be statistically impossible, especially since their leader is supposedly weak as hell. Suddenly the head porter barked, Yo Jin Hyuk, you daydreaming or working? And immediately ordered him to get his. Back to the daily grind. Dude totally forgot he's posing as a lowly porter, right? Then the team leader steps up, orders him to service the foreign squad. You can tell the guy's got zero chill towards outsiders. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk is analyzing the scene. Who are these guys? He zooms in on their gear, shoulder pads stamped with crosses. That hardware screams money. They're elites from a top-tier European faction. The name hits him, Zion Guild. And tucked away in their formation, a tiny, pint-sized member. Jin Hyuk slides in with ice-cold water and slyly procs his communion skill. The system pings, she's catching feelings, positive vibes only. She removes her helmet and wow, golden hair cascades down. Stunning. Jin Hyuk clocks her identity instantly. The youngest daughter of the prestigious Lauren bloodline. A versatile powerhouse wielding divine hacks. The hero who carried Amsterdam on her back. A legit celebrity. The Saint of Amsterdam, Teresa de Lauren. Jin Hyuk starts connecting the dots. No wonder her team has 0 casualties. She's a walking cheat code. Everyone else is grinding the tower but them. They skipped the 3rd floor boss to raid these ruins. Definitely hunting something specific. He triggers Eye of Truth. First attempt failed. The level gap is too wide. But wait, she's over level 20. Usually that blocks him, but his luck and adaptability stats are absolutely broken. System override Eye of Truth levels up to tier 2. Now he sees everything. She's sitting pretty at level 29. Her stats average around 30 points. Insane. Her innate trait is Blessing of the Stars. The copy condition, save a woman from a life or death crisis. Standing next to her, Jin Hyuk makes the call. It makes sense why the world is simping for her. She's the real deal. She's obviously here for a class advancement quest. That explains bailing on the main floor content. Teresa smiles, genuinely grateful for the water. Jin Hyuk plays the humble NPC role perfectly. But internally, he's hyped. She's not just a VIP, she's a walking loot box for his next OP skill. Blessing of the Stars is the holy grail for paladins. The only issue? The setup. How do you manufacture a situation where she needs saving? That's the puzzle. It's not going to be a walk in the park. Meanwhile, the main raid team pushes forward with their captain. Songhua steps up and triggers the trap. The ruins guardian wakes up. Intruders detected. 10-minute timer starts. If that sleeping bomb goes off, it's game over. Songhua panics. He thought they could just sneak by. Who touched it? He screams, looking for a scapegoat. Too late for the blame game. 10 minutes. Fighting the boss here is basically a suicide run. Their current DPS isn't enough. They're staring death in the face. But the captain's ego kicks in. He can't retreat and look weak. To save face, he orders the squad to push through the death trap. The squad looks at him like he's insane. Are you serious? Backup isn't even here. We're gonna wipe. Songhua snaps back. If it goes south, it's on me. Just move. We have Teresa the Saint. We're unstoppable. That name drops like a morale potion. The panic subsides. If the Zion Guild is with them, maybe they have a shot. But then reality hits. The plan falls apart. The dungeon guardian summons ghost knights. The slaughter begins immediately. Combat positions, Xianghua yells. The porters scramble for cover. The captain pops his defense buffs, just to survive the initial aggro. The mage casts Warrior's Song, boosting everyone's stats. But one hit from a ghost knight, it nearly buckles the captain's knees. Meanwhile, the flank team is getting absolutely wrecked. No tanks, healers are out of mana. It's a massacre. Songhua watches cold-bloodedly. Acceptable losses, he thinks. Without guild tactics, those solo players are just meat shields. He leaves them to die to buy time. The solo squad is completely abandoned. But then, a flash of light, the saint drops in with sign of the cross, nuking the ghost knights instantly. She didn't flee. She came back to save the fodder. She realized the front line let enemies slip through. The baggage crew is definitely in the kill zone, so she rushes in. Back at the supply depot, it's a total bloodbath. The porter captain is seconds away from death, but the ghost knight suddenly gets diced into scrap metal. Jin Hyuk declares they're all making it out alive. That's a promise. Suddenly, another knight tries a cheap shot from behind, but he weaves past it and counters with a point-blank breath of fire. He doesn't finish the job, leaving the mob with just a sliver of health, because he needs someone else to snag the last hit. He's got to exploit his level 1 status, which means 0 kills allowed, 0 XP gained. Still, he can barely wrap his head around the fact that someone actually triggered the Guardians. Jin Hyuk is racking his brain trying to figure out the culprit, because there's 0 loot and all risk involved. Then literally in the blink of an eye, Teresa flashes in, whisking the porter away from the danger zone. She glares at him, disgusted that Jin Hyuk would threaten an innocent civilian with a blade. She's convinced he's the one who woke the Guardians, so she moves to arrest him. Jin Hyuk is like, "Excuse me." He effortlessly sidesteps Teresa's next strike, and she is absolutely fuming. She warns him not to fight back, because she doesn't want to rough him up. While dodging her attacks like a pro, Jin Hyuk shouts that this is a massive misunderstanding. He thinks fine if you want to play rough, and slams her face first into the wall. He presses his dagger right against her cheek, growling that he didn't wake the Guardians. If he was the bad guy, she'd already be a corpse. Right on cue, the porter jumps in, screaming that Mr. Jin Hyuk actually saved his life. Teresa freezes, asking, "Wait, what?" Fast forward a bit and she's apologizing profusely, like totally embarrassed. He shrugs it off, saying, "Whatever. Anyone would have jumped to that conclusion." She then asks why he was catfishing them by hiding his true level. He replies, "Same reason as you." He knows she's hunting the Oath of St. Peter, while he's after a different secret drop. Teresa is shocked he knows that much. He adds that he's memorized the entire dungeon walkthrough. With her skills, they can clear this area easy. So he proposes a temporary alliance. Later, after wiping out the trash mobs, Jung-ho is losing his mind, asking what the plan is. They need to group up to push forward. Teresa asks if he has the map covering the 20-kilometer radius. Everyone should know the meta by now, so her being there or not shouldn't matter. Each squad will operate independently. Jung-ho stammers, saying, "Well, yeah, technically." He admits it's fine, agreeing to regroup at the boss room. Teresa nods, promising she won't take long. She thanks him and requests one porter to carry her loot. Jung-ho quickly agrees. Eyes sparkling, she turns to the baggage crew, who are all standing tall, hoping to get picked by the high-level beauty. But naturally, the first guy to step up is Jin Hyuk. The other porters are looking at him with pure rage, but he claims he's the most motivated one there. He starts monologuing about burning with the power of love, even if it kills him. The guys actually buy it and back off. They think he's the last true romantic of this generation. They cheer. "Go get her, Porter Jin Hyuk, you're the man." Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk thinks man method acting is exhausting. A bit later, the two of them are staring down a horde of monsters. Teresa points out a sarcophagus guarded by the mob, containing St. Peter's writings. She knows how to hack the barrier. But the second she says that, a system alert pops up. The owner of the Chamber of the Fallen is watching them. Jin Hyuk recognizes this as a direct ping from the boss. He finds it weird because she usually ignores players completely. Teresa assumes the message is for her, asking, "Watching us? That means I've been acknowledged." Jin Hyuk deadpans that it definitely doesn't mean she's the special one. She asks where he gets this insane confidence from. Then she admits she is curious about one thing. Since he claims to know every strat, she asks for his orders. Then, moments later, after supposedly planning or not, she just yeets herself straight into the middle of the monster swarm. Just great. Oh, you know she had a strategy. She popped Warrior's Song, juicing up all her stats for a solid 10 minutes. And Jin Hyuk's game plan was dead simple. She just needed to draw major aggro from every single zombie in the room. Worked like a charm too. She's packing divine power. And these rotwalkers absolutely detest that holy energy. The mob rushed her instantly, but she tanked it with a divine power buff, radiating an aura so blindingly bright. It literally incinerated those evil creeps on contact. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk, he was making his move, slipping past unnoticed since everyone was fixated on Teresa. He was literally parkouring off their ugly heads, treating them like stepping stones. But right at the finish line, he got clipped by a hidden boss, an elite lich. He tanked the hit just fine, thinking, about time you showed up. Not stopping there, he had to weave past a strike from a phantom knight. Okay, time to lock in. He knows this elite lich's signature move is Black Thunder. That spell can wreck a Dullahan and packs enough voltage to one-shot a veteran hunter. The lich kept spamming Black Thunderbolts, but Jinhyuk was baiting him on purpose, positioning himself right in front of the sarcophagus, dodging at the last second so the bolts smashed into the barrier. That Class 3 shield shattered instantly. The lich realized he messed up big time. Without breaking a sweat, Jinhyuk sliced through the knights with his dagger, grinning at the lich. Your move. Teresa was mopping up the mobs, so it was just the two of them. Suddenly, someone kill-steals the lich, slicing it in half. The stranger yelled, "Finally found you, you bastard." He claimed he knew Jinhyuk would be here. It's been a while. You remember me, don't you? Jinhyuk was like, who are you again? The guy raged at not being recognized. Jinhyuk popped Eye of Truth level 2 to scan him. Name Choi Yusung. Level 29. His innate ability, Sword Song. This guy thinks he's the main character stronger than anyone, with a blade. To copy this skill, the condition was defeating him in a sword duel. Jinhyuk also clocked the weapon he was holding. The stretching sword, the one looted from the National Museum. Back when the Tower of Trials was just a virtual game, there was this dude who lost to Jinhyuk twice and became obsessed. Kept challenging him, kept taking L's. He took the whole warrior's path cringe way too seriously. Jinhyuk finally clicked, oh, it's that creepy stalker weirdo. Yusung snarled, you pretend not to know me just because the game is real now. Jinhyuk shrugged, I just didn't want to believe it was actually you at the museum. But you really followed me here, freak. Yusung smirked. This time won't be like the game. We both reset to level 1. I won't lose again. Jinhyuk sighed. If you want a beating, come get it. But you sure about this? My teammate over there isn't gonna just watch. Right on cue, Teresa launched herself like a missile, but Yusung wasn't having any third partying. He slammed his sword into the ground, activating Battlefield Selection level 5, creating a dual dimension just for the two of them. But split-second reaction, Jinhyuk snatched an item from the sarcophagus and said, catch you. Later, poof, both vanished into the subspace. Yusung grinned, now no one can interrupt us. He issued the duel challenge, triggering his skill, Mano a Mano level 5. His stats surged by 10%. While Jinhyuk's stats got nerfed by 10%, Jinhyuk realized he was in a tight spot. Debuffed by Mano a Mano, and trapped in the enemy's territory. Yeah, the odds were stacked against him, but that's exactly what he wanted. The system flagged a critical disadvantage, triggering his fusion's hidden perk. The copy conditions were forcibly rewritten. Because the fight was so unfair, the restrictions lifted. Jinhyuk instantly copied Yusung's innate ability. Sword Song rank S. Sword proficiency skyrocketed by 200%. His body now moved with the blade's rhythm automatically. Yusung yelled, ignoring me to look at your screens again. He charged at the arrogant bastard. But Jinhyuk parried every single strike effortlessly with his upgraded dagger. Yusung panicked. What the hell happened to your mid-range build? Facing him down with just a tiny dagger, Jinhyuk smirked and said, that's all the firepower he needs right now. Swordplay is cute and all, but Yusung wasn't laughing. He vowed to finally take Jinhyuk seriously, right after he kills him. Boom, he triggered the soul-reaping energy sword. That strike would have sliced Jinhyuk clean in half if he hadn't dodged at the last millisecond. Jinhyuk hit him with the sarcasm, yo isn't using an energy sword against a total noob. A bit overkill. Yusung wasn't buying the act. He called him out on the lie and flipped him the bird. Zero chill. Real talk though, Jinhyuk was in trouble. If his dagger clashed with that pure energy blade, snap, game over. He needed a counter, something heavy-duty to level the playing field immediately. Time for a power-up. He took that demonic soul pill he looted from the sarcophagus and fused it straight into the Song of Swords. Skill unlocked Grave of Swords. His mastery just spiked by 500%. Insane stats. His body instinctively synced with the way of the sword. This is the raw talent you need to earn the legendary Sword Demon title. Let's go, baby. He triggered Dark Moon Knight. He's locked in. But here's the twist. Jinhyuk knows he's barely scratching the surface. This isn't even 1/10 of the skill's true potential. Even so, the backlash is brutal. His muscles are screaming, tearing apart under the strain. Yusung sensed the shift and panicked. What the hell is this power? He was standing in his own domain, his battlefield. Yet he was the one sweating. The pressure was suffocating. He couldn't understand why. Can't he ever beat this guy? Inside the game, took the L. In reality, same story. Every single time. He grinded, he trained, he did everything just to crush this one dude. Screaming in denial, he blasted a massive wave from his energy sword. I won't accept this. Jinhyuk didn't even blink. He shredded the incoming energy blasts into confetti with his upgraded blade. Teleport speed. He appeared right behind the swordsman before he could react. RIP. One tap from the dagger. shattered Yu Sung's defense and sent his weapon flying. Jin Hyuk grinned. Looks like another W for me. He shrugged, pretending to forget the score. Yu Sung gritted his teeth. That makes 138 losses. Yu Sung told him to just end it. Kill him. But Jin Hyuk shook his head. Nah, next time will be 139. He claimed he's not the type to cheap shot someone when their guard is down. Truth is, they need heavy hitters for what's coming, and Yu Sung is a beast. Jin Hyuk offered him a hand up. A nice gesture, please. He had an ulterior motive. He wants to copy Yu Sung's other skill, but the cooldown is 60 days. As soon as Yu Sung grabbed his hand, Jin Hyuk procced the communion skill. Yu Sung felt a sudden, warm, fuzzy vibe, artificial friendship loading. Yu Sung swore the outcome would be different next time they fought. He dropped the battlefield barrier and realized something awkward. He didn't know Jin Hyuk's real name. Jin Hyuk teased him. We aren't close enough for that, buddy. So, Yu Sung decided to use his gamer tag instead. Jin Hyuk panicked. No, wait, don't you dare. Too late. Yu Sung dropped the bomb poop fart. Dead silence. Jin Hyuk died of cringe right there. Cut to the raid team. A mage flagged the captain. Boss, did we actually clear the path ahead? His sensors were going haywire. High magic readings were lighting up the radar. The captain was sure they cleared it, but he was dead wrong. Something big was charging straight at them. It looked like a knight, but massive, an iron golem. And riding on its shoulder, a vampire. He bowed theatrically. I am Velos bloodkin to the master of these ruins, Jinzhou. Captain Chunghua stepped up. What's the play here? You wouldn't show your face unless you had a reason. Velos smiled. I have a proposal. You can come quietly, or we can do this the hard way. He tapped the tip of Chunghua's blade. Triggered blood feast. Instantly, the captain's blood started to boil inside his veins. Horror show time. Half the squad got wrapped up in blood cocoons. Velos licked his lips. Half of you will be my snacks. The rest are coming with me. Meanwhile, back with poop fart, Jin Hyuk. He was chilling with Teresa. She just cast Divine Purification on a rare drop, the Frozen Tear. 100 absorbable magic points. This thing is a battery pack that massively boosts your magical power, but that boost only kicks in after purification. Jin Hyuk absorbed the whole thing instantly, snagging 12 extra magic power points. He bagged an S-tier item most players only dream of finding. Teresa shot him a look, basically asking, "Are we done here?" He nodded, totally satisfied with the haul. But before they could move, a system notification popped up right in their faces. An invite from the chamber master. If they wanted to save the raid team, they had to head straight for the inner sanctum. The reward, a face-to-face with the boss. Accepting the quest meant the dungeon would clear itself. No mobs, no traps. Just a straight shot to the end. Teresa's face went pale. She realized the rest of the squad had been kidnapped. We have to go. Zero hesitation. Even if she could only save one life, she was going in. But deep down, doubt crept in. Could she actually take down a divine creature, or was she walking right into a trap? In a one-on-one, she's toast. Honestly, even with the whole raid team backing her up, the outcome probably wouldn't change. All she wanted was to protect people, to live up to her paladin oath. Then Yu Sung stepped up. He announced he was done with the squad and bailing. As he brushed past Teresa, he dropped a warning. That guy's zero honor. He's selfish to the bone. That was exactly why Yu Sung wanted to crush him. But there was one thing he knew for a fact. The only person who can kill that divine creature is that jerk. Teresa nodded, thanking him for the real talk. She turned to Jin Hyuk. I want to hire you. He smirked. His rates weren't exactly budget-friendly. I'll give you every coin I have if you help me fight Shinso. Jin Hyuk's eyes lit up. Deal. Quest accepted. Instantly, every monster in the dungeon fell asleep. The path to the final boss was wide open. As they reached the doors, the dark magic pressure was suffocating. Teresa could barely breathe. Jin Hyuk stayed cool. Don't sweat it. You wanted a strong opponent, right? Well, here she is. Raw power isn't everything. I've got a plan. Whatever happens in there, you just need to trust me completely. They pushed the doors open. Throne room. Varys was standing there, flanked by the other servants. And on the throne sat Shinso Alice von Ataraxia. She looked bored. I'm tired of waiting. Jin Hyuk cut to the chase. Are the hostages alive? Alice smirked and dropped her dimensional break skill. The air shimmered, revealing the raid team standing right next to Jin Hyuk. They'd been hidden by a barrier the whole time. Jin Hyuk spotted Park Hajin in the crowd. Ah, so he's the idiot who woke up the Guardians. Alice leaned forward. You know why I invited you, the scent. It's the sweetest thing I've ever smelled. She wasn't talking about cologne, she meant his blood. And that aroma was driving her crazy. A chill ran down Jin Hyuk's spine. Okay, having a vampire thirst over me is a little unsettling. He didn't love being on the menu, but Alice waved her hand in dismissal. Don't worry. I like to savor my food. I'll let you live for at least 60 years, so no need to panic. Jin Hyuk raised an eyebrow. So, I'm supposed to spend my life by your side, just walking around with a straw stuck in my neck. Alice didn't like the sass. Slash. A blood bullet grazed his cheek. It was so fast he couldn't even flinch. Jin-hyuk wiped the cut. Yeah, I have zero intention of living. As a walking lunchbox. Alice glared. I didn't ask for your opinion. Teresa started to panic, but Jin-hyuk signaled her to stay down. He had to admit the vampire was fierce, but he wasn't empty-handed. He bowed theatrically. I have something to offer. Something sweeter than my blood. Alice scoffed. Useless. Nothing is more important to a vampire than blood. Jin-hyuk grinned. Are you sure? What if I offered you freedom? Alice froze. The other vampires lost their minds. How dare you speak that word? They roared. Alice silenced them with a look. You better take responsibility for what you just said. Jin-hyuk adjusted his stance. If I couldn't deliver, I wouldn't have walked through that door. He summoned an item, a sleek mask. He slid it on. I am Kang Jin-hyuk, representative of the demonic humans within the tower, and I'm here to set you free. Quick lore check. Demonic humans are players who rejected their humanity for cash revenge, or twisted beliefs. They usually block other players from climbing the tower, sometimes even teaming up with monsters and dungeon bosses. Alice narrowed her eyes. So you claim to be one of them? Jin-ryuk is playing 4D chess, claiming he's already radioed the temple way up on the 27th floor. He's breaking down exactly how she got here and dropping the cheat codes to bypass the ruins barrier. It's all coming from him. Teresa is just standing there, shook, wondering how he's pulling the strings like a puppet master. Suddenly, he flips the script role-playing as a demonic human. You can see the vampires trembling. They're buying it. He tells Alice his intel proves he's the real deal, not just some loudmouth. But Alice, she's not biting. She makes it clear she doesn't trust a single word coming out of his mouth. Demonic human or not, I don't care, she sneers. Talk is cheap. Anyone can claim they have the solution. She summons swirling blood weapons, admitting he's got a silver tongue, which makes him even more dangerous. Too bad you have to die, she sighs. Your blood just smells way too sweet to ignore. She launches those blood spears straight for the kill, but bam, Teresa steps in, popping her shield and sacred reinforcement. The divine barrier shatters the blood magic instantly. Teresa grits her teeth, vowing to hold the line with every ounce of holy power she has left. Alice just cackles, mocking her effort. You're giving it 100%, but it's honestly pathetic. Alice loathes that holy light. She triggers blood explosion to wipe them off the map once and for all. Teresa's limit is approaching fast. She has no clue how long she can tank this damage, but she puts all her faith in Jin-ryuk. And how does he repay her? By literally driving a dagger through her chest. A brutal backstab. Jin-ryuk looks at Alice cold-bloodedly. See? No bluff. Alice loves the drama. Finding the betrayal of a protector, absolutely hilarious. But check this out. Teresa isn't dead yet. Gasping, she asks if this was the play all along. Jin-ryuk confirms, I had to kill you. Alice is actually impressed. That's savage for a human. Alright kid, you've got her attention. She's willing to roll the dice. He reveals a 7-star spell designed to bypass the barrier, trapping Lady Alice. The plan, seal her soul inside the Ring of Braham. That artifact can fool the system. Alice pauses. That's new intel even for her. This is the big reveal, guys. The reason Jin-ryuk stayed at level 1 and scrapped all his XP was solely for this broken 7-star skill, Soul Transfer. It's a level 1 exclusive. He triggers it, and a massive magic seal ignites around him. The stakes are insane, a 365-day cooldown, and it only carries 1 soul at a time. But there's a catch, he needs permission. Jin-ryuk warns the circle fades in 1 minute. The magic only works if she agrees. It's do or die right now. The vampire squad is stunned. Alice, telepathing with Velos, isn't fully sold yet. If he tries anything funny, end him, she orders. Even with backup plans, she's nervous. She's never seen magic like this before. She's been rotting in this palace for over 1,000 years. Freedom is right there. She extends a pinky, asking if she can truly trust him. Jin-ryuk pledges his honor, promising she won't regret this. He slyly casts communion the second their fingers touch. Feeling a sudden positive vibe, she accepts. Whoosh, the Ring of Bram sucks in the progenitor's soul. Inside the ring, she's surprised. Not bad. It's actually kinda cozy in here. Jin-ryuk smirks, glad she likes the new apartment. But wait for it. His unique skill, Star's Blessing, kicks in. This passive revives a paladin once assuming they weren't insta-killed. Cooldown, 10 days. Teresa gasps back to life. Jin-ryuk welcomes her back like nothing happened. Alice flips out, screaming. For Velos to slaughter the traitor immediately, Teresa has a million questions, but reads the room. Save it for later. Jin-ryuk nods. The cleanup isn't done. Velos is raging, swearing they won't leave alive after playing his master. He unleashes a blood wave to drown them. But Jin-ryuk is ready. He counters with intense fire magic, boiling the blood and evaporating the attack into thin air. Teresa rushes to save the hostages, shattering their seals with her cross. Songhua panics, asking how they handle the angry vamps. Teresa just points at the MVP and says, dude is already soloing the boss. Bellis draws his blade alongside the other vamps, totally shook that a mere human is tanking their aura. Jinhyuk claps back, explaining that fire is the hard counter to their magic. And the second his master got sealed away, the battle was already over. He activates the sword grave, and Bellis starts sweating bullets. Intimidated enough to trigger his battle spirit, it turns into an all-out war zone inside that dungeon. Later, Songha is staring in disbelief, because Jinhyuk deleted every single vampire like they were low-level NPCs. The captain asks, "Who is this guy?" Teresa figures, since he's masked up, he wants to keep it low-key. She plays it cool, saying they just met by chance, and she doesn't know his backstory. But when he gets close, she whispers that his attack actually hurt like hell. It was her first time dying, and by a teammate's hand, wild. But Jinhyuk just shrugs. "We got the dub, didn't we?" That hits her right in the feels. She tears up, thanking him and admitting that the whole squad only survived because he carried them. Cue the system notification. Conditions met. Because he saved her life, he can now copy her unique skill. Boom, he acquires Blessing of the Star. He looks at her confused. "Why are you crying?" She says she can't help it. Then asks, "You knew I could respawn, right?" He doesn't confirm or deny, just pivots. "You gonna grab the loot from here?" But Captain Song-ha steps in with the corporate talk, claiming all drops belong to the Baiko Guild. Jinhyuk can't believe the audacity. He saves their lives, and this guy is gatekeeping. Song-ha offers a cash settlement to shut him up. Jinhyuk thinks, wow, pretty bold move for a captain who failed his mission. He just smirks. "Fine by me. Grab as many artifacts as you want. Just don't come crying to me when you regret it." The captain immediately goes for the shiny loot, reaching for a fragment of Merlin's staff. The second he touches it, cursed. Jinhyuk already knew the deal. Merlin's staff is S-tier crafting material, sure, but it's got a nasty curse baked in. That's a divine artifact you can only safely loot if you kill Alice. But she's alive, chilling right in his pocket. The curse hits instantly, targeting the captain's head. Teresa gasps in horror. Jinhyuk's like, "Welp, time for us to bounce." Meanwhile, cut to sole entrance of the Tower of Trials. The paparazzi have been camping out forever, waiting for the Baiko Guild squad. The Awakened Association is there too. Suddenly, a system message pings Hall of the Depraved cleared. The group finally emerges. The crowd starts cheering for Hana and Jinho from Baiko Guild, hyping them up for clearing the first floor. But then they see Captain Song-ha. Dude is completely bald. His chrome dome is reflecting the camera flashes. That was Merlin's curse. A bald reporter in the crowd actually sheds a tear of solidarity. Teresa steps up to the mic to clarify. The captain didn't clear the ruins. It was this man. But Jinhyuk is standing there, fully masked. Teresa admits, "We were just spectators to his performance." Agent Young from the association is losing it, asking if they should call HQ immediately. Another agent agrees. "Yeah, great idea. If it wasn't for that player, it would have been a total party wipe. But the kingdom's princess, she's still salty at him. Oh my god." And of course, back at the crib, Jinhyuk is scrolling through the news. The masked player is trending everywhere, articles blowing up about him. He knew he'd get some clout, but this viral fame is way more than expected. Actually, Teresa knows who he is, but she swore secrecy. Now that the drama is settled, it's time to have a little chat with the angry VIP inside his ring. He wonders, how dare I leave her in that dark, musty pocket all day? Does he know who she is? The audacity. But Jinhyuk just starts aggressively shaking the ring, and she gets totally motion sick, about to hurl. He asks, "You good now?" Alice screams, "You'll pay for this. Vampires never forget a grudge," he replies. "Is that so?" Then he goes for round 2. 3 hours later, she's begging for mercy, swearing she's gonna die. Jinhyuk sighs, "Quit whining and just spawn already." As he channeled his mana into Brahm's ring, the seal finally broke. She emerged, declaring that he was about to pay dearly for his revenge. But there was a catch. She was in chibi mode. He explained he only materialized a fraction of her, leaving the rest stored in the ring. Basically, she's a pocket-sized Alice now. She can't even scrape together 1% of her original strength. Still, Jinhyuk figured that even with this massive nerf, she's an absolute unit way stronger than any standard vampire. But Alice was just sobbing, horrified by her adorable but pathetic new form. Well, Jinhyuk pointed out, he kept his end of the bargain. He busted her out of that ruin. She snapped back that this wasn't the freedom she signed up for, but he promised to help her snag the real deal. To make that happen, he's going to wipe out every single traitor who locked her in that hellhole. He'll help her reclaim her throne as the head of the Ataraxia family. Right at that moment, a new clip hit the Hall of Fame and went viral instantly. The impossible raid was speed-run by a single player, and the whole internet was buzzing about the masked figure who wrecked the vampires. Later, Jinhyuk was chilling at a guild HQ, realizing these organizations are basically swimming in cash these days, but whatever. It doesn't matter if a big guild is monopolizing resources or playing dirty. They made the mistake of trying to punch his ticket. He smashed through the front entrance, deciding that for trash like this, total destruction is the only service on the menu. Meanwhile, up in the penthouse of the Black Crow Guild Park, Hajin was getting chewed out by the guildmaster Shin Junsu for failing to kill the one guy who disrespected them. After kicking that useless subordinate across the room, the door literally detonated. Jin-hyuk stepped in, asking, "Who's the boss here?" Hajin scrambled up instantly, thinking this was his golden ticket to redeem himself in front of his leader. He charged in, but Jin-hyuk simply ripped off his mask, revealed his face, and absolutely floored Hajin. Shin Junsu recognized him immediately as the guy who humiliated them. Did he really think he could just walk in here? But Jin-hyuk just casually plopped down in the boss's fancy leather chair. Shin Junsu activated his high-speed sword skill to engage, convinced there was no way this kid could react to a blade moving at the speed of sound. But his sword got snapped in half by a single checkers piece flicked from the desk. Jin-hyuk noted that the table was loaded with perfect ammo, so he smirked. Are we going to keep talking? Or what? Shin Junsu demanded to know if this rampage was just payback for the assassination attempt. Is he destroying the whole building over that thwack? Another game piece slammed right into his forehead. Jin-hyuk told him his choice of words was pretty inappropriate. Shin Junsu argued that he'd already taken enough revenge and should think carefully, because they have 50 rankers currently away from the tower. If he kills the leader now, he'll be a wanted man. Blood calls for blood, and vengeance just breeds more vengeance. As long as one side holds a grudge, the slaughter never ends. Jin-hyuk nodded, admitting that the saying makes a lot of sense, so they're going to end it the right way. He'll be the last one to get revenge, so everyone can just forgive him later. He infused the game pieces in his hand with flame magic, and yeeted the whole handful at the leader, blasting him straight out the window. Approaching Hajin, he whispered that the only reason the guy is still breathing is because of his sister. From now on, stay out of my lane. Hajin nodded slowly in terror. Then Jin-hyuk turned to the bodyguard, playing possum on the floor, and told him to get up. The guy popped up instantly. Jin-hyuk told him it was time to make himself useful. Start with an intro. The guard introduced himself as Kim Hyung, 26 years old, in charge of general affairs for Black Crow, a computer science major. I can handle anything, sir. Jin-hyuk was actually impressed considering the chaotic situation. He decided it would be a waste to dismantle a top-tier guild, so he's installing a new leader. Hyung blinked. Excuse me, sir, Jin-hyuk explained. He's just going to be the face of the operation, but Hyung countered that nobody would follow him. Jin-hyuk thought about it and agreed. Yeah, fair point. There's definitely going to be major pushback if a non-combatant desk jockey suddenly takes the throne. But he tells him to chill. Haters irrelevant. He's got a specialist on speed dial to handle that mess. Meanwhile, the Black Crow Guild's A-list hitters were rushing back to base, and they were not happy campers. An emergency summons in the middle of a raid. Yeah, they were absolutely fuming. But that anger turned to ice the second they hit HQ. Why? Because their glorious leader was splattered across a car hood. Stone, cold, dead. The first guy storms the office and finds Hwang chilling in the boss's chair like he owns the place. He lunges, screaming, "What the hell happened?" Hwang doesn't even blink. Under new management, sir. Then Alice steps out looking runway ready but deadly. I told you morons to handle the cleanup. Do I have to do everything myself? Ugh, what a drag. The attacking player freezes, totally confused. Wait, are you saying this little brat caused all this chaos? Hwang Alice's eyes go cold. Brat snap. Boom. Another explosion rips through the room. Jin-hyuk just shakes his head. He told her to run the guild, not turn it into a crater. But that is clearly not her style. He is checking out when a notification pings. Submit strength test results. It has been 2 months since the Tower of Trials dropped out of the sky. The world order flipped overnight, obviously, but humans are survivors. Everyone adapted to this crazy new reality pretty fast. The news cycle is obsessed with the masked player, a viral mystery. But only 2 people actually know the face behind the mask is Jin-hyuk. There is Mr. Kim, the porter leader, who was more than happy to keep his mouth shut, and Teresa, who swore secrecy. Now our boy is rocking 2 completely different lives. This double identity is the perfect key to unlocking the Awakened Association later on. No chains, no limits. It is time to take everything for himself. Later, he grabs his certification rank F way easier than he thought, and links up with the squad. Yeonha looks confused. Jin-hyuk. Some people here say they know you. Jin-hyuk steps up. Let me introduce you. This is Alice. She is from Northern Europe. He figures dropping the "she is a vampire" bomb might be too much drama right now. And this is Kim Hyung. He is running the admin side of the Black Crow Guild I just acquired. Surprise. Hyung is literally tearing up. He finally gets to introduce himself like a normal human being. Jin-hyuk grins. You guys need anything, just ask these 2. Tae-in blinks. So you just became the guild master of Black Crow? Jin-hyuk nods. Hwang is the face, but I pull the strings. The team shudders. That is absolutely terrifying. Welcome to the family. Cut to Jin-hyuk scolding Alice later. She snaps back. What is your problem? She is ticking him off. First of all, dummy, I did not want to blow it up either. He stares at her. You think nuking a building because someone called you a kid is a rational response. Alice crosses her arms. Nobody disrespects me like that. Jin Hyuk sighs. She is a total weirdo. Whatever, let's go hunting. Move it, she whines. Can't you solo this one? Nope, I am taking on a whole horde. I need backup. He waves goodbye to the crew. He wonders if there are any good farming spots left. See, as long as the third floor boss is alive. And the fourth floor is locked. The big guilds hog all the prime dungeons. People think every hunting ground is mapped out. They are wrong. Jin Hyuk knows a secret spot. Tower of Trials Floor 1, the Lake of the Moon. It is famous for having the best scenery in the game. It looks more like a resort than a dungeon. Crystal clear water, lunar runes, and a sky lit up by a massive starry night and a full moon. Jin Hyuk smirks. It is empty. Most people are too busy fighting off human extinction to enjoy a beach day. Alice nods. Classy place. But what exactly are we killing here? Jin Hyuk ignores her and wades straight into the water, fully clothed. He knows the secret 12 statues are hidden here, controlling the tides of the lake. A cat, a horse, a deer, just silent stone figures standing in the gloom. But the real MVP, pulling the strings in this dungeon, that fish statue, it had a secret slot right on its forehead. Hundreds of players found it thinking it was a hidden button. The forums went wild with theories, but nobody could find the physical key to unlock it. Nothing fit the slot. But Jin Hyuk, he knows the devs didn't design a lock for a piece of metal. The key is moonlight. He just had to angle the statue perfectly. He aligned it so the beam hit the crystal inside the statue. Boom. A massive secret mechanism triggered. The lake splits wide open, revealing the entrance to the Tower of Trials' first basement floor. Even Alice was shook. She hasn't tasted freedom like this in ages. Jin Hyuk smirks. Not bad, right? Glad you signed that contract now. She finally admits he wasn't capping about the potential. While they're chilling, he drains more mana from the frozen tier. 70 points left in the tank. But that's it for now. 24-hour cooldown on the absorption. With that extra juice, keeping a leash on Alice is way easier. Then a thought hits him about the NPCs. Do the tower monsters know they're just code? Do they know this world is a game turned reality? And what about Alice? Did she actually live for thousands of years? Or is that just her programmed backstory? He decides to test the system and asks her directly. The world glitches. Hard. It's like a corrupted file. Alice looks absolutely terrified. What did you just do? She screams. Jin Hyuk just chuckles at the system's panic. Confirmed. Any deep lore about the tower's nature is firewall blocked. But the fact that he's gagged by the system, that tells him everything he needs to know. Suddenly, Alice's senses spike. Incoming hostile. Jin Hyuk instantly charges up his fire magic. He calls this basement level the spawn camp test, because mobs spawn here non-stop. A massive wave of hard-shelled black beetles floods the cave. Hundreds, thousands. It's an infinite loop of enemies. Level 25, giant scarabs. Alice is totally grossed out. Ew, get these ugly things away from me. Jin Hyuk casts Star Blessing. A celestial pillar crashes down, shredding the monster's defense by 30%. Show me what you got, he orders. Or do I need to tighten the ring? She knows the drill. She activates blood connection immediately. She traps the scarabs in suspended blood orbs, serving them up on a silver platter for Jin Hyuk. He slices through the helpless mobs. Boom, finally, the sweet sound of a level up notification. The monopoly starts now. I'm done holding back, he grins. Time to use these bugs to power level my stats. He unleashes Grave of Swords, hyped to absolutely massacre everything in sight. Meanwhile, the mood is heavy at the Olympus Guild's HQ. It's a summit of the elites. Patrick, the boss of the Titan Guild, takes the floor. As you know, the 8th raid attempting to breach the 4th floor has wiped. Again, 100 elites went in, only 9 crawled back out. The 3rd floor boss isn't even the problem. It's his army. We need a strategy to handle 100,000 living statues. Tianwei, from the Zhonghua Guild, chimes in looking frustrated. We used the divine artifact. We had the response force. We still failed. How do we push through a wall of enemies that thick? Then Maria from Olympus speaks up. We cleared the 2nd and 3rd floors way too fast. Our players are underleveled. We simply don't have enough fighters above level 15. Captain Baek Jin-ho of the Dangun Guild nods grimly. She's right. But maybe we wouldn't be in this mess if the Zhonghua Guild stopped hogging all the dungeons to hoard crystals. The room exploded into a shouting match until Patrick shut it down cold. They came here to fix the mess, not start a new beef. Maria cut to the chase, asking if he had an actual game plan. Patrick dropped a bomb yesterday. Right before sunrise, he got intel from the demonic humans. They offered to carry the team, but only if we met some shady conditions. Naturally, the whole room gave a hard pass on teaming up with those psychos. That was the one thing every leader agreed on. Teresa wasn't shocked. The bad vibes from that group were universal. When you have that much clout, maintaining a noble image isn't just optional, it's survival. especially with the public watching every move. These top-tier players knew exactly what was at stake. Then, the fireplace suddenly roared to life. A voice boomed from the inferno. "Who are you calling trash, huh?" And a demonic human stepped right out of the flames. Bake didn't hesitate. He literally grabbed the conference table with both hands and launched it straight at the intruder. Teng Wei, caught in the crossfire, sliced the flying table in half midair. Finally, he smirked. "I agree with this guy on something." The demonic human laughed, calling them hotheads. "Chill out and listen," he teased. "You might change your tune. Once you hear the offer, we need to squad up. We have the firepower to clear the third floor." Teng Wei wasn't buying it. "Liar. The Demonic Human Association doesn't even have 100 members. How do you plan to push through that army?" The old man grinned. "All we need is bodies." He cast his unique skill, Gravekeeper of the Black Tomb, and instantly, a massive legion of the undead rose up, surrounding the meeting spot. "Centuries of war in Europe left plenty of corpses for me to use," he bragged. Patrick's eyes widened. "So you're a necromancer?" He stared at the weapon. "Is that the staff?" The villain nodded. "Crafted from 99 rare materials, the Staff of Greed." Teng Wei started second-guessing. "With that kind of buff, we might actually win." Maria snapped back. "Are you hearing yourself? You're seriously thinking about siding with him?" Jinho was calculating. He knew he should rip this guy apart. But if there was a secret condition involved, the public would never know. "Might be worth the risk," he muttered. Maria glared. "Even you." Meanwhile, Teresa stood ready with her sword and shield, totally blindsided by this chaotic twist. She thought, if Jin Hyuk were here, we wouldn't be dealing with this garbage. And right on cue, as if he read her mind, the system pinged incoming video call from external user. ID Kang. "Jin Hyuk. Speak of the devil, look who decided to show up." Teresa smashed the accept button. "You okay? Been leveling up?" Jin Hyuk asked. But he immediately clocked the tension in the room. The demonic human scoffed. "Why hide behind a screen, coward?" Jin Hyuk stepped into the light wearing his signature mask. The room froze. It was the unknown, the masked legend who cleared the first floor ruins, the super rookie. Every top guild on the server wanted to recruit him, and the guy they were hunting just appeared right in front of them. The mood shifted instantly. Everyone was hyped. Even the demonic human looked intrigued. "Of course. I know you," the villain grinned. "The ruin clearer, but a boss raid is a completely different beast. Do you have the juice to beat my summons?" The guild leaders looked worried. Jin Hyuk just laughed. "Really? You think I can't handle a knockoff staff?" The old man froze. "What do you mean?" Fake Jin Hyuk exposed him cold. "You used a saint's heart and a prison uniform soaked in holy oil. That's clearly a craft using only 2 materials. Not the real Staff of Greed. The red gem on the skull gives it away. You can't craft the legendary version with loot from the first 3 floors and you know it. Also those skeleton soldiers. Trash tier. Quantity over quality. It's obvious you were planning to backstab these guild leaders from the start." Caught red-handed, the demonic human raged. "You arrogant brat, you'll regret rejecting me." He dissolved into flames, hissing, "I'm keeping my eyes on you, Jin Hyuk." The undead army vanished along with him. Patrick looked around confused. "What's the play now?" Jin Hyuk just smirked. "Leave it to me. Guaranteed way to dodge the Demon Humans Alliance, check. Plus I pocket the profits from the tower clear." Park looked skeptical. "You really gonna run this solo, bro?" Jin Hyuk didn't even blink. "Hell yeah." The crowd went wild thinking this was their golden ticket. Everyone wanted a piece of the rookie sensation. They swarmed him like paparazzi, throwing 6-figure guild contracts at his feet. But Jin Hyuk, he just waved them off. "I don't need your handouts. Just lock down the zone. No entry for other hunters." He made it clear if they let him solo this run, he wouldn't take a dime of the reward money. Maria was baffled. Why do all that for free? Taemin wasn't buying it either. Sus. Very sus. Nobody works for free. What's his angle? Jin Hyuk dropped the bomb. "I'm just doing what a man's gotta do. For the person I cherish most." Teresa looked like she just got hit by Cupid's arrow, face turning beet red. Meanwhile, internally, Jin Hyuk was dying of cringe. God, these lines are cheesy. But Jin Ho ate it up. Incredible. That determination, that chivalry. As a guildmaster, I respect that hustle. The mood shifted instantly. Jin Hyuk had them in the palm of his hand. Average Joes grab the cash and run. But real players, they don't look at the paycheck, they look at the end game. Jin Hyuk knew the meta sacrificed 2 rewards now for your teammates and unlock a way bigger payout down the line. Call ended. Boom. He was already level 12 after grinding the spawn point. Stats were looking juicy, way better than expected. 8 strength, 8 agility, 8 vitality. But check the magic 41. Plus 33 unspent points in the bank. Alice wasn't vibing though. "You dumping all this grunt work on me," he scoffed. "Relax, you won't die. You're strong enough to squash these bugs." She snapped back. "This isn't a partnership, it's a slavery contract. You scumbag." He clutched his chest dramatically. "Ouch, my feelings." I was gonna buy you mana supplements, but Alice rolled her eyes. Store-bought junk won't fix this. My mana tank is running on empty. If I'm drained, I can't buff you. Her eyes glowed. I need a sip. Just a drop. Jin Hyuk backed up. Whoa, chill. Personal space. Personal space. Too late. She lunged and sank her fangs right into his neck. Battery recharged. Jin Hyuk rubbed his neck. All right, since I'm loaded with coins, let's hit the shop. He grabbed a gigantification pill, an unknown cube, a skill catalyst, some sticky grass sand web from the cactus forest, and gross. Two-headed ogre phlegm. Lovely stuff. Truly. Then his face went serious. Vacation's over. We're speedrunning the first basement level today. He grabbed her arm. Brace yourself. Without hesitation, he yeeted himself off the cliff. Alice screamed, Are you crazy? We don't even know how deep this is. Joke's on her. Jin Hyuk knows exactly how deep it is. He's done this jump over 100 times. At the very last second, cast reverse gravity boom. They floated down like feathers. Alice was shook. You got a death wish. Was that skill or just dumb luck? Then she froze. Enemy presences. Something nasty was watching them. Jin Hyuk smirked. Yeah, I know they're here. He lit the center altar, illuminating the horror show. Swarms of bugs, disgusting creepers everywhere, and a massive titan chilling on a stone throne. The beast spoke. Do you know who stands before you? Jin Hyuk didn't flinch. Obviously. The dog wandering the desert. Anubis. Big fan. The titan glared. I was planning to torture you slowly. Can't believe a mortal walked into my domain just to die. Jin Hyuk cracked his knuckles. I didn't come to chat, doggy. Let's throw hands. Anubis scoffed. You think I, a god, should soil his hands with a bug? Like you. Hilarious. Alice stepped in trembling. Jin Hyuk, this energy. He's legitimate danger. Jin Hyuk mentally noted. She actually cares. Cute. He waved her off. Chill. Grab some popcorn and watch. He walked straight up to the god of death, whispering to Alice, Time to show you why you signed that contract. Anubis found the audacity entertaining. The Titan activated his innate skill, Judgment of Anubis. Did that little leech tell you my secrets? System alert. First question initiated. See, Anubis is a drama queen he always triggers. This ability, when challenged, it's an absolute judgment. 3 questions, life or death. But Jin Hyuk had the cheat sheet. The clear condition, destroy the vessel holding Anubis's consciousness. The goal, make him lose his cool. The strategy, troll him until he snaps. Jin Hyuk didn't hesitate. Yeah, the vampire sent me. How else would I find this place? Anubis narrowed his eyes. You walked in here just for her, Jin Hyuk smirked. You bet. She'll fetch a massive price tag on the black market. Answering the second question cleared another hurdle. He was almost out of the trial. Then came the final test. Anubis loomed over him. Do you honestly think you're walking out of my territory alive? Jin Hyuk shot back. If I can't handle a guy like you, I don't deserve the loot or my life. Fair trade. The moment that third answer dropped, the system locked in. Anubis's judgment activated. Boom. Nerfed. Jin Hyuk's stats slashed by 50%. All skills and passives sealed for exactly 1 minute. Anubis pointed a claw, selecting his executioner, a mantis lurking in the shadows. Dark armor plates snapped onto the creature's carapace, mutating it into a giant, towering death machine. Behold the champion of your judgment, Anubis sneered. Any last words about my chosen warrior? Jin Hyuk looked up deadpan. Wow. Terrifying. I'm shaking, but this little guy is all I need to wreck him. He casually whipped out a mini gramophone playing a specific tune. Item effect. Indestructible, as long as the beat keeps dropping. Anubis looked at him like he was insane, but Jin Hyuk just grinned. No. You gotta appreciate the classics. The monster lunged. Jin Hyuk didn't run, he started dancing. Waltz steps. It was classical music, his ultimate grinding playlist. He'd cleared games listening to this exact track thousands of times. Every violin screech, every beat, aligned perfectly with the giant mantis's attack patterns. After countless runs, he had the rhythm memorized. It was a symphony of destruction. He sidestepped every slash with zero effort. Even Anubis stood there, jaw-dropped, unable to process the disrespect. Unbelievable. And just like that, the 60-second timer hit 0. Skills online. 1 second later, Swordgrave activated. Schwing. The mantis's legs were severed before it even saw the blade. Anubis scoffed. Nice try. My champion regenerates in seconds. You can't kill him. True, Jin Hyuk agreed. I can't kill it right now. But I can make it wish it was never born. It wasn't a fight anymore. It was torture. Alice watched, realized this guy wasn't just strong, he was a monster. If this is her master, maybe, just maybe, she could actually get her revenge. The mantis lay on the floor fully regenerated but mentally broken, literally sobbing in defeat. Anubis raged. Get up, fight you useless trash, you're a warrior chosen by the gods. The champion didn't move. Jin Hyuk's final move was the ultimate gamer insult, a literal teabag right on its head. He sat on the creature's face. The humiliation was too much. The mantis stood up and sliced its own head off. Defeated by shame, Anubis stared in horror. Did he just commit seppuku? Holy shti. System alert. Jinhyuk leveled up. Loot acquired the magic castle of Peltaros. Analysis complete. Ice magic tree unlocked. Interesting, Jinhyuk muttered. The monopolize perk kicked in. He analyzed the data and instantly learned ice bending. Massive ice spikes formed around him ready to launch. Anubis stepped back. You're no ordinary human. But you won't beat me with frozen toys, Jinhyuk laughed. You can barely defend yourself, dog. Face it, Anubis. You're nothing but a nuisance on the 42nd floor. Anubis froze. The realization hit him, Jinhyuk knew. He knew all along that Anubis was just a consciousness fragment. Then why fight? Anubis roared. Why did you come here? Jinhyuk shrugged. For the lulz. Pure entertainment. Anubis snapped. He triggered the hive, summoning an infinite swarm of giant insects to drown the intruder. Useless. The bugs were obliterated by the ice spikes instantly. But Jinhyuk wasn't done. He added fire to the mix. Fusion skill daylight. He combined the elements into a blinding catastrophe. The flash alone knocked the insects out of the sky. Then the energy compressed into a laser that pierced through everything. Daylight A, rank A nuke that condenses magical power into pure destruction. White magic flared into a blinding beam. In that final second, Anubis realized he was completely outmatched. Time to switch up the playbook. He locks in chosen target, and the hive responds by birthing a super buffed monstrosity. Out comes the queen bee. Ice spikes impale her. Doesn't matter. She heals instantly and splits, cloning herself like a glitch in the Matrix. It's grotesque, like slicing a worm in half. Anubis sneers, claiming no skill is strong enough to stop him now. Useless, he claims. Jinhyuk just smirks. Took you long enough. Then he pops a gigantification pill. This item boosts size by 10 times. But he's not swallowing it. He's shoving it right down the bees' throats. 60 seconds until activation. He hops on a drone riding that ticking time bomb straight toward Anubis. Anubis knows the drill. An immortal self-replicating army usually drives players to absolute madness. It's chaos, nearly impossible to read. But for Jinhyuk, he speedrun this nightmare scenario 1,000 times. He herds the swarm into his unknown cube and tosses in every single debuff item he bought earlier. Adds a fireball to the mix. The cube crushes them just as the pills kick in, expanding bodies meeting crushing gravity. Glued together by slime and webs, they detonate. A massive chain reaction of flesh and flame. Boom. Listen, if you want to solo a boss and his army, you don't just bring skills. You stack as many gigantification pills as you can carry. It's not just damage, it's an exploit. He's multiplying his XP gain and his loot drops with every explosion. Total wipeout. Massive experience farming. Anubis is standing there totally bewildered, asking what just happened. He bought the whole store for this specific combo. The kid was playing 4D chess from the very start. Anubis realizes he's being farmed. He actually smashes his own hive just to stop Jinhyuk from grinding more XP. Jinhyuk laughs. It was just getting fun. Anubis snaps. You dare mock a god. The disrespect, the audacity, absolute disrespect. He throws a divine tantrum, warning the kid to survive the tower just so Anubis can kill him personally later. Jinhyuk doesn't blink. Oh, you can bet on it. I'm coming for you. No need to shout. The message is clear. Anubis fades out, swearing to crush him when they meet in the flesh. The vessel crumbles. Fight over. Conditions met for a raid clear. Loot drop. He unlocks Judgment of Anubis, a skill that lets him ask 3 questions. Get them wrong, and the target's stats get slashed by 50%. It's a one-time use per enemy. But there's a catch. Abuse the rules and the entire Egyptian pantheon comes down on your head. Speaking of which, the gods are watching. Some are hostile. Jinhyuk rolls his eyes. Stupid deities. Alice, watching from the sidelines, is floored. What the hell was that? Jinhyuk shrugs. A win. Check the stats straight to level 19. 54 unspent attribute points ready to burn. He's never leveled up this fast. It's uncharted territory, even for a veteran like him. Safe bet. Distribute points evenly. Suddenly, his interface pings. Video call from Yusung. Where are you? Yusung asks, scanning the background. It's nowhere on the map. Yo Jinhyuk. None of your business. Sung cuts the small talk. I have a proposal. Happens in 24 hours. The Awakened Association is hosting a martial arts tournament. Rank A players and elites only. Jinhyuk raises an eyebrow. A tournament. Now we just failed the 3rd floor boss raid. Yusung insists. He wants Jinhyuk there. Fight me one last time. Let's settle who's the winner and who's the loser once and for all. Jinhyuk scoffs. Why would I waste my precious grind time on you? Give me one good reason. You won't refuse this. Yusung flashes a card on screen. An invitation to the black market. Here's the lore. The black market isn't your average auction house for gold coins. It's a secret society VIP lounge. You don't pay with game currency. You pay with cold, hard cash. First auction starts tonight. Jinhyuk's eyes light up. That's exactly where he can find the gear needed to crush the third-floor boss. Then a system notification pops up. Congratulations, the video he uploaded just hit the main page, a viral hit on a brand new channel. It shows the mysterious masked player Teresa and the world's top hackers. He recorded the call. Smart editing, though, he cut out the demon parts to keep it clean. The internet is about to break. No one was throwing shade at the guilds anymore. All eyes were glued to him, the masked enigma nobody recognized. And considering the algorithm locks you to one view per day, hitting 50 million hits, that's strictly god-tier viral status. Even after the game swallows its 90% tax, we are talking serious bank. He'd still pocket 50,000 coins. But hold up, he wasn't at the auction house. Nope, we got played. Dude was chilling at the tournament just waiting for this circus to wrap up. Right there on the floor stood the 24 top-tier fighters battling for supremacy. But this wasn't just for glory. After the backlash, over the third-floor fiasco, the big guilds panicked. They teamed up to host this brawl, hoping to chill the crowd out. It was a massive flex, pure PR to prove their players were still powerful and trustworthy. Jin Hyuk had to hand it to them. It was a smart play. A modern-day coliseum to distract the masses. Then Yusung dropped the ultimatum. You want this invite, you fight me. Jin Hyuk shrugged. I'm not high rank, can't compete. But Yusung wasn't having it. The champion gets 2 perks, he explained. Option 1, snatch a divine relic straight from the National Museum collection. Option 2, call out any non-competitor for a sudden deathmatch. Jin Hyuk groaned internally. This jerk just totally ignored every valid excuse he gave. Yusung's eyes burned. This time he vowed, I'm crushing you in front of the whole world. Meanwhile, total chaos in the pit. An Anubis summon was wrecking shop, while fire magic scorched the survivors. It was Lee Yuri and Jung Woo, that old geezer from the museum. The crowd gasped. This duo wasn't just good, they were monsters. But Hong Dok-pyo, the S-rank CEO of the Black Cloud Guild, he didn't care. He was laser-focused on Yusung drooling over those sword skills. Ironically, Yusung was the first guy to ever reject his guild invite. Beside him, Jung Dorian, one of Black Cloud's own hunters, scoffed. If I was down there, I would have folded that arrogant Yusung like laundry. Dok-pyo cut him off. Forget the fights. Focus on your interview later. I dropped serious cash on this setup. He knew Dorian was legit. Kid would hit S rank in 3 years tops. If the world saw he scouted a prodigy like that, Black Cloud's stock would shoot through the roof. He just wished the kid wasn't such a cocky brat. Suddenly the arena went silent. Bodies littered the floor. And Yusung ended it. 1/. Game over. We have a champion. The live stream chat went nuclear. Everyone watched breathless as Yusung prepared to pick his opponent. He raised his blade pointing straight at the VIP box where Dok-pyo and Dorian stood. Come out, he commanded. Dorian smirked. Smart move, but Dok-pyo shoved him down. Sit, kid. He's not talking to you. Yusung was aiming higher. Jin Hyuk stood up stretching. Man, this guy really knows how to push my buttons. When the selection locked on Jin Hyuk, the crowd froze. Who the hell is that? Is that a rank F? Even Dok-pyo was baffled. Why would Yusung waste a challenge on a scrub? There's zero clout in that. It's just bullying a weakling on live TV. But Jin Hyuk was already hopping into the ring. Promise me this is the last time. Jin Hyuk sighed. You gotta learn to take an L gracefully, dude. Yusung grit his teeth. You say that to the champion. Jin Hyuk shrugged. Facts are facts. You got stronger, sure. Just not strong enough. Yusung snapped. I trained every single second, just to end you. You want that black market invite. Survive this. Boom. He triggered his energy blade soul catcher and ignited the soul flames. Jin Hyuk rolled his eyes. Here we go. Time to deal with this stalker once and for all. He was so over this guy. And he meant it. Split second later, explosion. He blasted through the arena floor, tearing through defenses like paper. Yusung gasped. How many skills does he have? Right before he face-planted into the dirt. Out cold. Jin Hyuk strolled over and snatched the black market invite. Thanks, buddy. The crowd lost their minds. Wait, isn't that guy F rank? Where is that power coming from? Ignoring the hysteria, Jin Hyuk walked up to Yuri and Jung Woo. Long time no see, huh? Their first run-in was pretty savage, but that's ancient history now, right? Both of them quickly agreed that staying on his bad side was definitely a death wish. So Jin Hyuk smirked, dropping the logic that since they're buddies now, why doesn't Yuri do him a solid and slide him her phone number? He added, she could totally say no if she wanted to. That is if she was ready to deal with the fallout. Her inner monologue screamed, this is literally a shakedown. But naturally, she handed those digits over. Jin Hyuk was absolutely buzzing with excitement as he strutted right into the center of the arena, muttering. To think an F-ranker could be this fascinating. He actually had to crank his truth eye up to level 3 just to peep this guy's specs, revealing the dude was sitting at level 21 and holding on to a specific skill. The unlock condition for the skill, Giant Power, flashed across his vision. Expose the target's malicious intent. Jin Hyuk smirked. He knew this guy wasn't walking over just to say hello, but it made him wonder, how does the system always know exactly what scumbags are thinking? It's gotta be more than just a program. Dorian interrupted his thoughts, saying, "Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not here to throw hands." He claimed that since they were in the same industry, they'd be seeing each other often, practically co-workers from here on out. "Why can't we just get along?" Dorian extended his hand for a shake. Jin-hyuk activated Eye of Truth for the first time that day. And surprise, surprise, Dorian was lying through his teeth. Zero genuine intentions detected. The press swarmed in, sensing the drama like sharks smelling blood. Dorian wanted that handshake, specifically to trigger Giant's power and crush him. Jin-hyuk realized the Black Cloud Guild representative was watching with a hungry look, expecting his goon to humiliate the rookie, who just swept the tournament. It was a calculated PR stunt to flex their guild's dominance on camera. Seeing right through the cheap scheme, Jin-hyuk got the notification skill copied. The B-rank Giant's Grip massively buffs grip strength, allowing the user to wield items weighing up to 10 times their own body weight without breaking a sweat. Back in the game, Jin-hyuk rarely had the chance to copy skills since he was the only player left. But now that reality had glitched into a game, it was an all-you-can-eat buffet of abilities. Jin-hyuk asked, "Does this handshake represent the Black Cloud Guild too?" Dorian grinned. "Obviously. You look like a free agent. We take care of our own fat, paychecks included." Before making contact, Jin-hyuk dropped a cold question. "You really think you can beat me?" In a pure contest of strength, Dorian triggered Giant's power, eyes gleaming. "I know I can." He squeezed with everything he had, but it was like grabbing steel. Jin-hyuk had secretly cast Judgment of Anubis. Dorian instantly froze his stats, slashed in half, and his knees hit the dirt. Jin-hyuk didn't even flinch. He looked down at the struggling man. "I heard you were confident in your strength, but listen to you whimpering. A little dramatic for a big guy, don't you think?" Then Jin-hyuk crushed his hand, eliciting a blood-curdling scream, and delivered a swift punch to Dorian's solar plexus. "Colleague, please. We've never even met." But the chaos wasn't over. He saw the Black Cloud representative, storming over Aura, flaring, screaming, "How dare you do that to Dorian? He worked so hard for this." Deokpyo was no joke level, 34 wielding the unique skill, Blood Demon Chi. The copy condition shattered Deokpyo's pride. Jin-hyuk feigned innocence. "Why don't we just let this slide?" Deokpyo sneered. "What, you chicken out now?" Jin-hyuk smirked. "Nah, I just feel bad about beating up a senior citizen. It's rude." That snapped Deokpyo's patience. Enraged, he unleashed his full power going for the kill. Jin-hyuk countered instantly with Daylight Level 2, drawing his dagger and blocking the strike perfectly by burning. 99 gap points to bridge the level difference with sheer evasion stats. Deokpyo's mind raced. "How is this kid blocking me?" I stood on the front lines against the Colossus, the second-floor boss. Suddenly, a heavy pressure crushed both their auras, the skill arbitration forcing them apart. "That is enough. This is a martial arts tournament." A voice commanded, and the world is watching. It was the association president Han Sang-in, flanked by two agents. Jin-hyuk analyzed the situation. That scar-faced man was the leader of Korea's Awakened. Deokpyo immediately played the victim. "President, good timing. This maniac just assaulted my guild member." Sang-in didn't blink. "It's an arena. People get hurt." Deokpyo fumed, but the president iced him out completely, turning to the rookie. "Pleasure to meet you, player Jin-hyuk." "I'll be honest," Sang-in said. "I didn't know you existed until 20 minutes ago. Then I got a call from Department Chief Park." The tournament director rushed to the scene in a total panic because something insane was going down. He dug into Jin-hyuk's background and found out our boy hid his rank by basically threatening the examiner. But instead of punishing him, he congratulated him right there on stage for becoming Korea's 16th S rank. The association took the heat for the ranking error, leaving everyone absolutely shook. Oh my god. Agents and reporters swarmed him like it was a Black Friday stampede. It was total chaos, son. Like a shark feeding frenzy. And the crowd completely ghosted the other guys. Specifically the Black Cloud crew. Duck Pyeol was losing his mind watching his spotlight get snatched away. One reporter actually ripped his arm free from Duck Pyeol, leaving his jacket behind just to chase Jin-hyuk for a quote. Left Duck Pyeol standing there in the dust. The man felt utterly humiliated. His pride was destroyed, which is exactly how Jin-hyuk unlocked the condition to copy his skill. What a broken ability. Next thing you know, Jin-hyuk is trending #1 on every news channel. But this time, no mask, just his real face. Cut to him flying to Las Vegas in a luxury jet, all on the association's dime. He mentioned that high rankers really do get the VIP treatment. Man, he was even feasting on a first-class gourmet meal. Suddenly, Alice snaps him out of it, asking if he sees that blonde guy sitting up ahead, chatting up the flight attendant. She says the guy has a weird vibe, a nasty stench of fresh blood. Jin-hyuk asks if she's tripping. She's like, "No, I'm warning you. That guy isn't a normal human." Jin-hyuk realizes, if Alice, who sees people as walking juice boxes, is saying that it's serious, He activates the Eye of Truth. Bingo, he's a demonic human. A necromancer wielding the unique skill, Forgotten Ancient Tomb. To copy that skill, he needs to build affinity with the target. To do that, he basically has to sign up for the Demonic Human Association. Jin Hyuk could barely believe it. This guy's acting was Oscar-worthy. Totally passing as a civilian. Then Alex slides over to Jin Hyuk asking if he's that famous player. Korea's newest S-rank, right? Jin Hyuk knows this is absolutely not a coincidence. This guy booked this flight on purpose. It's not just the big guilds thirsting over him. After all, Jin Hyuk plays it cool, confirming he got reevaluated as S-rank recently. Alex drops his business card talking about how meeting here was total destiny, then invites him for a drink at the bar. Jin Hyuk decides to play along with the guy's little game, just to get what he wants. Later, Alex is spinning all kinds of yarns, while sipping top-shelf cognac, bragging about his booming cosmetics empire, and all the struggles he faced after the tower appeared. Typical rich guy sob story. Alex was trying so hard to mask his demonic nature, unaware Jin Hyuk already read him like a book. Then Alex leans in. Says, to be honest, he didn't come to Korea just for selling makeup. He went there to expand his business into the awakened sector, thinking about investing in this new game, but there's a snag. He asks if Jin Hyuk knows about that masked player running around. Jin Hyuk replies, yeah, I saw him claiming he'd kill the third-floor boss. Then asks if Alex has some connection to the unknown. Alex claims they were going to join the third-floor raid, but things got a little complicated. Even though that masked guy claims he's protecting his teammates, he told them to back off, because he had to handle something alone. Jin Hyuk hits him with, you talk like you know him personally. Alex says, you could say that. Jin Hyuk thinks, this guy is the biggest capper in history. Lying through his teeth with zero shame, Alex gets to the point. If Jin Hyuk joins the third-floor raid, it'd be a huge help, but Jin Hyuk reminds him the masked guy said he'd win alone. Alex counters that as an S-rank, he can move independently, and nobody can stop him. Messing with him is risky, sure, but snagging the secret loot drop from the third-floor boss room, that's the real prize. Jin Hyuk ran the numbers. The big shot guilds had already locked down a private raid for the unknown. They'd obviously have the boss room on total lockdown, which meant the demonic humans weren't just planning to knock. They were going to crash the party, and they had a back door. Jin Hyuk turned to Alex, face cold. That's a pretty tall order for a guy who just hit S-rank, don't you think? Alex didn't flinch. I'm a businessman. Higher complexity just means a fatter paycheck. From his inventory, he produced a glowing vial. The potion of legends. Cures any plague, regrows a shattered heart. A literal miracle in a bottle. Jin Hyuk grabbed it, eyes narrowing. How the hell did the Demonic Human Association get their claws on this tier of loot? Alex smirked. Everyone wants a taste right. Consider it a down payment. Just sign the dotted line. Classic trap. Alex triggered his skill, Contract of the Dead. Jin Hyuk scanned the document. Looked like standard paperwork on the surface. But the fine print, break the terms, drop dead instantly. Simple. Yet Jin Hyuk wasn't sweating bullets. Because he wasn't going to sign anything. Yeah, that's going to be a hard pass. He's playing the long game, making enemies out of the top guilds right now. Suicide mission. Shame, Alex sighed, reaching out. Guess even a miracle isn't enough for you. He went to snatch the vial back. Jin Hyuk didn't let go. I'm cautious, sure, but I'm also greedy as hell. Alex lunged, but boom. The plane lurched violently. You trying to crash us, you psycho? The cabin lights flickered. Please fasten your seatbelts immediately, the flight attendant screamed over the comms. Jin Hyuk smirked, pocketing the vial. You heard the lady. Sit down before you get hurt. Alex froze. You knew, didn't you, who I really work for? Jin Hyuk leaned back. You're a decent actor, I'll give you that. Don't push your luck, Alex hissed. Masked Man will make you pay for this disrespect. Cut the crap, Jin Hyuk laughed. You guys aren't with Masked Man. He humiliated your crew. Back at the Olympus meeting, Alex's eyes widened. How did he know that? No, he had to be bluffing. Play nice, Jin Hyuk whispered, and maybe I'll spill some intel on him myself. Touchdown. Catch you later, Jin Hyuk waved. Next stop, the neon lights of Las Vegas. So this is a human city. Alice looked around impressed. Not terrible. Jin Hyuk sighed. Just keep a low profile, or I'm sealing you back in the ring, Capish. He owed her some fresh air for spotting that demonic human earlier. But rules are rules. She had to stay exactly 150 centimeters away from him at all times. Time for an upgrade. He opened his menu and fused Eye of Truth with Blood Demon Key. System alert acquired Eye of Gluttony. No barrier could block his sight now. Shared vision check. Mind reading, you bet. The catch. It only worked on scrubs with a lower level than him. He'd planned to mix it with a stable spirit-type skill later, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Suddenly, Alice tugged his sleeve. Hey, contractor, can we go in there? She pointed a pale finger at a massive glittering casino. Nope, Jin Hyuk shot back. We're going elsewhere. Standard casinos have anti-skill tech. He needed auction funds fast. But robbing regular Joes, that's crossing a line. Real players steal from the villains. Trust me, he grinned at Alice. I know a spot that's next level. Her eyes lit up. Cut to the Tortuga betting house. A dingy dump compared to the strip. The other one was shiny, she pouted. This place smells. Jin Hyuk adjusted his collar. We ain't here to sightsee, kid. Inside, some desperate loser was screaming pockets empty. He's cheating, he used a skill, I saw it, he shrieked. The bouncer didn't listen. Just beat the guy unconscious and tossed him like trash. Jin Hyuk stepped over the body. I believe him. But as they walked in, Alice's mood flipped. Okay, she hummed, sensing the chaos. Now this looks fun. Welcome to the playground, he smirked. This isn't your average casino, it's a sanctuary where magic runs wild. He didn't waste time sliding Alice onto a bar stool and flagging down the bartender. Whatever the kid wants, put it on my tab. Capiche? Alice glared. So you're just gonna park me here like luggage? After I spent an eternity trapped in that ring, she demanded to know his solo plan. His grin was sharp. Daddy needs to secure the bag foreign currency style. Meanwhile, over at the card tables, a dealer was already making moves silently, triggering a skill called cellophane. Lockdown mode engaged. For 10 minutes, that deck was immune to outside magic. Zero chance for players to mess with the cards. Pedro the dealer glanced at his hand. Decent. But sweat was forming. He'd already hemorrhaged over $500,000 to this guy. All lost to this one Asian player, Jin Hyuk. Pedro tightened his grip. Time to stop the bleeding, he thought. Game over. Pedro raised the stakes, baiting the trap. Jin Hyuk didn't even blink. All in. $5 million hit the felt with a heavy thud. You good with that? Jin Hyuk teased. Pedro nodded, masking his smirk. The house is always confident. Jin Hyuk leaned in, eyes sharp. By the way, who's actually running this joint? The Scavenger Guild, Pedro replied, dropping the name like a threat. Internally, he was puzzled. Why the sudden interview? He's been silent all night. Jin Hyuk caught the vibe. What is curiosity against house rules? Pedro forced a smile through gritted teeth. Not at all. We love answering our valued guests' questions. That's when it clicked. Jin Hyuk wasn't chatting. He was digging around in Pedro's brain. But as the cards flipped, Pedro didn't care. Read my mind all you want, Pedro thought. I can swap these cards the second they hit the table. He triggered his ace in the hole. Strange gestures. He flipped the cards with supernatural speed, expecting victory. But there it was, Jin Hyuk sitting pretty with a pair of jacks. Pedro froze. What the hell? He knew he swapped them. He felt the skill activate, but he missed the fine print. He was already locked down by the oath of Anubis. Why? Because Jin Hyuk had asked exactly 3 questions. Did you catch them? Close call. Jin Hyuk smirked, raking in the chips. But a win's a win. He mentally high-fived himself. His new skill, the Eye of Gluttony, came with a sweet mind-reading perk. But just as he reached for his payout, the vibe shifted. Beefy guards boxed him in. Sir, you need to come with us. Jin Hyuk sighed. Is this that famous hospitality? The guard sneered. Someone who bleeds the house dry isn't a customer. They're a target. The security chief stepped up, ready to drag him to a back room for a chat. But before he could even finish the order, he saw something weird. One of his own men flying through the air, like literally launching over his head. Jin Hyuk cracked his knuckles. You know, hearing that trash talk reminds me of the motto I heard walking in here. Only idiots get played. Then he went full beast mode, dismantling armed guards like they were made of cardboard. The crowd of so-called guests cheered like it was a gladiator match. Meanwhile, back at the bar, Alice was poking at her drink. What is this glowing sludge? The bartender beamed. That's a kiss of fire, symbolizing burning passion between lovers. Behind her, Jin Hyuk was literally destroying the room. Alice deadpanned. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. The security team was panicking. This guy wasn't human. Finally, a trembling guard shoved a tablet in the chief's face. The screen displayed a profile: Jin Hyuk, Korea's newest S-rank hunter. The blood drained from the chief's face. This guy could turn the entire casino into a parking lot if he felt like it. Cease, fire, he screamed. He stripped off his jacket and hit his knees, bowing so hard his forehead nearly cracked the floor. I had no idea who you were. He begged for mercy. Jin Hyuk looked down unimpressed. Oh, so now we're sorry. Funny how that happens only after you see the S-rank badge. Ridiculous. I'm taking my winnings. Oh, and for my mental anguish, let's round it up to $10 million. The chief hesitated. Jin Hyuk's eyes went cold. It's 10 million, or I shut this place down, permanently. Cut to 10 million big ones sitting in his account. Smart choice. Wallet fat and confidence high, it was auction time. A sleek black car rolled up. Windows tinted so dark it looked like a void on wheels. Sketchy as hell. The driver cracked the window. Client 117 verified. He was officially en route to the auction house. Inside, it was blackout central. Zero visibility. They kept the auction house location under serious wraps. Top Secret doesn't even begin to cover it. You could feel the adrenaline spiking. Jin Hyuk was itching to see what kind of chaos waited for him. But when they arrived, the place wasn't hidden in shadows. It was flashy, loud, totally contradictory to the secrecy. It wasn't exactly a massive palace, making Alice side-eye him, wondering if he'd totally ghosted on his promise. Hurry up, let's move. He basically told her to quit yapping and get stepping. Stepping out, she took a deep breath. Finally, air that doesn't smell like poverty, worthy of a noble like myself. She asked if he was actually going to hit up this auction. He nodded. Yeah, it's showtime. But he warned her, keep it low-key. There are way too many prying eyes inside, watching their every move. The second they walked in, the gossip mill was buzzing. Rumor has it, an ichthyosaur heart might drop at this year's event. It's all thanks to the Tower of Trials appearing. Ancient loot is resurfacing everywhere because of the mana shift. The hype in the room was real, everyone on edge. But then, out of nowhere, Alice's nose twitched. Someone reeked. Specifically, another demonic human was closing in. Enter Julius Cedric. He introduced himself, smirking that Jin-hyuk probably guessed it, but he's the master of that loser standing behind him. And Alex, the goon behind him, looked like he'd been chewed up and spit out. Clearly, Daddy Julius gave him a beating. Jin-hyuk immediately activated his Eye of Gluttony. Scan complete, level 30. Unique ability Pyramid Guardian. And obviously his stats were absolutely stacked. Top-tier skills, but the copy condition become Julius's apprentice. Jin-hyuk thought, this system is actually trolling me now. But he kept his cool, deciding to trigger the old man. Hey, thanks for the gift your student delivered. Loved it. Oh, and the flight. 5 stars. Julius cut the chit-chat, demanding the info he asked for earlier. He claimed it's critical for them. Jin-hyuk shrugged. We're in the same venue, aren't we? We can chat later. He tried to walk past, but the old geezer blocked him with his scepter. We settle this now. Jin-hyuk shoved the staff aside. Not my problem, Gramps. Alex looked ready to throw hands, but Julius held him back. The old man has other ways to play this game, Alice whispered. Can I rip these smelly creeps apart yet? Jin-hyuk shut that down. Chill. Causing a scene here gets us 0 loot. We're just here to shop. Right on cue, the auctioneer kicked off the event. Welcome to the 175th Black Market Auction. First up, a meteorite straight from Arizona. Legend says it radiates insane mana. Bidding opened at $100,000, instantly jumping to $200,000. Jin-hyuk smirked. He knows for a fact no blacksmith alive can craft with meteoric iron yet. It's useless to everyone else. He threw in a bid of $300,000 looking for a steal. Suddenly, a voice booms, $1 million. It was Julius. Pure spite. Next up, a sealed catalog. Jin-hyuk tested the waters. He tried a humble $300,000. Julius instantly crushed him with another $1 million. Jin-hyuk realized the strategy. The old man is buying everything I look at. He thought, oh, you want to play? Let's play. Next item came up. Jin-hyuk didn't even wait to hear what it was. Ignored the description and shouted, $500,000. Alice looked at him like he was crazy. Trust the process, he said. Julius snapped back with $1 million. Jin-hyuk raised it to $1.5 million. Julius screamed, $3 million, sold. Plot twist, Jin-hyuk didn't want it. He didn't even know what it was. He just rinsed and repeated. He baited Julius into burning cash on trash. Alex nervously whispered to his master, Sir, maybe we should let a few go. Julius refused. No way this brat beats me. He didn't care about the losses. He was going to dominate the board. Then the auctioneer announced a collector's item for the true fans. The very first chessboard in human history. Catch is 0 pieces included. The room went silent. Jin-hyuk casually bid $50,000. Julius barked. $100,000. Jin-hyuk kept pushing the price, trolling him, until Julius was locked in at $8 million. Jin-hyuk smiled. $10 million. Julius lost it. $30 million. Then he turned to Jin-hyuk. He is capped at $10 million right now. To snag that item, he would need to be on his knees, begging like a dog. Or so Alex thought. Jin-hyuk cranked up the drama, feigning total despair with a face that deserved an Academy Award. Suddenly, Alice stood up and dropped a bomb $100 million. Alex's brain short-circuited $100 million for a dusty old chessboard. That is how you play the game, Alice declared. But Alex wasn't folding yet. He was sitting on a war chest of over $700 million. He wasn't backing down. He countered with 110, but she instantly slammed down $200 million. He snapped, telling her to knock it off. There is no way she has $200 million, he yelled. The auctioneer stepped in, claiming he had no reason to doubt the young lady. Still, protocol demanded proof of funds. Without flinching, Alice reached into her subspace inventory and started unloading. Piles of gold coins and ancient artifacts spilled out. The appraiser gasped. Unbelievable. This crown alone is worth $500 million. Alex stared, mind racing. Is that little punk actually with a woman like her? No. She is clearly not just some ordinary human. The scary part, Jin-hyuk treats this powerhouse like she is his servant. He smirked at Alex. Looks like your master plan just crashed and burned. Time for plan B. Alex stood up, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I have actually been waiting for this excuse. Before the chaos erupted, the auctioneer handed over the chessboard. Jin-hyuk casually thanked him, securing the goods. Isn't this a bit overkill, he asked. Alice shrugged, totally unbothered. Whatever. I needed to spring clean my treasury anyway. It was getting too cluttered. Besides, I do not tolerate morons disrespecting my contractor. Jin Hyuk chuckled to himself. Look at her actually learning how to say something sweet. Cute moment over. The demonic humans initiated Plan B and the auction house instantly turned into a war zone. Boom, the ceiling blew apart in a massive explosion. Panic erupted as the crowd scrambled, screaming and running for their lives. But Alex cut them down like grass, laughing that they were precious sacrifices. He activated his dark skill, the mana furnace. The entire building literally became an oven, but instead of heat, it was frying everyone's minds. Jin Hyuk's eyes went cold. Now you have crossed the line. He watched as vital energy was ripped from the victims and funneled straight into the furnace, burning as fuel to materialize a massive, grotesque demon. Jin Hyuk shook his head. So you are just another nasty necromancer, huh? Alex stood amidst his twisted army of abominations, looking offended. How dare you? My babies are adorable, he scoffed, caressing a monster. Calling them nasty is just rude. I expected an S-rank like you to resist the furnace, Alex hissed. But I have not forgotten what you did. That humiliation on the plane. He signaled the attack, and the swarm lunged. Jin Hyuk effortlessly sidestepped the first strike. Alex scanned the room. Alice was gone. Looking for her, Jin Hyuk smirked. She has a low tolerance for filth, so she bailed on this mess. In reality, Jin Hyuk had unsummoned her physical form to save mana. He needed every drop of mana for the fight. That furnace was dealing continuous damage over time. Dragging this out would be suicide. He had to speedrun this. Activating Swordgrave, he gripped his dagger and slashed through the mana constructs as if they were butter. Surprising, Alex admitted. You can actually keep up, but you know what? That is perfectly fine by me. I have plenty of raw materials lying around. Alex twisted the corpses of the fallen innocents into fresh monsters. Jin Hyuk realized the trap. He is stalling. He plans to keep reviving this army endlessly, draining Jin Hyuk's mana until he hits zero. Classic necromancer attrition tactics. Jin Hyuk danced through the attacks untouched. Is that it? Is this the best you got? He taunted. If they keep coming back, I will just incinerate them permanently. He cast Daylight. Alex thought he had Jin Hyuk figured out, just split the summons and flank him. But then he froze. His monsters. They weren't moving. They were sitting ducks for the daylight blast because their feet were encased in ice. The bright flash had blinded Alex to the subtle ice magic creeping along the floor. Go straight to hell, Jin Hyuk spat. A second massive wave of light erupted. It incinerated the undead instantly. Alex collapsed, screaming as he watched his precious cuties turn into piles of ash. Jin Hyuk stepped forward and launched his dagger. It pinned Alex to the ground. Now that is a proper throw. You cause all this chaos and your first instinct is to run. Jin Hyuk loomed over him. Let me explain exactly how you are going to die. For the next 30 minutes, your lungs are going to slowly fill with blood until, if that internal bleeding doesn't stop, he's going to drown in his own lungs. It's the second most agonizing way to check out, right behind burning alive. But hey, he could end the torture instantly. All he has to do is spill the tea on the Demon Society. Jin Hyuk even offered him an elixir, a literal golden ticket to survival. But Alex thought he could pull a fast one. Instead of talking, he starts drawing a cursed symbol on the floor with his own blood. Crunch. Jin Hyuk stomps on his hand like it's nothing. Guess you don't want to talk, huh? No other choice then. He tosses Alex's business card back at him. Cold as ice, he tells him to enjoy a nice, slow, excruciating death. Before leaving the auction house, Jin Hyuk realizes the place is totally empty. Everyone else dipped, leaving the loot behind. Jackpot. A chunk of mithril and a dragon heart just sitting there. He knows exactly what this combo does. Mix those two and you craft the huge inventory. Boom, 5,000 kilos of extra storage space added instantly. Just as he's celebrating the upgrade, he gets busted. Nearly gave him a heart attack. It's the auctioneer. But the guy isn't mad. He's actually thanking Jin Hyuk for saving him and the blonde kid standing next to him. Blonde hair, same vibe. Definitely his son. Jin Hyuk tries to play it cool, saying, I'm not looking for a freebie, I'll pay for the items. The auctioneer shakes his head. No way. You saved our lives, remember? I'm not going to charge the hero who saved my only son. Jin Hyuk pauses. Genuine kindness, that's a rare drop in this world. He thinks, not bad at all. Meanwhile, over at the Cathedral of Invasion on the 3rd floor, 2 members of the Demon Association are absolutely trashing the place to break in. The girl asks, do we seriously have to smash the door every single time? Her partner just snaps back. He's already salty that Alex got himself killed. She rolls her eyes. Oh, you're mad. What about my feelings here? Before they can start throwing hands, a cultist steps out of the shadows. Cut it out. You guys have been teammates for 10 years. Why are you always at each other's throats? They both look away, totally embarrassed. The hooded figure gets serious. I called you here because of a new blacklist player. Name's Kang Jin Hyuk. The woman scoffs. So, he's probably just played a few games before. Doesn't make him special compared to other rankers. But the cultist warns them. Don't sleep on him. He might be a climber from the higher floors. She raises an eyebrow. You really think he's on the same level as the Demon Association leaders? You think he reached floor 20? Impossible. No way some random kid climbed that high. The other guy chimes in. Yeah, you're overthinking it. They chose the Tower of Trials, an obsolete dead VR game specifically to hide from the cyber police. They know every glitch and secret in this place. It's their turf. She asks, who would even grind in this cursed game anymore? You gotta be a total psycho. The servers should have been shut down ages ago. The cultist isn't convinced. These two cannot underestimate Kang Jin-hyuk. He eliminates threats. I want you two to shadow him this time. Watch his every move. Make sure our plan doesn't blow up in our faces. The girl sighs. Fine, whatever you say, worrywart grandpa, we'll do it. Cut to the training room. Yeonhwa is sparring with Taemin. And by sparring, I mean she is absolutely destroying him. Even with protective gear, the poor guy is getting wrecked. Later he calls her over. You gotta see this. He pulls up a news report about the masked player he's been tracking. Yeonhwa shrugs. Probably just another attention-seeking streamer trying to be a star. Nah, Taemin insists. This guy's built different. He promised to solo the third-floor boss. Taemin casts the live stream onto the big screen. Look, he's live right now on the third floor of the Tower of Trials. Is that the Temple of Trees with Faces? He confirms Jin-hyuk is currently at the mysterious Tree Temple. Legend says that Tree grants a god-tier skill to anyone who can answer 3 impossible riddles. The tree stares down at Jin-hyuk. It has been an eternity since a human visited me. Jin-hyuk smirks. He's here exactly for that challenge. Hit me with the hardest questions you got. Don't hold back. The face in the tree grins. Very well. Let's see if you can answer. One wrong answer means getting smashed by the stone golem's classic high-stakes gambling. The statues are literally breathing down Jin-hyuk's neck as the tree drops the first riddle. What's the optimal depth and temperature for the Kelgorn species? Tiny freaks out, calling it a trick question. Hunter is clueless, but the masked man doesn't hesitate. Depth 175 meters. Temperature 1.5 degrees Celsius. Boom. The viewers back home are absolutely shook. Even the tree is stunned into silence. Jin-hyuk cuts the tension, basically saying, I know I'm right, hit me with the next one. He's not guessing, he's speedrunning the dialogue. The tree recovers, accepting the challenge, but warns him the difficulty is about to spike. How do you harvest the spongy body of a Philion impossible knowledge? Right, wrong. Jin-hyuk recites the crafting recipe like he wrote the wiki, simmer sunlight, desert salt, in holy water, from a second-class priest. Keep it on low heat for exactly 5 hours. The tree looks like it just took a critical hit to the chest. Emotional damage. Desperate, the tree fires the final boss question. Sky Plateau giant eagles breed once a year. When? Jin-hyuk answers with the swagger of a primetime game show host. When the first snow hits the tower. The tree admits defeat. It's flawless. First human clear in history. The tree is actually vibing with him now, and Jin-hyuk admits it was a decent warm-up. He's not just a player anymore. He's entertaining the live audience like a pro. The chat is spamming W's. The tree offers the rewards, red, yellow, or green leaves. Tiny breaks down the meta for Yunho red is fire attribute. Yellow buffs defense. Green boosts movement speed. Basic RPG mechanics. Hunter bets everything on speed. It's the logical play, right? But Jin-hyuk steps up to the tree and rejects the trash loot. I don't want those basic drops. Give me the secret black leaves. The tree freezes. The chat freezes. How does he know about the secret item? The tree begs. Please anything but that. Take the whole combo pack. Red, green, yellow. Just don't take my black leaves. But Jin-hyuk stands his ground. You promised anything to the winner. Don't try to scam me now. He calls out the NPC's bluff instantly. Stop stalling and hand it over. Or do you want to ruin your reputation? The tree caves. It literally rips away parts of its own body to reveal the prize. The black leaves. When equipped, they trigger corruption. It deals bonus damage based on the target's maximum health. That is a broken OP item. Loot secured, Jin-hyuk decides it's time to bounce. But suddenly the stone statues activate. Boss fight over, now he has to clear the trash mobs. Meanwhile, at the dungeon entrance, 2 guards are complaining about overtime because of some crazy solo raider attacking the third boss alone. One guard hopes the guy actually wins so they can go home, but the bald guard laughs it off. Nobody is dumb enough to come here. That is a textbook death flag. Instantly, dark magic wipes the guards out. Cultists, led by Julius himself, are breaching the perimeter to stream snipe Jin-hyuk. Back inside, Jin-hyuk pushes toward the real boss, but the chat is calling cap on his skills. Jin-hyuk snaps back at the camera. Leave then. I'm not doing this for clout. Don't watch if you can't handle it. Usually streamers simp for their audience, but Jin-hyuk, he just doesn't care. But that move backfired in the most epic way possible. Roasting his viewers didn't drive them away. It birthed a toxic love fandom, obsessed with his savage attitude. They were living for that bad boy energy. Then the vibe shifted instantly. His dark magic radar went off. Click. He killed the stream right there, ghosting 1 million people watching live. Meanwhile, the demonic humans were summoning a zombie horde to wreck the third-floor statues. Jin-hyuk scanned the battlefield and realized the formation was way too clean. Either these cultists were pros, or they were being micromanaged by a cracked leader. That was his cue to crash the party. Ice shards rained down, tagging the first dark mages, forcing the cultists to ignore the statues and pivot their aggro toward him. But Jin-hyuk wasn't an easy frag. He danced through their opening volley and popped the blessing of the stars. Pure divine energy, literally kryptonite for the undead. But he didn't nuke them. Jin-hyuk's play was way smarter. He hijacked their control system, forcing the zombies to turn on their own masters. Jin-hyuk was soloing the entire battlefield, leaving destruction in his wake. Julius was absolutely fuming, struggling to control the chaos. Julius had split his forces into 4 squads, but Squad 3 just got deleted. If Squad 1 fell, the entire mental network controlling the undead would crash. And that's exactly what Jin-hyuk was betting on. He sprinted through the zone, triggering every trap and statue on the 3rd floor, turning the environment against the necromancers. Jin-hyuk kited a massive statue, led it right into the center of the enemy formation, and baited it into a devastating body slam. The necromancer's Squad Number 1 was getting flattened under the statue's weight. Julius screamed, "What is his deal? Why is he ruining everything?" Done playing games, he triggered his innate ability Pyramid Guardian, vowing to end this nuisance with full force. Ancient mummies, the Pyramid Guardians awoke. The mana cost was so insane, Julius dropped to his knees. A subordinate rushed over to Julius Kendrick asking if he was okay. Big mistake. Julius grabbed the young cultist, draining his life force to refill his own mana bar. "Struggle, and it'll only hurt more," he hissed to the masked man. Jin-hyuk watched, thinking, this guy is actually psycho. He was eating his own teammate. The cultist crumbled into dust. Fully recharged, Julius glared at him. "We started on the wrong foot. Now witness my true power." He unleashed his mummy army. And these things were built different. Stronger than any other undead on the field. They shredded the stone statues like paper. Julius had saved these elites for the final boss, but this masked troll needed to die. It was worth the waste. Meanwhile, the 2 shadows tracking Julius were impressed. "The masked guy is better than we thought," one noted. "He started strong, but now he's getting sloppy. He's making dumb mistakes. He's ignoring the power gap. He probably saw the skeletons and thought Kendrick was mid, but he wasn't ready for that innate ability." They figured they wouldn't even need to step in. But then they noticed the battlefield's energy shifting around Jin-hyuk. While dodging attacks, a memory unlocked in his mind. The experience from that day, a master's voice echoed. "Your blade is sharp, but you're too stiff. You're wasting power. That's why the energy disperses." The old man had held up a simple rope. A true master cuts with this. He snapped the rope like a whip, slicing the air. "All you need is softness at the critical moment. Release the tension and split the heavens with a mere string." He had asked Jin-hyuk, "Do you want to learn the pendulum spirit sword art?" That was the move Jin-hyuk was unleashing now with his dagger. His mastery of the pendulum spirit had leveled up massively since the sword grave. Julius's eyes widened. The kid's dagger was creating a mana vortex strong enough to swallow the entire room. Even Julius started sweating bullets, watching his own army get wrecked, because Jin-hyuk wasn't just swinging his weapon. Those concentric pendulum movements were whipping up a literal vortex of pure destruction, deleting mummies left and right. Then he unleashed the spirit pendulum's 5th movement, Nirvana, and just dispersed the tornado, shattering everything in the blast radius. That shockwave slammed into Julius's shield with so much force his scepter didn't just break, it detonated. And the old man got ragdolled across the room. Julius hit the dirt nose, gushing blood, panic mode fully activated. He scrambled back, screaming for his minions to cover his escape. But Jin-hyuk just strolled up slow, menacing steps, mocking the guy, saying he acts exactly like his disciples. The second he realizes he's taking the L after all that grandstanding, he just tries to bail. Total pathetic behavior. Must have learned that cowardice from Alex. Julius, trembling, finally asked if he had been Kang Jin-hyuk this whole time. Jin-hyuk just smirked and told him to say hi to Alex when he gets to hell. And for the grand finale, he cooked up the most agonizing exit possible. For Alex's master, he unleashed his fire magic, roasting the old man alive. The moment Julius turned into a crispy charcoal briquette, the mana link tethering the demonic humans snapped. The entire undead army collapsed instantly. The demon humans were left defenseless and got absolutely shredded by the statues. Jin-hyuk, walking away from the carnage, admitted he might have gone a little overboard using the spirit pendulum's nirvana, maybe just a bit too extra. He had to hit the shop and buy some mana recovery potions, chugging all 4 at once to refuel. On his way to the boss room, he stumbled upon a shield conveniently dropped on the path and decided it was time to go face those boys. The massive samurai statues, guardians of the temple of the 4 great kings. Next second, he's tanking their hits with his new shield, and honestly, Jin-hyuk was vibing with the fact that they didn't talk. So quiet. It's paradise. With a few clean cuts, he decapitated 2 of them instantly and told the rest to hand over the key because he was tired. The remaining statues started freaking out. They tried to run from Jin-hyuk but kept losing their heads literally, the last one standing. Managed to trigger the emergency key. The key to the main hall reacted to the energy, and the entity beyond the portal answered the call. Jin-hyuk commented that this statue had way more guts than he expected. Then, Guardian finally made his entrance. The 1,000-armed, 1,000-eyed monster, Avalokitesvara, manifested in all his glory. Avalo admitted it had been a hot minute since the 4 heavenly kings had to summon him. To think a single human was threat enough to trigger this, Jin-hyuk shrugged, saying, "This is nothing. He's gonna clap the boss of this floor too and bounce." Avalo called him reckless, but had to respect the audacity. He wanted to chat a bit more, but the feeling wasn't mutual. Jin-hyuk was like, "Yeah, I don't do small talk with things that shouldn't be talking, especially statues." Avalo countered that every second is a gift, and called him a foolish human. He told Jin-hyuk to remember this moment, while drawing his multiple blades, warning him he's gonna miss this. Little chat when he's staring death in the face. The fight kicked off, and Avalo's very first strike was enough to crack the shield Jin-hyuk was holding. The power was absolutely overwhelming. Just redirecting the impact shattered the shield. He realized he only had one shot to land a truly effective attack. Avalo seemed surprised he could even react to a sonic attack. Things were getting spicy. The monster lunged, and Jin-hyuk threw up ice walls for defense, but the creature's spear smashed through them like glass. But while Jin-hyuk was hidden in the smoke, Avalo scoffed at his use of oriental magic. In the next instant, he caught the shield Jin-hyuk hurled at him, declaring that cheap tricks wouldn't work on him, except one did because something else was thrown right behind the shield. The statue laughed, claiming something like poison would never work on a godlike being. Jin-hyuk corrected him, "It's blood demon key. It deals continuous damage over time." Avalo said it didn't matter, and simply ripped his own infected arm right off his body. Jin-hyuk nodded. Yeah, he knew that wouldn't kill him, obviously. He also knew the same trick wouldn't work twice. But he got exactly the opening he wanted. Truth is, he snatched the crystal right out of the creature's arm, telling Avalokitesvara to blame his own ego for thinking a single arm was worthless. Jin-hyuk then fused the principality's grimoire with the jewel of Avalokitesvara. Boom. This combo birthed the rank S Lemegaton of the Golden Dawn, a written replica of the grimoire recorded by the great Solomon himself, a divine artifact capable of reproducing the essence of all 72 demons. Jin-hyuk figured the next logical step was triggering the Eye of Gluttony on Avalokitesvara, but the deity had a very specific condition for the copy. He absolutely loathed Western magic. So Jin-hyuk had to troll him for 5 straight minutes, using ice magic to sculpt a statue for the deity. He thought this system was finally losing its marbles, but he shrugged it off fine. He can handle the cringe. As he started tinkering with the system, Avalokitesvara demanded to know what he was up to. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk admitted that no matter how bizarre or exotic the unlock condition might be, backing down wasn't an option. After all, this was the only spot to snag the mandala. He casually dropped the needle on his record player and told Avalokitesvara, "Please, no more questions." He wasn't enjoying this vibe either. Then he manifested an ice skating rink and slapped a gorgeous golden wig onto his head. It was skating time, baby. Avalokitesvara roared, asking how he dared pull such a stunt in his presence. Finally activating his mandala, the deity summoned even more weapons into his many hands, buffing them with divine power. But Jin-hyuk shielded himself with another glacial formation, bragging about how the advanced version of his ice wall was so incredible, further triggering Avalokitesvara, whose hatred for Western magic was boiling over. Meanwhile, those 2 demonic humans on the sidelines couldn't believe their eyes. That masked guy had literally put on some tunes and was going toe-to-toe with Avalokitesvara. Can you imagine? She even noted that the wig looked like some cheap consumable item from the system shop. The male demon thought the guy was totally unpredictable. To think he'd challenged the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara right after offing Julius. Anyone climbing below the 10th floor would get crushed by a single hit from the 1,000-armed. This creature is worthy of being called the second boss of the 3rd floor. Yet here was the masked man facing this monstrosity head-on, while literally dancing. The woman asked if they could take him down if they teamed up, then immediately suggested they bail, claiming they couldn't handle this quest solo. But the man refused. If they ran now, the rank they ground so hard to achieve would be ruined. He declared it was time to use that item. Between his fingers rested a coin pulsing with black magic. The girl found it intriguing, but Jin-hyuk, who instantly sensed the dark energy closing in, realized that Julius wasn't the only operative sent. But in that split second, he lost focus on the duel and took a heavy hit from the 1,000-armed, who roared, "How dare you look away!" Jin-hyuk apologized while summoning his flame power, claiming he just got a little distracted while fixing his hair. Then he summoned his ice again to further taunt Avalokitesvara. They exchanged a frenzied barrage of ice shards against spears. Avalokitesvara sneered, calling him a fool for falling into his trap. He immediately activated the inescapable, grid a barrier surrounding them that Jin-hyuk couldn't evade. Avalokitesvara scoffed. You only know how to defend, don't you? His confidence just vanished. Exploiting the barrier around them, the deity formed an amalgamation of heaven and earth. Even though Jin-hyuk shielded up, forming a glacial dome around himself, Avalokitesvara declared resistance futile, and with the swastika spear, he shattered the fragile ice dome. Oh, quick disclaimer, for those who don't know, the swastika represents divinity and spirituality in religions like Hinduism and Buddhism. That horrific thing the Nazis did with the symbol was literally criminal and terrible cultural appropriation. Anyway, we can't let the true meaning get lost because of that. Right, I know you guys probably noticed. The symbol appearing in other anime or manga. And that's the actual reason why. It all goes back to those ancient Hindu and Buddhist vibes. But let's cut the history lesson. After slicing Jin-hyuk into confetti, Avala was popping champagne thinking he'd won. Big mistake. Because Jin-hyuk, he was actually chilling right under the giant statue, grinning like he owned the place. Works every time, he muttered before blasting Avala with a glacial prison. The boss started whining, asking if Jin-hyuk knew how much he loathed ice magic. Talk about a buzzkill. For a guy claiming he hit nirvana through self-discipline, he was acting super petty. So Jin-hyuk touched the ice and sculpted a masterpiece. Just like the system ordered a giant icy middle finger. A literal frozen screw you. Avalo. He flipped out. He was absolutely steaming. Quest clear. Just like that, Jin-hyuk snagged the S-rank mandala skill, a unique ability usually reserved for the top-tier players who study Dharma. Basically, it lets you juice up weapons with insane power. Jin-hyuk dramatically ripped off his wig and smirked. Save your energy, Avalo. Then he fired up the mandala. Avalo panicked, screaming, "How are you using my moves? How is this possible?" Jin-hyuk laughed. "Time for a taste of your own medicine, buddy. Go straight to hell." He launched the giant ice finger like a missile, aiming right for the statue's chest. Bullseye. It drilled through, shattering all 1,000 arms in a domino effect. Total overkill. Once the creature crumbled, Jin-hyuk leveled up twice instantly. He also grabbed the stone statue key, the ticket to summoning the boss of the third floor. Stepping over the rubble, he sighed. Man, dealing with that guy is always such a drag. He definitely broke a sweat this time, way harder than he planned. He had to take out both Julius and Avalo. But hey now, he was level 21, with 6 stat points to burn. Let's wrap this up, he muttered. He dumped everything into mana, boosting it from 71 to 77, figuring he needed to be ready for the next round. But then he remembered. There were still some pests crawling around. Right. The Tower of Trials gets weird at night. The temperature drops like a rock, and the monsters go completely feral on steroids. That's why most players bail or hide in safe zones when the sun goes down. But not Jin-hyuk. He set up camp right in the open clearing, roasting a massive shrimp over a campfire, just vibing with the fresh air. That is, until 2 shady figures crept up, demon worshippers. Like Jin-hyuk didn't spot their "I love Satan" energy a mile away. That smells divine. The cultist girl cooed, asking if he was pulling an all-nighter. Mind if we crash your dinner party? Jin-hyuk gave them his best poker face, staring at their audacity. Sure, he shrugged. Pull up a log. Why not? They introduced themselves as Melina and Lishal. Jin-hyuk smiled. Great timing. I actually cooked way too much grub. Melina was practically drooling, ready to risk it all for that jumbo shrimp. But Lishal blocked her. Thanks, but we're good. We make it a rule not to eat food from strangers. You know the drill. Especially weirdos hiding their faces. The mask bugging you? Jin-hyuk asked. Lishal scoffed. Obviously. Fair enough, Jin-hyuk replied coolly. If it bothers you that much, I can take it off. But just revealing it is boring, don't you think? Let's play a game. 3 questions each. You answer mine, I answer yours. If you get through 3 rounds, the mask comes off. Lishal did the math. This guy can't tell if we're lying anyway. Fine, he thought. He doesn't know our plan. We've got nothing to lose. They agreed. Melina whipped out a coin that reeked of black magic. Heads or tails to start. I call heads. She flipped it into the air. Clink. Heads. Round 1. Jin-hyuk recognized that trinket instantly. The Caligula coin. Pump it with mana for 5 minutes, and you can hijack the target's mind. For a short window. Nasty stuff. Melina smiled sweetly. I know you won't tell us your name or guild, but did you come here with friends? Jin-hyuk didn't blink. I'm not alone. His turn. You two look like you're hunting the 3rd floor boss. So why were you just watching from the shadows? You saw the whole fight, didn't you? Melina played it cool, saying, sure, but her eyes betrayed her. They were just biding their time, waiting for the perfect split second to breach the temple. You gotta be careful in a legendary spot like this. Then she flipped the script and threw a question right back at him. What's your endgame, mask boy? Stacking cash, chasing clout? Jin-hyuk smirked beneath the mask. If I tell you, Does that change how this goes down? Maybe she teased, testing the waters. If our interests align, we might just find some common ground. We're capable of way more than you think. Jin Hyuk wasn't impressed. All right, final question. Answer this. And the mask comes off just like I promised. His voice dropped an octave. Does the demonic association? Seriously, think two small fries. Like you can take me, Melina froze. She knew. He'd clocked them ages ago. Right, this guy soloed the second boss on the third floor. But she smirked. He had to be running on fumes by now. Exhausted, weakened. Don't worry, she hissed. For the state you're in, we're more than enough to end you. She snapped her fingers to trigger the coin of Caligula. Silence. Nothing. What the? Panic set in. Why isn't it working? Lee Chul barked at her, losing his cool. Stop stalling. What are you doing? Oh, the coin works fine, Jin Hyuk drawled, sounding bored. The problem is you. You've got 0 mana juice left. I hit you with Judgment of Anubis a while ago. Consider your skills silenced for 1 full minute. Lee Chul screamed Plan B now, but Melina was shaking. I can't, none of my skills are firing. While they panicked, Jin Hyuk casually tossed that massive shrimp onto the stone table. Only, it wasn't a table. It was an altar. Ping, the spirits of Venus loved the offering. They demanded a champion to enforce the judgment of Anubis. The massive stone totems looming over the clearing, the great general of heaven and the underworld, began to crack and move. Lockdown mode activated. Nobody leaves this circle until those stone giants are turned to rubble. Lee Chul's face went pale. That shrimp wasn't a snack. It was the alarm clock that woke up the guardians. Jin Hyuk flopped onto the ground, stretching out. Man, I'm beat. Think I'll just kick back and enjoy the show. If I were you, he yawned, I'd start running. Too late. The underworld general slammed down a barrier, trapping them. Lee Chul saw red. Ignoring the giants, he lunged straight for Jin Hyuk, desperate for a kill. Bam! The general of heaven hit him with exemplary punishment. Paralyzed mid-air, Lee Chul got swatted like a fly and crushed into the dirt. The coin of Caligula clattered to the floor. Melina stared blankly. It was over. We should have run, she whispered. Jin Hyuk strolled over, his eye of truth glowing, ready to scan her. Error. The skill fizzled out. The level gap was too wide, and his luck stat decided to take a coffee break. Well, that's annoying, he muttered. Guess you'll just have to answer my questions the old-fashioned way. Honestly, I know what you demonic humans are. What I don't get is your current hustle. If we don't climb the tower, humanity gets wiped. So why are you sabotaging the players trying to save us? From under the stone hand, Lee Chul wheezed. Don't. Tell him. Crunch. The totem squeezed harder, silencing him for good. Melina screamed. She just watched her partner get turned into marinara sauce right in front of her eyes. Cute loyalty, Jin Hyuk said, cold as ice. But read the room. This isn't the time to play hero. I have a strict policy. I don't spare people who try to kill me. But I might make an exception for juicy intel. Melina looked up, tears in her eyes. If I talk, do I actually walk out of here alive? Insider trading is valuable, he shrugged. But your life, that's on the table. She broke. We don't know his real name. We just call him Lancelot. There are 11 other executives besides him. I don't know the details. I'm just a blade in the assassin division. Jin Hyuk's gut told him she wasn't lying. Go on. They ordered us to gather all 10 cursed divine artifacts, she stammered. With them, we can survive, even if humanity goes extinct again. Ding. Truth. Jin Hyuk processed the intel. That was probably all the juice he could squeeze out of her. Lancelot. Divine artifacts. These guys weren't just evil. They were bat-crap crazy. Their master plan? Summon the Demon King himself. Apparently, that's the golden ticket to surviving the apocalypse. Thanks for the scoop, Melina. Jin Hyuk grinned. But you're not going anywhere. Her blood ran cold. You promised I'd leave here alive. And I'm a man of my word, he replied, eyes dark. You won't die. But I never said you'd be free. Just don't leave. He pulled the exact same move he used on Alice, slapping her with the burning brand. It's a simple contract offer. And honestly, the girl figured signing a piece of paper beats winding up dead right. She inked that deal immediately. By the time dawn broke over the tower, Jin Hyuk was already moving. He was geared up to raid the third-floor boss. He twisted the key to the main hall, summoning massive stone gates that groaned open, revealing the path to the boss room. A procession of stone statues marched out first, flanking the boss, who demanded, "Who dares interrupt my time off?" Jin Hyuk popped the Eye of Gluttony. Scan complete. This was the third-floor ruler, Murmur, a level 105 monster with skills over level 14. Trying to copy his abilities, literally, impossible. The level gap was just too massive. Murmur noted that Jin Hyuk was the first human to summon him with the key, but then looked around. Where's your army? Because standing behind Murmur was a legion of 100,000. Stone soldiers led by the Grand General. Jin Hyuk smirked. My army? Oh, right here. He activated the first chessboard instantly, spawning 2,851 mana-infused pieces. Murmur called it a cute original idea, but questioned if toys could actually fight. Jinhyuk wasn't done flexin'. They aren't just pawns. He dropped gigantification pills on every single piece. The pawns morphed into Titan soldiers, the knights into actual warhorses. The entire board materialized into reality. He now commanded 2,851 giant chess warriors. Now, Jinhyuk said, it's a fair fight. How did this army happen? Remember, Grandpa Seongil and Yuri. Yeah, flashback to them and Park Hannah being forced to handcarve every single piece in a sweatshop montage. Yuri used her summoning skills to infuse the mana, while they crafted over 2,000 units. Yuri had warned them, sore hands are nothing compared to the nightmare that happens if they disobeyed Jinhyuk. Back in the present, Jinhyuk mounted his steed lance in hand. Validation from a miserable third-floor boss isn't worth dirt, he taunted. Just because you stomped some weaklings doesn't mean you're top tier. There's a reason you're stuck rotting on the third floor. You aren't strong enough to climb any higher. While tower bosses act as guardians, they also rule their floors and have the right to climb the tower for more power. Murmur's eyes narrowed. You're reckless. You think I'm not on the fourth floor because I lack power? Jinhyuk looked him dead in the eye. Yup, that's exactly it. You're basically a glorified ghost haunting this hallway. Murmur scoffed, figuring this trash talk was just part of the strategy. Time to show you the absolute gap in our strength. Your little war games end now. Murmur signaled his first squad to charge. Lancers and shield bearers surged forward, a wave of thousands of stone soldiers. Jinhyuk knew Murmur was just testing the waters to gauge his power level, so he triggered the first chessboard's buff-boosting attack and defense for all his pieces by 30%. He commanded the pawns from each tower to advance 3 spaces, locking shields to form an impenetrable defensive line. The pieces activated the Iron Perseverance skill. Their hand-carved bodies turned out to be way tougher and more durable than Murmur's crumble-prone statues. Behind the pawn wall, the rooks unleashed an arrow barrage, piercing right through the stone shields like paper. The bishops followed up with a flame attack, turning the battlefield into a scorching hellscape the enemy couldn't even walk on. Murmur admitted the kid had skills he'd wiped out the vanguard. Not bad, but he didn't hesitate, throwing his second and third squads into the meat grinder. Jinhyuk countered, sending 100 knights to flank the enemy's side. They locked into wedge formation, skyrocketing their collision damage by 200% on impact. The knights were brutal, galloping full speed into the statues and shattering them like glass with sheer kinetic force. Even Murmur had to be impressed. This human wasn't just a fighter, he was a master commander. His transitions from offense to defense were glitchless, his commands razor-sharp. But then he spotted a glaring opening, right in the middle of his chess pawn army. He triggered weakness detection and the truth flashed before him. Every single piece on the board freezes dead if the crown gets destroyed. Only the king or queen can wield it, boosting their battle stats by a massive 100%. Muhan smirked. If the crown isn't in play, he can wipe the floor with them. Too easy. But then, realization hit him like a truck. He couldn't believe the sheer audacity. He wondered why Jinhyuk would make such a total noob mistake. Turns out it wasn't a mistake at all. Alice was the one wearing the crown. She was the queen of this chessboard, so he ordered his scouts to rush her. Charge straight for the queen. Jinhyuk knew the count roughly 3,000 units. Counting the units 15 meters out, he knew Muhan would strike the heart of his army the second he created distance. So he ordered his army to just ignore them. The enemy's defense was down 3,000 units, a massive opening. But Muhan wasn't born yesterday. He knew this was bait. As the statues thundered forward, a handful of chess pieces tried to push back, but it was totally unnecessary. The queen herself, Alice, was wrecking everything in sight. But then Muhan finally managed to corner her with his elite warriors. He declared it was game over, towering over his great general. Muhan had to admit he was impressed. Jinhyuk had made it this deep. Jinhyuk smirked, saying he knew perfectly well that Muhan cleared the path, on purpose. Muhan scoffed, it didn't matter. Jinhyuk had trusted his crown to some random girl, and charged in with a skeleton crew. Time to wrap this up. He summoned 2 massive statues, David and Vajrayaksa, who mocked the human world for having absolutely 0 decent warriors. But Muhan caught something unsettling: that absolute psycho Jinhyuk was grinning in the face of death. Earlier, Alice had asked if he'd be okay going solo. He teased her, asking if she was actually worried. She shot back that of course she was. That guy isn't the third-floor guardian for nothing. Jinhyuk noted that. It was the first time anyone cared that much, then asked if this guy was somehow stronger than her. She snapped back, offended that he'd compare a noble of the night like her to that stone-headed golem. If she wasn't debuffed by that corridor, she told him to leave the crown with her. Even in her weakened state, crushing 10,000 of them was a walk in the park. And sure enough, when the horde advanced, Jinhyuk smirked. He knew a certain someone was going to be extremely annoyed. Alice clapped back with her blood spears shattering every statue in her radius. A massive explosion of blood completely obliterated the advancing force. Muhan stood there wondering how a tiny girl could pack that much raw power. Jin Hyuk called it out his biggest mistake, was letting him close the distance like that. He gripped his cavalry lance, activating both the Blood Demon Key and the Black Leaf to fuse a brand new attribute, Mental Collapse. It deals continuous damage and scrambles the target's brain so they can't tell friend from foe. The moment he struck Muhon's own statues, they turned traitor. Vajrayaksa slapped David right across the face, shattering him to pieces, while Muhan's army began to self-destruct. He couldn't believe his tactics were being completely dismantled by a single man. Jin Hyuk told him to chill out, calling him a Buddhist and saying panic makes him look weak, and he hates beating up on the weak. In the very next instant, Muhan realized his backline, his entire rear guard, had been completely cut off by a sheer wall of ice, and the poor guy was now a sitting duck. Jin Hyuk let out a laugh, summoning an ice bow to take him out, but the Grand General unleashed a punch so devastating it knocked over every horse in the vicinity, along with his own allies, all just to get at Jin Hyuk, who dodged and seized the moment to activate his mandala. The glacial formation bow and the mandala resonated together. It was time for the checkmate. His arrow flew with such incredible force that it tore through the Grand General's hand, blasted through his left eye, and slammed right into Muram's chest. The moment the arrow pierced his chest, he was consumed by the mandala's power, and finally, the third-floor boss was defeated. A message then blasted out to everyone: the fourth floor of the tower was opening. Jin Hyuk's allies and Clara were absolutely ecstatic. The guild representatives were completely stunned, but Jin Hyuk wasn't exactly thrilled. He'd already done this a few times before. By defeating the boss, Jin Hyuk skyrocketed 5 levels in an instant, already planning to dump all his points into his monostat. And before he claimed his reward, he remembered that the treasures you get from a boss are ranked by color. All the treasures you can get up to the 10th floor are red, the lowest rank. But then suddenly, an orange treasure appeared before him, and he figured it had to be thanks to the Monopoly effect, because he had hunted this thing all by himself. He scored a pink diamond, a maximum priority ticket, a soft grain, natural water, a sunseed, and a fire-spitting snail, a pretty sweet haul. And last but not least, the Eclipse Stone. He thought to himself that this Monopoly title was insanely overpowered. With it, he could get his hands on some unbelievable stuff. Alice just thought she'd never get used to this guy, but she still liked him anyway. Meanwhile, in the guild representative's room, Patrick said, "That guy actually did it. And he did it all alone." Jinho declared, "This is the birth of a hero." And Maria said, "Thank God. Now we have time to prepare for the 4th floor." But Taeoi shot back, "Do you really think this benefits us in any way? From now on, all the views are going to be for his videos. He's going to monopolize the coin market." And Teresa fired back, "You're forgetting that we were the ones who nearly joined forces with the demonic humans. Thanks to him, humanity gained 90 days without needing help from those monsters. How can you say something like that in the middle of a crisis?" But the other representatives didn't back her up. They said nothing. She asked, "Does everyone feel the same way as Mr. Taeoi?" And when they remained silent, Teresa said, "I have no choice." She was withdrawing from the conference, but Maria pleaded, "I worked so hard to get you in here." And Patrick warned her, "The conference isn't some group you can just leave and rejoin as you please. It's a super elite group. The moment you leave, you can never come back. Do you really trust that man that much?" Teresa threw the doors open and said, "Yes, I do. I'd trust him with my life." Later, Jin Hyuk was so loaded with cash that he was actually thinking about checking into a luxury hotel, but suddenly Yoonha called him, her voice frantic. "Grandpa isn't opening his eyes." Jin Hyuk asked, "Where are you?" It's explained that Yoonha, also known as Nuclear Fist, is the granddaughter of Yoon Chun-young, the legendary martial artist who reached the pinnacle of the South Korean martial arts world. And this was the first time that Yoonha, who was always so tough and upbeat, had completely broken down. She was crying in utter desperation, and when Jin Hyuk arrived at the hospital, he asked, "What happened exactly?" Yoonha explained that it started not long after the Tower of Trials appeared. A massive outbreak happened in Incheon, and Jin Hyuk realized that during that time he was stuck in the labyrinth with Hannah, so he had only seen it in the news, but Yoonha explained that her grandfather was there during the outbreak. Even though he awakened his powers and managed to subdue the monsters, he never made a full recovery, and his condition has only gotten worse since. And there was Chun-young. Despite his incredibly sculpted and powerful body, he looked extremely sick. And analyzing the old man with the eye of truth, he realized that even at level 5 and 78 years old, the guy had an immortal energy stat of 103, and his unique skill was Formless Taiji. And of course, there was a copy condition. The old man's death was almost certain. If Jin Hyuk saved him, he could copy one of his skills. And Jin Hyuk thought that Chun-young is terrifying without ever even stepping foot in the tower. Then suddenly, a team of doctors approached. The one leading them was Dr. Hyo Jin-soo, an S-rank healer, and he said, "Not even an S-ranker can solve her grandfather's case." "So why are you here, Jin Hyuk?" he replied, saying he's known Yoonha for a little while and just came to see if there was anything he could do. Jin-soo said, "Right, my mistake. I was just nervous that the famous Jin Hyuk was going to get his hands into the world of healing too. But she confesses she's still completely frustrated. The best specialists in the field are supposedly looking after her grandfather, yet he's showing zero signs of improvement. The lead doctor claims they're pouring everything they have into it, but with their current medical knowledge, they're running out of time. He insists they just haven't been able to research every single disease caused by the tower yet. They're trying their best. Or so he says. Hearing this, Yeonhwa actually apologizes. She let her emotions get the best of her and suggests they can step out to let the doctors concentrate, but Jin Hyuk is absolutely livid because he's been reading the doctors' minds the entire time. All they're thinking about is getting Jin Hyuk out of the room so they can go back to their little act of pretending to care for Cha Young. Then Jin-soo tries to cook up some lame excuse, claiming it was one of his own cultivation methods that left the old man in this state. That's when Yeonhwa tells him not to worry about the money. To save him, she'd sell everything she owns. Jin-soo says that'll be just fine, but Jin Hyuk steps forward, his voice dripping with ice, asking who the hell they think they are. Trying to pull a fast one on her, you pathetic little scammers. The other doctors immediately get in his face, demanding to know what kind of insult that was. Jin-soo adds that it's a pretty nasty thing to say to a doctor, but Jin Hyuk just reads his mind again. And Jin-soo is thinking that even if they get caught, there's no way he could know about the accounts under 7 fake names or their crypto wallets. As he's thinking it, Jin Hyuk says it all out loud. Oh yeah, accounts with fake names. A crypto wallet. What else? Yeonhwa's head snaps toward them, asking what he means. Jin-soo screams that he's the liar, that he has no proof for any of his claims. But Jin Hyuk is still deep inside their thoughts and discovers they cut a deal with the Black Cloud, and even with a resident. And that's when it clicks for Jin Hyuk. A tower resident made a contract with a human. He can't believe that scumbag Duke Pyo actually made a deal with a being from the tower. In the eyes of the residents, humans are nothing but foreign invaders threatening their home. In that exact moment, Cha Young has another seizure, coughing up a huge amount of blood, and the doctor, instead of helping, tries to make a run for it. But Yeonhwa slams her foot down, blocking his path. She warns him that if her grandfather dies here, he better be ready to give up his own life. But Jin Hyuk tells her to calm down. Yeonhwa, his treatment is the priority here. Jin-soo claims he was just leaving to get some medicine for the seizure and asks why they're acting like this. Jin Hyuk just tells him he's full of crap. Even after being caught, you're still lying. He tells Yeonhwa to just go ahead and kick him square in the face. The doctor barely has time to react before she lands a solid hit. As he crumples, Jin Hyuk analyzes her grandfather and realizes it's a mana construction disease. If he were a normal person, he would have been dead a long time ago. He can't just let her gramps die. So he pulls out the miraculous elixir he snagged from Alex. He thought he'd only use it when it was absolutely necessary, but he's not about to abandon his friendship with Yeonhwa. Besides, he can't pass up the chance to copy Cha Young's ability, can he? The elixir was absorbed into his body the same instant Jin Hyuk used it. He improved immediately, and Yeonhwa was so overwhelmed with emotion she started to cry. And the system condition was met. Jin Hyuk copied the true flower cultivation technique skill. It can absorb mana from the atmosphere, and once used it, dramatically increases the user's mana recovery rate. Meanwhile, Jin-soo, his face all swollen from the kick, wonders if he's really that guy and tells the other doctors they have to get the hell out of there. But now it's Jin Hyuk's turn, and he boots the doctor in the ass, telling him that now they're going to have a little private chat. After throwing Dr. Jin-soo into a supply closet, Jin Hyuk says he doesn't kill people just for running financial scams. He'll let him walk away alive if he returns all the money. Not a bad deal for him, right? As Jin-soo hesitates, Jin Hyuk leans in. What's there to think about? You want to die. A little later, Yeonhwa is getting every cent of her money back, and Jin-soo is running for his life, fleeing the hospital never to return. While this is happening, Alice asks if Jin Hyuk is really just going to let him go like that. It's not really his style. He replies, of course not, and tells Alice to follow that guy and find out what he does next. He let him go on purpose. It's the best way to find out where the Black Cloud's base of operations is, and like a little bat, Alice shoots off in the doctor's direction. Later, Jin Hyuk is alone with the old man Cha Young and tells him that everyone is gone so he can wake up now. Cha Young was just pretending to be asleep, and once he's alone with Jin Hyuk, he finally opens his eyes and asks if he knew all along. I thought I had hidden it completely. His breathing was a little weird, wasn't it? Jin Hyuk tells him no. It was all perfect. Cha Young apologizes, saying he never intended to deceive him. Not Jin Hyuk. He replied that he totally gets why the old man would be suspicious of some random guy who just materialized out of thin air and then cured an illness that no one else could touch. He admits he would have done the exact same thing. This sends Chon Young into a fit of laughter, asking what kind of insight is that kid? It's like he's reading his mind. And Jin Hyuk simply says he's glad to see him healthy. Then he recalls how Yeonhwa was an absolute wreck, so worried that she actually asked for his help, something she never ever does. And Cheon Young pieces it together. So, you're my granddaughters. friend, aren't you? But Jin Hyuk had a question of his own. And naturally, Chon Young was ready to listen. The kid saved his life after all. Jin Hyuk's gaze fixes on the jagged scar across Chon Young's chest as he asks, what exactly happened during the outbreak outside the tower? Cheon Young begins to explain that the whole nightmare unfolded while he was heading to a conference. He was just riding in his car when a portal rupture shattered the highway. Monsters began pouring out, slaughtering everyone, but Chon Young knew he had to intervene. He ordered the police to evacuate the civilians while he held the creatures at bay. But that's when he came face to face with one of the tower's residents, who was clearly just there for the thrill of the chaos. After taking down several of the beasts Cheon Young thought he could handle, these giant monsters, but he wasn't so sure about this new guy. The resident lunged his blade, a flash of light that tore through Cheon Young's chest, carving the very scar he now bears. As the old master collapsed to his knees, he blacked out, and that was his very last memory. He adds that he had never witnessed swordsmanship as blindingly fast as that man's. And as Jin Hyuk processes the old man's descriptions, he pictures the attacker long hair and East Asian features. A chill runs down his spine. It means the Murim faction, the rulers of the 21st floor, have started to make their move. They were known for using any means necessary to get what they wanted inside the Tower of Trials. And Jin Hyuk remembers having a hell of a time dealing with them when he played the game. He wonders what they're plotting to go so far as to step out into the real world. He explains to Cheon Young that his attacker was a tower resident, and he never expected them to start venturing outside. This could make things way more complicated than he initially thought. Then, Chon Young asks, you said you've known Yunhua for a while, right? That's quite comforting. Then he just drops it, so just marry my granddaughter already immediately. Jin Hyuk is stunned, insisting he and Yunhua don't have that kind of relationship. Cheon Young brushes him off, saying, there's one thing he's certain of. As he got older, one particular skill got sharper, even if he didn't want it to. His eye for people. He mentions a saying about needing to dedicate at least 10,000 hours, or something to truly master a craft. He doesn't think that's a lie. And Jin Hyuk thinks to himself, well damn, I've got 50,000 hours logged in the Tower of Trials. Cheon Young continues that since the tower appeared, the most overrated people are the awakened, or those who call themselves experts. But he senses something different in Jin Hyuk. He can tell that he knows the bitter taste of both victory and defeat. Jin Hyuk just replies, you praise me too much, sir. Cheon Young says, and you're humble on top of it all. You can't hide the natural composure you radiate. And of course I must repay my savior. Is there anything you desire? Jin Hyuk's mind starts racing. A favor. From the most powerful martial artist on the continent. He asks, can I really ask for anything? A little later, he's talking with Yunhua, who asks if her grandfather is feeling better. He confirms that he is. The elixir was absorbed perfectly. He's good as new. She sighs in relief. That's such a relief. She then asks how she can possibly repay him. Jin Hyuk just smirks. It's all good. The old man already showed me his gratitude. Meanwhile, back in his room, Chung Young is bawling his eyes out, wailing that he can't believe that little punk asked for that. Later, Jin Hyuk is kicking back in a luxury hotel, remarking that money truly is a wonderful thing. He was feasting on an incredible high-end meal, a steak that literally melted in his mouth. And Alice, who was lounging on the sofa, remarks, you're eating pretty well, huh? He replies that people used to pay just to watch him eat. As they chill, they're watching a TV show called Beyond the Tower of Trials. They've brought on an expert in tower conquests, a ranker from Korea's strongest guild, Dangun, named Jung Un-sok. And the interviewer asks him what he thinks is necessary to climb the tower. Un-seok says that it's definitely about getting stronger. There are two primary ways to power up in the tower. The first is the universal method. The classic route which everyone gets is to grind out your skill levels and boost your own stats. The second method, it's all about the money. Having the power to just buy your way to even more overpowered items is basically the ultimate cheat code for becoming a broken character like him. If the dollar ran the world before the tower, gold coins are the only thing that matters now. But while the broadcast was live, Jin Ryuk just ditched his food and dipped to his room to get some rest, and Alice saw her chance to sneak off for a little wine. One of the commentators kept explaining that this might be the very strategy that allowed the masked player to clear the third floor all by himself. The fourth floor is a special kind of dungeon featuring 100 massive waves of enemies. The key to conquering this floor is to capture a base out on the field and defend it until the bitter end. The problem is, if the players who enter fail to protect that base, the entire floor gets sealed for a full 20 days. He only has 90 days to clear it, and not even. That masked player can afford to make a single careless move. One massive screw-up and humanity could be wiped out. Later on, the show's host was all over some CEO walking him to his car. She asked if he could make a free month for her, you know. He played it cool, saying of course he could since he had 90 days to prepare. That's more than enough time. So he promised he'd take her someplace awesome. And right at that moment, He slipped into his car, only to be hit with a notification from the masked player, announcing the start of the fourth-floor conquest. The first wave was set to begin in 8 hours. The CEO went into full-blown panic mode, slamming the accelerator on his Lamborghini and speeding straight for the tower. He was thinking they only had 8 hours with zero prep. He wondered what the hell that masked guy was doing. But in reality, Jin Ryuk was just waking up in the same bed as Alice, mentioning that he slept like a baby. It was time. He checked the clock, seeing the time remaining until the first wave was 1 hour and 37 minutes. The trial on the tower's fourth floor consists of 100 waves made up of both normal and special zombies. There are only 2 ways for players to beat it. Either they prepare thousands of optimized defensive strategies, or they choose just one base and defend it with godlike efficiency. For normal players, that is. And just then, Jin Ryuk received the achievement for being the first person to enter the fourth floor. The rest of the players could get into the fourth floor in 20 minutes, and as he walked through this apocalyptic scene, he said to himself that this place was still creepy as hell. And he knew 20 minutes wasn't much time, so he had to hustle. He headed straight for the World Cup Stadium in Sungam, Korea, and used his high-priority entry pass. The World Cup Stadium was officially selected as his base, and he put all the items he'd earned on the third floor to good use. He scattered the mellow grains, the sun seeds, and the natural water, making everything grow at super speed. 20 minutes later, at the starting point of the fourth floor, players were already swarming in. Gene Hilton noticed that a huge portion of the major guilds were already participating, and his friends approached him, Tainim, Onrua, and Teresa. And they all wondered, wait, Teresa. Jin Ryuk told them not to be so shocked. He was the one who called her, and he apologized for summoning them on such short notice. Things had moved a little faster than he'd anticipated for sure, but none of them seemed to mind at all. Not at all. In fact, Teresa said that being with him was actually way better. Meanwhile, the rest of the players were completely stunned seeing the 4 of them together. These were all famous players. It was an absurdly powerful combination, and Jin Ryuk just asked if they were ready. Onrua said yeah, but asked if just the few of them would be okay. The number of zombies was going to be massive. Tainim added that his summon control skill wasn't at a very high level. Jin Ryuk just said that the difficulty is what makes it fun. That's precisely why he chose the stadium as their base. Onrua shoots him a look like, "Are you out of your mind?" Tainim insists they'd need a minimum of 100 people to secure a place that massive. She snaps back that this isn't supposed to be fun. This is not a game. If they die here, it's game over. Tainim grumbled that his reckless habits were still alive and well. And Teresa just called him a perverted masochist. Jin Ryuk told them not to get so stressed out. A place like the stadium is perfect for a horde hunt. And Teresa asked something. She said that she heard you need at least 5 people to defend a base, but there were only 4 of them there. Right, Jin Ryuk just told her not to worry about it. The 5th member is on his way. And right then, Yusung stormed in, absolutely livid, shouting, "I'm going to kill you right now, you son of a bitch." Turns out, while he was in the middle of his training, he got a message from Jin Ryuk, and he thought to himself that he didn't have to go just because that bastard told him to. But then he got another message saying that if he came right now, Jin Ryuk would fight him without using his left arm and without his right leg. And Yusung thought that was a pretty childish provocation. Isn't falling for that. Jin Hyuk taunts him, saying he could take him on with his eyes closed. What's this guy even thinking? Are you a man or a mouse? And Yusung's internal monologue is just, "Oh, I am going to absolutely end this punk." That's all it took for him to charge straight at Jin Hyuk, asking if he's finally ready. About damn time, dude. Let's go. And Jin Hyuk immediately clocks that his opponent is wielding the attribute sword, an item designed to patch the biggest weakness for swordsman long-range combat. With this baby, he can channel elemental magic directly into his weapon. And Yusung sneers, declaring he's about to find out if Jin Hyuk is a man or a mouse. Jin Hyuk just smirks, asking if he's seriously going to fight with an incomplete weapon. The attribute sword isn't trash, but it needs to be fully upgraded to unlock its true power. Turns out he knows that the random drop box on this floor contains the exact item needed to complete it. "You're after the fire attribute, aren't you?" And Yusung snaps back that it's called a random box, for a reason you never know what you're gonna get. But Jin Hyuk just asks, not a fan of shortcuts. He throws out a different offer, help them with the defense mission, and he'll guarantee the fire attribute drops. After that, they can have their duel. Deal with that, Yusung sheathes his blade, grumbling that the item had better be in that box. And just like that, a 5-person squad was formed. They now had the bare minimum number of people needed to defend a base. But as they walked, Teresa kept giving Yusung some serious side-eye, asking if they could really trust this guy to have their backs. Jin Hyuk just says he won't betray them, not until he gets what he wants. He might look like a total menace, but deep down he's actually a massive softie. Just then, Hanra remembers something critical and hands Jin Hyuk the dragon's twin swords. He already knew that artifacts from the old world got a massive power boost thanks to the Tower of Trials, but actually holding one in his hands, the feeling was unreal. Hanra explains that her grandfather personally asked her to deliver them. He treasures these swords, she says. How did you get him to part with them, Jin-hyuk? Just grins and says, guess the old geezer just likes me. Tucked into one of the swords is a small note with a single word written on it, dowry. A dowry is a gift given by the bride's family to the groom in Asian cultures, as part of a marriage arrangement. The old man's got jokes, he thinks. And with that, Jin-hyuk finally reveals their base of operations, the colossal World Cup Stadium. Yu-sung immediately flips out. Are you insane? How the hell are 5 people supposed to defend a fortress this size? He complains that Jin-hyuk is still full of these ridiculous, over-the-top schemes. Just then, another party leader approaches mentioning he was wondering who was bold enough to claim the stadium as their base. So it was you guys. And Jin-hyuk's eyes immediately lock onto a symbol on the man's sword. This guy, cosplaying as a player, is a member of the Muram. The 11th floor had the Black Cloud Guild. And now, the Triad. The tower's native residents were spreading their influence to the outside world. Jin-hyuk simply replies, yep, the one and only, he adds. The long-haired dude from Muram introduces himself as Nangong Ryung, but Jin-hyuk couldn't care less. I've heard all about the Nangong family, he says. You're all a bunch of clowns, right? Teresa whispers. Wait, what? Who's the Nangong family? Do you two know each other? Jin-hyuk just nods. He knew the Nangong family was one of the noble houses from the 21st floor, the Muram world. And despite being a highly trained elite, their arrogance was completely off the charts. And just like that, Nangong is already fuming. Jin-hyuk keeps pushing his buttons. I'm going to wipe out your entire family. For disrespecting my friends, you got that, he scoffs. And spare me the lame speech. I'm so sick of these third-rate villain monologues. Looks like the Nangong family doesn't even care about its own pride anymore, huh? And Ryung finally snaps. How dare you insult the Nangong family? While he's raging, Jin-hyuk scans him with his eye of truth and sees that Nangong Ryung was level 68 and possessed the unique skill Sword Union. In order to copy that ability, Jin-hyuk would have to identify every single one of the Muram world's infiltrators who were hiding amongst the players. Teresa looks to Jin-hyuk and asks what they're going to do now. He thinks to himself, no cap, I have to copy that skill. He turns to his squad and yells, get ready for a brawl, and Ryung immediately screams at his men to tear the bastard limb from limb. As they charged, Taemin and Hanra braced for impact. He activated King of Machines, his technological summons materializing around him. Then Hanra popped her skill, Refusal to Retreat, boosting her damage by 15%, as long as she doesn't back down in a fight. Teresa summoned her, Armor and Shield declaring she'd cover the rear. Yu-sung watches all this and remarks, I always think this whenever I see Jin-hyuk. That guy literally doesn't know how to function without calculating every single pro and con. Does he? Jin-hyuk turns to him and asks, can you buy me 3 minutes? Yu-sung just scoffs, I won't even need that. And with his attribute sword, he wipes out a huge portion of the enemy forces all by himself. Teresa uses the opening to cast Sacred Reinforcement and Battle, song buffing the entire party's stats by 5% for 10 minutes, and that even included Taemin's summons. The timing was flawless as they unleashed a relentless barrage on the enemy. It was an absolute slaughter, and the entire team could only stare in shock. He was completely paralyzed. As Yu-sung blitzed through to the rear guard, finally reaching Hyun, their blades clashed in a shower of sparks. Yu-sung took a sharp blow to the chest. Hyun smirked, not bad, you've got some decent reflexes, I'll give you that. It's obvious you've held a sword before, but your technique is all flash and no substance. Completely amateur. Let me show you what real swordplay looks like. With that, he unleashed the king's sword form, launching it directly at Yu-sung. As he struggled to block the onslaught, he realized this guy was on a whole other level. And in that split second of doubt, his guard was shattered. Another of Rihon's devastating strikes was about to land, but Teresa dove in at the last possible moment, her shield absorbing the blow. And just then, Jin-hyuk appeared. Talk about perfect timing, he said. 3 minutes are up. My turn to dance. He activated his fire element, summoning a raging fire tornado around Rihon, creating the perfect opening for Jin-hyuk's attack from above. But Jin-hyuk just smirked. Already saw you coming. You're a sitting duck in midair with nowhere to dodge. It was only then that his opponent realized his own foot was frozen solid to the ground. Jin-hyuk said coolly, people almost never look down to see where they're stepping. You should have. He activated daylight to completely blind Rihon, but out of nowhere another figure appeared, slicing the brilliant light clean in two. Reinforcements from the Nagon family had arrived with Rihon. The man with the spear spoke up, I never imagined someone from outside the tower could possess so much raw internal energy. Rihon let out a sigh of relief, thinking, finally, the whole crew is here. And the system chimed in, all Triad residents have been located, skill Infinite Steps has been successfully copied. He instantly combined it with his Sword Tomb, unlocking the Sword Demon King's Steps, a skill that massively boosted his movement speed by a full 70%. Activating the ability also meant he could use it as an attack by channeling mana through his feet. The guy with the halberd looked over at Rihon. You alright? But the others started clowning him. Doesn't look like you were at your peak performance, huh? Rihan snapped back. Shut your mouths. I was handling the situation just fine on my own, you got it. The oldest of the group calmly replied. We're not doubting your skills. But you can't forget the Lord's orders. The woman in their group added Gunok's right. If you're planning on sticking with us, you don't need to fight all by yourself like that. Rion grunted. I know that, but that bastard. He already knew we were from the tower. His words hung in the air, leaving everyone completely stunned. After he dropped that bombshell, they all demanded to know how he could have possibly known they were residents. Rion theorized. If he's from the conciliation, I have to kill that guy at the very least. I can't stand him. But as he moved forward, Gunok blocked his path with his halberd. I understand you're pissed, he said, but we need to leave now. Another subordinate then shouted, there's a massive horde of zombies approaching. They're 3 minutes out. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk just waved them off. Looks like the interns need to find somewhere else to play. Go on, get out of here. Shoo. Gunok shot back a glare. Keep resisting. We'll be back to deal with you later. He then ordered the rest of his crew, the ones who had just been totally wrecked by Jin Hyuk and his team, to build up and defend a base. Hyun yelled after them, you better consider yourselves lucky. I'll catch you with your guard down next time. Then another teammate muttered, those idiots. Made her waste energy before the main event even kicked off. Taemin also looked on with a worried expression. He said they needed to prepare while Jin Hyuk was already scouting the perfect location for a long-term siege. A supermarket. It had high walls and was overflowing with food. But it also had one fatal weakness. A weakness that those other guys knew nothing about. A little later, Eamon was using his drones to pinpoint the horde's location. He asked nervously, can we really handle all of this by ourselves? Onra then asked, did you pick this place just for the thrill of it? You did, didn't you, you idiot? But Jin Hyuk told her not to worry because he had his fully grown sun plant ready to go. It had bloomed into an enormous flower, practically glowing with power, and ready to melt any zombie that dared get close. Jin Hyuk announced, all right, I'll explain the plan. Check it out, the entire point of this defense is to stop the zombies from capturing the flag. It's right in the center of the stadium. This place has 4 major entrances, north, south, east, and west. I've scattered my plants around each entrance. As long as those plants are secure, not only can we protect this massive base, but we can also go hunt for the bonus rewards for getting more kills. Taemin asked, are plant towers really that strong though? I mean, what do they even do? Jin Hyuk just grinned. He explained, the plants will wipe out the majority of the zombies, but every so often they'll need 1 minute to recharge. Yusung chimed in, so we'll hold off the zombies during that cooldown, right? I'll take the west gate. Jin Hyuk simply told him, don't get bitten. Yusung scoffed, you think I'm going to get taken down by a few pathetic zombies? Jin Hyuk just watched him, and he shot back that he got his ass handed to him by that Murim dude for saying the exact same thing. Timing's on Overwatch, running recon from the center, with his drone ready to provide support. Teresa locked down the south entrance while Hanra secured the north. With a nod, Jin Hyuk deployed his team. Now he could finally unleash his twin blades. Timing deployed, his mecha towers shouting a warning that the hordes were closing in. The first zombie shambled into the stadium. A grotesque wave of undead flooded in, and the plant towers flared to life. They were like colossal sunflowers spitting out globes of solar fire that vaporized the zombies on impact. Hanra just stared, muttering, that firepower is absolutely insane. You can't even put these on the same level as regular defense towers. But there's a catch after firing, they go on a 1-minute cooldown, and that's the team's cue to go hard. Jin Hyuk whipped out his twin blades, yelling, hold the line for 1 minute. He shot a quick nod at Teresa, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Her mind flashed back. Jin Hyuk had always been there, right beside her in the thick of it. And every single time they'd pulled through by trusting each other completely. Right now she was just doing what had to be done for the person she saw as her most cherished comrade. She was putting all her faith in Jin Hyuk, today. Meanwhile, back at the supermarket, the other crews were just wrapping up the first wave. The second was set to hit in 3 hours, and the teams were already feeling the strain. Captain Songgual, the big bald dude, was rallying his troops, telling them they should catch their breath for a moment. But he promised more rewards were coming soon. Later on, everyone was checking out the system's highlight reels, and Songgual's jaw dropped when he saw it. He witnessed the sheer power of Jin Hyuk's squad, those solar plants just annihilating waves of zombies. Each member was just carving through the horde like it was nothing. The other players were stunned, saying, what a powerhouse team. Seonggual's eyes went wide. Wait, is Teresa on that team too? He suddenly remembered. Their time together in the last dungeon, and immediately told his crew to upvote the video. He declared that Teresa is perfect, the strongest woman in the world. Dude was totally simping for her. Back at the stadium, Jin Hyuk was gathering solar energy, 1,800 units to be exact. It's the resource they use to buff their plants. So he immediately upgraded the bomber plants, a freeze plant, a rock plant, and a runner plant. Then he handed out seeds to the team, a bomber plant for the east, another for the south, a freeze plant for the center, and a rock plant for the west. But Jin Hyuk told them they didn't need to actually plant them. They'll grow on their own, he explained. But to make them grow fast, you need a special kind of fertilizer. He then mixed some manure with a dung beetle, a gray worm, and some leftover leaves. A system message popped up: satisfy the plant's palate with a sweetness never before experienced. This concoction was the special fertilizer. He then placed the runner plant right in front of him and started feeding it like a pet. You know, here comes the airplane. Timing just stared and said bro has officially lost it. Onra agreed. Dude's a total weirdo. Even Teresa admitted, he looks completely unhinged right now, but Jin Hyuk just explained that if they feed the plants this stuff, they'll grow strong all on their own. He told them to lock down the base until the next wave hit. Jin Hyuk headed out to do a little cleanup, but the moment he left, he knew a pair of eyes was already locked onto him. He walked right past other squads, frantically gathering supplies, thinking to himself that they were all just wasting their time. He made a beeline for a specific warehouse, murmuring that it had been a while, about 8 years in fact. The place was draped in cobwebs, a dusty time capsule, but the layout was exactly as he remembered. Deep inside the warehouse, he found a massive ornate mirror. When his fingers grazed its surface, his hand passed right through as if it were a portal. At that very moment, King Nangong was absolutely fuming, spitting that he needed to kill Jin Hyuk. His female ally chimed in, saying she loves to disagree with him, but this time, she had to side with the king. No matter how much of a powerhouse Jin Hyuk is, there's no point trying to recruit someone so impossible to control. But Gunak was thinking differently. He'd made contact with countless people from outside the tower before, yet not a single one had ever been able to see through their identities. But Jin Hyuk, he saw them for what they were. Gunak realized, the king was right, it was better to eliminate him now. But just as he came to that conclusion, their base at the market was suddenly under attack by runner plants. Jin Hyuk's voice echoed through, hey guys, brought a little welcome gift for you, he added. It's a shame these plants have such a massive appetite. They've already eaten all of your food. Gunak shot back, demanding to know what he thought he could possibly do with just one plant. You can act tough all you want, but you have no idea who you're messing with. Jin Hyuk just smirked. Oh, are you talking about the queen? A stunned silence fell over the group. How could he possibly know about the queen? The other players who weren't from inside the tower were completely lost. Then Jin Hyuk dropped the final bomb. Oh, she'll make an appearance. So get this, when a base guarded by over 200 players gets wiped out before the third wave, the ruler of the fourth floor, the mother of the dead, the queen makes her grand entrance. He was literally scheming on how to hit that exact body count to summon her, while the girl next to him insisted the queen is an unbeatable entity. Not even if every single player joined forces. Is this dude insane? Jin Hyuk just says he's too lazy to deal with 100 separate zombie waves one by one. What? What a total drag. So he tells everyone to just chill out and prepare to be crushed right before unleashing his runner plants. And in the ensuing chaos, Jin Hyuk uses the diversion to slip away, leaving his plants to completely demolish the supermarket base. Taemin, watching through his drones and cameras, sees the market getting absolutely shredded. Ron immediately chimes in saying Jin Hyuk has to be behind this, right? And Yoon Sang admits he's got a really bad feeling about this. And his gut was spot on, because the second the supermarket base crumbled, the zombies powered up immensely in the presence of their queen. She declared that all weak humans deserve to be punished, and Queen Fendariel began to make her move. Back with the group, Ron is confused. What do you mean guarding the fourth floor? While Taemin complains that they don't have enough on their plate already, and Yoon Sang just wonders what the hell Jin Hyuk has done. Meanwhile, perched on a rooftop, Jin Hyuk says he likes the view from up here. He figured the items he snagged from the third floor boss were about to become way more useful. He activated the Solar Eclipse Stone, a gem capable of blocking out all sunlight to summon the shadows. All light-based abilities are hit with a 50% effectiveness nerf, while all shadow-type skills get a 100% power boost. He literally triggered a solar eclipse on the fourth floor, which also happened to buff the zombies by another 100%. And just like that, Teresa got massively weaker, losing 50% of her power in an instant. Queen Fendariel, sensing this shift, calls him an insolent human, and declares an all-out assault on the Sangam World Cup Stadium base. Jin Hyuk just grins. This is perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Now it's time to record some good content. Meanwhile, Yoon Sang's crew is in full-blown panic mode because they have zero intel on the fourth floor boss. To make matters worse, the Triad's base was also just wiped out. And in that moment, everyone gets a notification for a new live stream. The title, Secret Boss, has appeared, and the one broadcasting this chaos live to everyone was none other than Kang Jin Hyuk. Taemin is furious, shouting that he's crossing a line now. After uploading the video, Jin Hyuk casually strolls back into the stadium. Everyone immediately swarms him, screaming and demanding to know what the hell he did. Teresa asked if the supermarket base was destroyed. Jin Hyuk just plays dumb like, oh yeah, I don't know, wasn't me. No idea. Yoon Sang snaps that it had to be him, but he doesn't have time for these stupid games. He demands to know how the hell they're supposed to deal with this queen. Jin Hyuk just smirks, saying he's got a plan. And in this plan, Yoonsong's role is now the most critical. This just makes him even more nervous. At the same time, the queen was advancing with her colossal zombie army closing in on the Sangam Stadium. Fendariel points, declaring that the man on the rooftop is hers alone, and orders her army to execute every other human. The zombies were now terrifyingly faster and stronger, charging forward like a stampede of rabid beasts. Even after getting torched by the plant towers, the vast majority of them pushed through the flames still alive. The queen roars that the weak will be punished because this is her home. But then she notices something strange. All the humans are frozen solid. Jin Hyuk had frozen his own allies. The queen, witnessing this immense ice magic, was completely bewildered. Flashback to a moment earlier, Yoonsang was calling him the biggest idiot of all time. Why? Because Jin Hyuk had just transferred 100,000 coins directly into Yoonsong's account. He told him his task would be the most important because who else could possibly have that much cash? So he bought the single most vital item for handling the queen, while everyone else would serve as bait for her. Yoonsong was furious. Are you kidding me? First you steal my money, and now you want me to be the bait? Jin Hyuk casually replies that bait isn't quite the right word. It's more like a trap. The crystal she was holding began to radiate an immense power. It was a compressed ice prison. She was hit head-on by the hell prison of ice, which instantly flash froze her and her entire zombie army. But Fendariel shattered the ice with the power of the Black Plague and lunged for Teresa, only for Jin Hyuk to flash past her with his Demon King's swordsmanship. He was making a beeline straight for the queen's base. The moment she realized, she scrambled to turn back. See, Fendariel might be the zombie queen, with insane stats, but she's not the brightest. Jin Hyuk knew the core rule of the fourth floor is base defense, a rule that applies not just to players but to the zombies too. If the queen is all the way over at the stadium, it means her own nest is completely wide open. But the queen is already blasting towards him like a rocket, and he thinks to himself that she caught on way too fast. Still, it's too late. With this gap between them, he's going to get there first, even with a few zombies still milling about the base. Jin Hyuk unleashes Grave of Swords on one and Star's Blessing on the other, slicing through the remaining zombies with overwhelming power. The blessing stops them from regenerating, while the Grave of Swords pierces them completely. This place is still so disgusting, he thinks. He just wants this to be over, and then he finally spots it, the zombie queen's flag. But he was already anticipating an attack, and even with his eyes closed, he dodges it clean. He was expecting the appearance of the butcher, the guardian who protects the queen's flag. Jin Hyuk wonders, how am I going to finish you this time, huh? And the fat, two-headed rotting butcher lunges at him with its massive meat shears. It's visibly stunned when it fails to cut through Jin Hyuk's swords. He intentionally leaves the twin blades behind to pin the shears in place, and then surges forward with the fire element. He rams it right into one of the butcher's heads, charring it from the inside out and filling the air with the stench of burnt, rotten meat. Jin Hyuk knows this. Butcher's regeneration speed is absolutely legendary on its own, but with its eyes now scorched, its vision is severely limited, and he begins carving up that massive body. He slashes at the enormous foul beast from multiple directions, but the butcher growls that it won't die from something like this. But Jin Hyuk retorts that he never intended for that to be enough. He appears behind the butcher using his mandala power and unleashes an explosion. A concentrated blast of divine energy so bright it can be seen from the horizon vaporizes the butcher, and he levels up. He also gets the vengeful spirit scissors, the butcher's own weapon. Now it was time to finish this once and for all. As he approached the queen's flag, the black dog revealed itself to him with the system announcing it wanted to make a proposal. He was the living embodiment of Egyptian mythology, and the black hound was none other than Anubis, the very same entity he had encountered before. And Jin Hyuk just shot back that he was listening, spit it out, pup. And through the system, the name Anubis materialized. Shows he's clearly pissed off. Jin Hyuk asks, you don't want me to pull the flag, is that it? What gives? And Anubis pleads with him to please calm down. He explains that the Egyptian gods wish to see a proper conclusion to this battle. Jin Hyuk understands that, from the point of view of those who rule the upper floors of the tower, it's hard to accept that the fourth floor was cleared without a proper fight, or maybe they just can't stand a human as audacious as him. So Jin Hyuk asks why he should even consider their offer. What's in it for me? He could simply end this whole thing by yanking the flag out right now. But Anubis, of course, proposes a contract. When the system window pops up, Jin Hyuk remarks that he's being quite generous. Later the queen finally arrives, but she notices that her flag is still completely intact, and Jin Hyuk tells her she must be confused as to why he didn't just rip it out to win, right? It's because someone insisted that he face her. He received a very large deposit, so he can't pull the flag until he defeats her. The queen asks, deposit, what are you talking about? And that's when Jin Hyuk pulls out the butcher's shears. He says, not only that, they paid in advance. The queen draws her sword, hissing that he's going to regret this. Jin Hyuk activates Star's Blessing only to find the skill has been weakened by 50% because of the eclipse. He figures that even with the attribute at maximum effect, His stats are nowhere near high enough to kill the queen head on. And when she charges him at blinding speed, ready to split him in two, she's shocked that he manages to block her with her own butcher's shears, activating his mandala. The queen screams, "Why don't you just disappear?" She then launches her hair at him like living tentacles, but Jin Hyuk is parrying every single strand, and is even giving her a nice little trim with the butcher's shears. Using glacial formation, he freezes her body in place to land a direct hit, but even as the shears connect with her neck, they don't even leave a scratch. She tells him that won't be nearly enough to kill her. He replies, "Yeah, I know, it's not even close." But as always, he had a plan. She strikes with the power of all the dead. He uses glacial formation right on her eyes. Whoa, that's some serious eye gunk you've got there, lady. He uses the opening to try and strike her eyes again with the butcher's shears, but it still deals no damage. She tells him he's making a mistake and lands a direct blow on him. It's so powerful it sends him flying backward. And while he's still in the air, a position from which he can't dodge, she activates the Haki of the Dead, and a surge of necromantic power rushes straight for him. Anubis was already expecting the kid to die right then and there, but Jin Hyuk. It all flashes back to his deal with Anubis. The prize on the table was the Jackal's Tooth, a physical item that jacks up your movement speed by 10% and cranks your attack power by 30. Jin Ryuk had to admit that was a seriously generous offer, but he wasn't taking the deal without adding one more condition. Nothing huge, he just wanted the item called the White Branch. The White Branch is basically just a common healing ingredient, a super low-tier item really. You can farm it non-stop starting on the 10th floor, so Anubis saw zero issues with the request, and obviously accepted. The other condition was that Jin Ryuk couldn't touch the zombie flag until he officially defeated the queen, so with both sides in agreement, he received the White Branch and the Jackal's Tooth. Anubis, however, had no clue why Jin Ryuk immediately summoned both items at the same time. By combining these two seemingly random artifacts, Jin Ryuk was able to forge the Scythe of Causality, a divine weapon that pulsed with the power of Anubis's own absolute judgment. This weapon could kill the unkillable and sever the unseverable. And the system itself was forced to intervene, flagging an artifact that had no business existing on the 4th floor. Because of this, the item was nerfed to a single-use weapon, but Jin Ryuk figured one shot was more than enough. And for the first time, the queen felt pure terror. She knew she couldn't dodge it, and even as she desperately tried to block, she was struck down by the Scythe of Causality. The blade didn't just shatter her sword, it sliced deep into her shoulder, in the exact same spot he had wounded her before. Anubis was absolutely not ready for that, not even a little. As the blow landed, the queen's past flooded her mind. She was finally released from her inner demons, and Jin Ryuk told her that Moron was just cowering on the 3rd floor, claiming he'd ascend to the 4th whenever he wanted. But in reality, he was nothing but a coward far weaker than her, the true queen, and now it was time to say goodbye. With that, by freeing the aerial rift, he had finally defeated the 4th floor boss. Taking her down instantly shot him up 3 levels. His base was successfully defended, and every member of the party was awarded a random box. Back in the stadium, Teresa declared that Jin Ryuk had done it again, adding that she was soaking wet. Actually, everyone was soaking wet, because, well, they were all trapped inside a massive block of ice. And later, just like before, the news cycle went crazy. Only 24 hours had passed since the tower's 4th floor had been conquered. People could barely process that the floor was cleared in such an insanely short amount of time. Jin Ryuk and his crew had done it in just one day. Later, he went to meet up with his buddies Taimin and Hanra to grab some beers and food. And he brought a +1 with him, Alice. Her immediate reaction was, "This banquet hall is so pathetic." Jin Ryuk explained he brought her along because she was part of the old company. Then Jin Ryuk asked, "Where's Teresa Hanra?" Told him she texted saying she'd be an hour late and that they should start eating. That's when he noticed Yosung was there too, and said, "I didn't think you'd make it." Yosung shot back, "I'm only here for the reward you promised me." "Fair enough," Jin Ryuk replied. "Of course. Now grab a drink and try to relax, my friend. Live a little." Later on, the rest of the crew showed up. The junior members of the team, Jungwoo, Yuri, Hana, and Riwon. Hana and Riwon congratulated him on clearing the 4th floor, and Jin Ryuk told everyone to eat as much as they wanted. For the celebration, Alice was covering the entire bill. From her wallet, she pulled out 2 gold coins. That alone was enough to buy the whole entire bar. After a few good mugs of beer and some fried chicken, Jin Ryuk groaned, "Dude, I'm about to explode." Alice, on the other hand, just looked completely amazed. "How is it possible to buy so much delicious food with just 2 gold coins?" She said that. This fried chicken was absolutely heavenly. She'd eaten so much already, but just couldn't bring herself to stop. And when Jin Ryuk reached for another piece, she smacked his hand. He just laughed. Okay, it's all yours." "I get it, chill." Alice then stuffed 3 pieces of chicken into her mouth at once, and mumbled for him to never forget it. And Jin Ryuk Just thought, who in their right mind would guess from a scene like this that she's one of the most powerful beings in the tower? Meanwhile, Taemin was striking up a conversation with Yosung, asking what he did for work before the tower. He answered that he was studying medicine, and Taemin was seriously impressed. Damn, the guy's smart. That's when Teresa finally arrived, apologizing for being late, and Yuri, completely lost it, shouting, "Oh my god, it's really Teresa." She even snapped a selfie with her and posted it straight to Instagram. And Jin Ryuk thought to himself that when he was climbing the Tower of Trials before, he was always on his own, but now he had a legit team. Noticing his smile, Alice asked him why he looked so happy. He just shot back, just because. And later that night back home, he realized he had ranked up 3 levels and was sitting on 9 fresh skill points. He thought his last evolution was optimized, but this time, he's leveling up so fast there's no comparison. But hey, he wasn't complaining. All these new variables were definitely working in his favor. First up, the 4th floor rewards. He snagged a skill enhancement book for advanced abilities. He figured dropping it on his glacial formation was the move, and with that single scroll, the skill rocketed to level 80. The moment he did it, the entire hotel plunged into a deep freeze. Even the staff started complaining about the sudden chill. Next, he summoned the Class A item roulette. It's a gacha system that lets you spin for a random A-tier item. He gave it a whirl, and smack in the center, a huge red button appeared. As the timer ticked down, a system alert popped up, warning him that if he didn't press it, he'd forfeit the prize. But Jin Hyuk knew this game. He figured if he just let the roulette spin, it would trigger all these flashy sound and visual effects to make it seem like something epic was about to drop. Then the system declared the time limit was up and told him to spin again. He knew most players would smash that button in a panic, but not him. Someone intentionally planted a bug in the system, a little exploit he discovered while grinding through every nook and cranny of this game. He'd done this a million times. Spin the wheel, don't press the button. Spin the wheel, don't press the button. If he kept this up until the 37th attempt, the wheel's rotation speed would plummet by 99%. And when Yu Sung witnessed this insane technique, he asked if it was actually possible to handpick the item. So Jin Hyuk let Yu Sung choose whatever he wanted. Just like that, his boy got the fire attribute he was craving and boasted that with this, he could finally take down Jin Hyuk. Small problem though. Using this method triggers a penalty. The item you get from the roulette vanishes after 1 week. But he conveniently left that little detail out when talking to Yu Sung. For himself, Jin Hyuk grabbed the tri-colored ranking pills, figuring it was something he'd need to use within that 1 week window anyway. It was the perfect item for tackling the next floor. But one last piece was missing before he could conquer the 5th. He pulled out the entry ticket to the Grand Magic Library, which immediately teleported him into the magical archive through a freaking hyperspace tunnel. He muttered that he'd finally be able to see that old geezer after all this time. Jin Hyuk then walked up to an old man sitting at a desk buried under a mountain of books. The man spoke, saying he'd heard someone had cleared the 4th floor, but he never expected to get a visitor this soon. He introduced himself as Rick Hennessy, the administrator of the Magic Library. Jin Hyuk realized he was finally face to face with one of the tower's admins, and Rick himself admitted this wasn't an everyday occurrence. He never imagined someone would set foot in here so quickly. The fact that he even managed to navigate his way here, through this gigantic maze-like library, was even more impressive. Jin Hyuk just played it cool, saying he's just a super lucky guy. Rick shrugged, saying he didn't mind if he wanted to browse the books, but there was nothing there a player at his level could possibly read. You needed at least a fundamental understanding of the runic language. But Jin Hyuk just plucked a book from the shelf and asked, "This is the solution to entering the 6th circle written by the Empire's court magician, isn't it?" Rick's eyes widened, asking if he actually knew the runic language. Jin Hyuk gave a vague answer, saying he knows a lot of people and picks things up here and there. Rick was stunned. This guy was supposed to be a newbie who just hit the 5th floor, but he's already fluent in runic. So he confronted Jin Hyuk directly, telling him he could. Since he was different from the average player, he must have a pretty special past. And Jin Hyuk, with a straight face, said that, to be honest, the Egyptian gods were giving him a boost, which is why he got there way ahead of schedule. Then he activated the judgment of Anubis. Rick couldn't believe his eyes. It was the genuine energy of a god. To think a deity had already taken an interest in this kid. Jin Hyuk just smirked, saying, "Yeah, it seems they value him a lot, since they blessed him with this kind of power." He then deliberately deselected Rick as a target and cancelled the skill. Rick immediately changed his tune, saying a person of such value deserves to be treated accordingly. He then bowed deeply, admitting he had treated him too lightly until now, and apologized for his disrespect. Jin Hyuk thought to himself that Anubis would die laughing if he saw this. Rick then said that, to make up for his mistake, he would gift him the most interesting books in the entire library. He could take his pick. And Jin Hyuk reached for a grimoire written in a language. The text was some ancient runic script, and Jin Ryuk himself admitted it looked tough to crack. But Gene Hilton identifies it as the Book of the Black Dragon, penned by some total weeb lizard man, which he plans on taking. Jin Ryuk just bursts out laughing, apologizing for the outburst, but hey, that's what you'd expect from someone blessed by the gods. He claps his hands, surrendering the book as the magical library subspace collapses around them, promising he'll keep an eye on the money and that from now on, he's looking forward to the day they meet again. Fast forward a few days and we see a player giving a chilling testimony about the tower's 5th floor. The player describes it as a soul-crushing place, like an entire civilization that had crumbled into dust ages ago. It was crawling with bloodthirsty cults that perform human sacrifices. He said it was like a gigantic psych ward packed with psychos. The interviewer scoffs, thinking cultists don't sound all that threatening. He asks why the player bailed so fast. The answer drops like a bomb on the 5th floor: your skills are completely useless. Unable to even summon his subspace, his only escape was thanks to a lucky return stone he had stashed in his pocket. Which explains why he's now plugging a special discount on them. Right on cue, Teresa slams pause on the video and demands that Jin Ryuk take her with him to the 5th floor. His answer is a hard no, but Teresa insists, knowing he's going to challenge that floor as soon as possible. And there's no way she's letting him walk solo into a death trap like that. Jin Ryuk tells her she can't go, no matter how badly she wants to. He has to sneak in, but Teresa clutches his arm, making him promise not to push his luck. Later, Jin Ryuk is rubbing the spot where she grabbed him, thinking, "Don't push my luck, huh?" Just then, a system notification pops up. He's received a gift from a sponsor in the Caladium Kingdom. Jin Ryuk knows exactly who they are, the same kingdom that treats the Murim forces with extreme hostility. He's been granted a new F-rank skill, Faint Scent, which erases his odor, his breathing, and even his very presence, but it only lasts for 3 seconds. The cooldown is a brutal 24 hours after 3 uses. And the system reveals that because this gift came from a superior power, it completely shatters the 5th floor's skill restriction. That was the entire point. Jin Ryuk realizes they're making their move just like the Plus Murim scouting players with insane potential. And sure enough, moments later, he's stepping onto the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. He spawns in a random spot. All of his skills are locked, and he's given a random F-rank item. This hellscape has only one rule: get out alive. But Jin Ryuk is holding an ace, the ancient grimoire of Macadrian. He uses it to unseal one of his skills from the restriction. And of course, he chooses the Eye of Gluttony. This was his master plan for getting that book in the Great Magic Library, and he's saving this trump card for later. Suddenly, a bunch of other players spawn in the exact same spot. Everyone starts complaining about how dark, damp, creepy, and just straight up disgusting the place is. Jin Ryuk figures he'll just ditch these noobs, but then he feels the scroll of pursuit flare to life, and Teresa materializes right in front of him. He just sighs, calling her stubborn. She fires back that she didn't trust him to keep his promise, so she followed him here. Jin Ryuk is fuming, asking her what the hell she was thinking. And then it clicks. That's why she touched his arm earlier. His perfect plan is now completely shot. Just then, all the newbies realize they have something in their pockets. Each person got a different item. Teresa has a flashlight. Jin Ryuk has a pen. She remarks that his seems pretty useless, doesn't it? But he just smirks. Nah, a pen is perfect. Some other players got lighters and other more useful things. But just as Teresa is about to switch on her flashlight, Jin Ryuk stops her. The guy who flicked on his lighter just alerted a horde of fanatics who are now sprinting straight for their new sacrifices. Jin Ryuk and Teresa are hidden in the shadows, the reason he stopped her. She whispers, asking if they shouldn't try to save those people. Jin Ryuk's voice turns to ice. From now on, you do exactly what I tell you. Understand? They can't afford to expose themselves for no reason. For now, they aren't nearly prepared enough. Maybe not for a frontal assault. Teresa tells him he's seriously underestimating her. She came with her own preparations, pulling out 2 return stones, one for her and one for him, and Jin Ryuk delivers the most sincere facepalm of his life. Meanwhile, the fanatics are still hunting down the other group. The gut-wrenching realization hits them. Other people were plotting to use return stones to bail. One woman steps forward holding her stone high, declaring she's leaving. Later, losers, she sneers. But when she shatters the stone, absolutely nothing happens. Just then, the fanatics flood the room, a colossal warrior at their lead, and everyone is instantly captured. Teresa whispers in horror, "Was the return stone a fake?" Jim Ryuk scoffs, "Don't tell me you actually bought that scam just because it popped up on a broadcast, did you?" Teresa's face falls. "I even bought 2 of them. Scammers." In a flash, one of the fanatics lunges at her. He goes straight for her throat, but she's quicker, snatching him by the neck and slamming him violently to the ground. But he wasn't alone. In seconds, Teresa and Jim Ryuk are completely surrounded. One of the cultists hisses, "Our god desires a sacrifice of sacred blood. For eternal bliss," they chant. Jim Ryuk's reply, a lightning-fast pen strike to each of their throats. He coolly asks, "All right, who's next in line for a sermon, huh?" The fanatics are totally stunned by the sudden turn of events. The massive warrior with the sledgehammer known as the prosecutor stomps forward. His followers stammer, "Everything is under control, sir." But the prosecutor responds by crushing his own ally's head into a pulp before advancing with heavy, menacing steps. Jim Ryuk mutters, "Okay, so that walking mountain of muscle, he's the main event." He shouts to Teresa, "Whatever you do, don't let him grab you." And then the prosecutor starts to unleash hell, swinging his sledgehammer everywhere as the two sprint for their lives. Meanwhile, the cult's apparent leader is salivating for more sacrifices, proclaiming that the promised moment has finally come. It is time for the Great One to ascend once more, but a follower interrupts, pointing frantically. "Those two sacrifices, they're escaping." The leader squints, intrigued. "This is the first time I've seen the prosecutor have this much trouble. That boy is incredibly fast for a sacrifice." Suddenly, someone next to the leader gasps in recognition. Kang Jin-hyuk. He's the most dangerous obstacle to our plan. This man was apparently part of the demonic humans allied with the fifth floor cultists. Back in the chase, the duo is still desperately running from the prosecutor. Teresa, out of breath, yells, "How can a guy that huge with a hammer that big possibly run so damn fast?" Weaving past another bone-shattering swing, Jim Ryuk shouts back, "Fighting this meathead right now is impossible. We need to focus on escaping first. Hey, can I borrow that thing you have for a minute?" A short while later, they lay an ambush using Teresa's lantern, tricking the prosecutor into smashing only the decoy, which buys them precious time. It's just enough of a window for them to hide and catch their breath. Jim Ryuk gets serious. "Listen to me very carefully. I'm going to lure that giant freak away by myself. If we want to clear this floor, we have to face him sooner or later. While I'm keeping him busy, you get the others out of here." My original plan was to clear the fifth floor as quickly as possible, but now things have gotten messy. Teresa feels a pang of guilt, thinking this is all her fault for following him. But he just smiles, having read her mind perfectly. Just in case, he says, "I need you to remember one thing for me." Okay. Cut to a moment later, where he's chucking a rock right at the big guy's head, yelling, "My crippled grandma plays tag better than you loser." With a furious roar, the prosecutor charges up the escalators after him, hammer in hand like a scene straight out of Scooby-Doo. Teresa recalls the plan. She just has to use that thing at the perfect moment, and she'll know when that moment arrives. She snatches a hockey stick, wielding it like a sword, and thinks, "Okay, before I put the plan in motion, I have to save those people." Meanwhile, Jim Ryuk still dodging the giant hammer figures. Teresa is now far enough away. He activates the Eye of Gluttony. He successfully analyzes the prosecutor's stats, but then the system flashes a warning. An act that defies the causality of the fifth floor has been detected. The corrupted heart has shown an interest in him, and a secondary advancement condition has been generated. The corrupted heart wants Jim Ryuk to become the apostle of darkness. This isn't just anybody. The corrupted heart is one of the tower's absolute beings on the same level as Alice from the upper floors. He's more commonly known as the Demon King. In a sealed-off place like this, where abilities are restricted, pulling the kind of stunts he's been pulling gets you noticed. The title, Apostle of Darkness, of course, comes with a ton of clout, but you have to live the rest of your life as the Demon King's pawn. The demonic humans would have accepted this with greed burning in their eyes, but Jim Ryuk just scoffs and asks, "How could a tiger ever become the subordinate of a dog?" He obviously rejects the offer, making the Demon King absolutely furious. The entity gets so enraged that even the mindless prosecutor bows its head and begins to whimper in sheer terror. For his defiance, Jim Ryuk is hit with the Demon King's curse. He has now become a target for every single demon in the tower, and this curse will haunt him until the day he dies. Jin Ryuk coughs up a spray of blood and grits out, "Damn, that one stung." But then he glares at the fanatics, asking if they're just going to stand there and watch. Of course, that's their cue to pounce on the now vulnerable Jin Ryuk. Meanwhile, the other captives seized by the fanatics had already lost all hope. They were sobbing and pleading for their lives, but the cultist was in the middle of a sacrifice for his god, right up until Teresa crashed the party with a sickening thud. First, a bat connects squarely with a cultist's face. She yells for the only girl who wasn't tied up to help the others, but she was already completely lost in despair. The girl just mutters that there's no way out of this place, that they're all going to die here. Teresa knew instantly the poor girl was already consumed by fear, so she had to take on the fanatics all by herself. After dropping another one, she screams at the others not to give up. She tells them to grab a weapon to get back on their feet, that they can do this. Their companion was clearing the fifth floor right now, so they had to have hope. Yeah, about that. At that very moment, Jin Ryuk was being hauled away by the prosecutor. In fact, he was thrown over the guy's shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Back in the cell, a chorus of despair was rising. "We're all going to die. We never should have trusted that bastard. We shouldn't have come to this floor." The cultist barks at everyone to shut up. If they don't stay silent, he'll make their suffering even worse. He then turns to his leader, reporting that they've been silenced. "Sir." The cultist leader then asks if this is really the guy, and the demonic human confirms it. So this is our first time meeting face-to-face Kang Jin-ryuk. Jin-ryuk just brushes a bit of dust off his clothes. He immediately senses that this guy's mana feels like a normal human's. He's definitely a demonic human. He'd have to be supporting the 5th floor boss. But when he tries to use his Eye of Gluttony, he's blocked by a high-level mental barrier. This forced him to pop one of his items, the white pill, which would double one of his stats for 10 minutes. And he poured the entire boost into his adaptability. With that surge of power, the Eye of Gluttony finally broke through and scanned the target. The information flooded his mind. The man was level 38, his name was Rosenfeld, and he was a Knight of the Round Table with an innate mental barrier ability. Jin-ryuk's mind reeled. A Knight of the Round Table. This guy had to be a top-tier powerhouse from the Demonic Human Association, someone far more formidable than he ever anticipated, to be showing up here. But just then the system pinged, laying out the copy conditions for his skill. There were 2 conditions. Seriously, making him act like a total chunibyo just to get the knight to say his name. Jin-hyuk couldn't help but think this system was a complete bastard. Rosenwald then asked why he was being so quiet, and Jin-hyuk quickly snapped out of it and apologized. He claimed he was just busy suppressing the darkness raging within him. You could have cut the awkward silence with a knife. The cult leader shot Rosenwald a look, asking, "Are you sure this is the right guy?" Rosenwald shot back that yes, he was absolutely certain. The cult leader just sighed, saying even he wasn't that extra, and that he'd leave them to talk while he bounced. Meanwhile, Alice was having a full-on meltdown. LOL. Jin-hyuk was dying of secondhand embarrassment, telling himself to just play it cool and pretend he saw nothing. Rosenwald sneered that Jin-hyuk didn't seem to grasp the situation he'd been captured, and was slated to become a human sacrifice. But Jin-hyuk just scoffed. "Do you truly think you can imprison insanity and destruction itself? Ha ha ha, how foolish of you." Rosenwald was left wondering what the hell was wrong with this guy. He had to be hiding some kind of trick. He declared that he knew just how powerful Kang Jin-hyuk was, but at that moment, his abilities were completely sealed. Just then, a scream echoed out as another sacrifice met their end. Rosenwald's voice was grim. "Hear that? That's the live sacrifice ritual. A ritual which every single one of them was about to join." However, he dangled a key, offering it up if they'd spill everything they knew. Game on. If he wants answers about the unknown, Jin-hyuk will talk, but only after Rosenwald reveals his true name. The knight saw no issue with this. He formally introduced himself as Rosenwald, also known as Lancelot. With the conditions finally met, Jin-hyuk was able to copy the S-rank mental barrier. It's a skill that massively fortifies his mind. Not only does it keep his status window on lockdown, but it also shields him from all kinds of psychological attacks. He then demanded to know the masked man's true identity. Leaning in, Jin-hyuk whispered the answer so no one else could possibly hear. Rosenwald agreed that a promise is a promise. He tossed them the keys, adding that he hoped they'd at least have a quick death. One of the other prisoners scrambled for the key, only to find the cell door didn't even have a lock. Jin-hyuk thought to himself, of course they'd pull a stunt like this. In any case, Teresa should be safe for now. We see her getting tossed into one of the sacrificial cells as well. The cultists watching were openly impressed by Teresa's immense power. She was the first captive to resist so fiercely. Teresa immediately demanded to know where the others were. At the same time, that short-haired woman was kicking another prisoner, screaming that it was all her fault. Teresa instantly jumped in to protect the captive child. She demanded to know what she thought she was doing. The woman just sneered back, pointing out that Teresa was defending that girl, without realizing she was an inhabitant of the tower. Teresa's gaze shot to the girl searching for the truth, but the kid simply looked down in shame. The others chimed in that the tower would have never even existed if it weren't for her people. The woman shrieked that it was all the girl's fault, but Teresa stood her ground, declaring it didn't matter one bit whether she was a tower inhabitant or not. She was a prisoner captured by cultists, just like the rest of them, and Teresa would protect the girl no matter what. After shutting the haters down, she gently asked for the little girl's name. She introduced herself as Andrea, and Teresa replied that it was a truly beautiful name, before giving her own. Andrea then shared a piece of her story. She belonged to a nomadic people, and one day those vile cultists appeared, promising to spare her entire village if they offered up one person as a sacrifice, and she was the one they left behind. Andrea was handed over to be sacrificed by the very people she had trusted. Teresa comforted her, saying that must have been unbelievably hard. She realized that even though Andrea was a tower inhabitant, she was no different from any ordinary human. The moment was shattered when a cultist barked an order to prepare the next sacrifices. The command was to choose one person from each cell. The cultist stepped forward, taunting that if no one was selected, they would all be taken together. They could even fight among themselves to see who would be left standing and offer up one of their own. The players were absolutely shattered. They just collapsed, crying in utter despair. But their fear soon turned ugly as they ganged up on Andrea again, demanding she be thrown out as the sacrifice. But once more, Teresa stepped in front to shield her. The cultist was loving every second of it, urging them to fight more. Yes, this is it. The Lord is even more delighted when this happens. And as the cultist walked past Jin Hyuk's cell, he volunteered himself to be the sacrifice. Nobody had any objections. He was tied up and led away, but somewhere along the route he secretly materialized a system pill in his mouth and spat it into a stream. The cultist heard the sound, found it a bit strange, but didn't notice a thing. Jin Hyuk thought to himself that all the necessary preparations were now complete. As he was marched in line with the other sacrifices, he figured that Teresa must have also been captured. Knowing her personality, she had probably volunteered herself as well. And it crossed his mind that this was the most progress he had ever made on the secret quest. Alright, so here's the lowdown. On the secret mission, these fanatics, the ones who snuff out lives without a second thought, are classified as villains. For every single fanatic he eliminates, his adaptability stat gets a tiny 0.1% buff. But if he takes out the cult leader, it skyrockets by 30, and Jin Ryuk was absolutely craving that adaptability boost. They finally arrive at this insane Colosseum-like arena, packed with fanatics chanting for their so-called glorious lord. The first sacrifices are already so terrified they're throwing up. But Jin Ryuk, he's cool as a cucumber. Once all the sacrifices are herded together, cornered by the cultists' weapons, their ropes are finally cut, because it's time for them to enter the arena. One of the fanatics, acting as an announcer, hypes up the crowd, asking what kind of sacrifice their lord loves most. What is it? What is it? And the crowd roars back, noble sacrifices, noble sacrifices. The announcer tells them to get a good look at the next offering. This woman sacrificed herself to save a child. It was Teresa chained up like the main event. The announcer proclaims that this noble woman's blood will complete the ritual, but Jin Ryuk had other plans. He was originally just going to farm some stats and then clear the floor, but now, oh, they've officially crossed the line. In that instant, he unleashes the full power of Makendran's grimoire, unlocking every single one of his abilities. He's got a 10-minute window to use them all and wreck this entire floor. First up, the fire element. He directs the flames straight toward that pill he'd tossed into the stream earlier, activating the flaming pill. It triggers a massive underground explosion that rips through the arena floor, unleashing geysers of pure fire. The announcer is freaking out. What the hell? He's using skills. Skills are supposed to be sealed here. And Jin Ryuk, he uses the chaos to free Teresa, whipping his dagger at her chains to shatter them, then scooping her up into his arms. He quickly checks if she's still alive, and the second he feels a pulse, he gently sets her down. He declares that he couldn't care less about stats anymore. He's going to annihilate every last one of them. He then swallows the shadow pill. This unleashes a black barrier, creating a fog so thick none of the cultists can even see their own doom approaching. Jin Ryuk was ready to end them all. Unleashing the Tomb of Swords, he watches as one cultist completely panics, dropping his weapon and starting to pray to his god. They all start begging their god to save them, and when Jin Ryuk gets close, they all sense the Demon King's energy. For a split second, they think they're saved, right before their throats are slit. And with every cultist Jin Ryuk slaughtered, his adaptability climbed by another 0.1%. And he didn't stop until he'd wiped out every cultist in that arena. Meanwhile, Teresa was still out cold from what she'd done earlier, just moments before. When the other player sacrifices tried to grab the little girl, Teresa jumped in front of her, yelling that it wasn't fair that she was just a kid. But the others shot back. She's just an NPC. Get that witch. Teresa, however, started throwing hands with the other players. She taunts them, saying that just because her skills are sealed doesn't mean she's weak. She can still take them down, if they all dare to charge. Teresa herself would be the one to choose who gets sacrificed. One of the players sneered that in the end. She's just like the rest of them. But she wasn't. Teresa just smiled at Andrea and offered herself up as the sacrifice. The cultist, who had praised her noble sacrifice, was now just as dead as everyone else. Jin Ryuk, after the massacre, walked over to Teresa telling her, "You really pushed yourself again, didn't you?" And Teresa replied that she knew he would come. He then sliced through the chains on her hands and did a quick mental calculation. His adaptability was now up by 23 points. Now, as long as he could beat the cult leader and get out, everything would be golden. But Teresa told him there was a place that she needed to go to first. So they backtracked, freeing all the other sacrifices along the way. Teresa was desperately searching for Andrea. Finding her, she pulled her into a warm hug and said, "I'm so glad you're okay." And Jin Hyuk, he asked, "What's the deal here?" Teresa explained that this was Andrea, an inhabitant of the tower. They were both dragged here by the zealots and forced to become sacrifices. Jin Hyuk glanced at his timer. Only 2 minutes left. He couldn't believe she was making him waste his precious skill time on this. But then a thought struck him. Wait, this girl is a resident of the tower. He walked closer, and he asked her why she didn't just become a devotee. Everyone on the 5th floor is a psycho, completely loyal to this crazy god. And Andrea, she lowered her head and whispered, "I don't believe in anything like that god." Even the people from her own hometown sold her out because she lacked faith. She argued that if a god really existed, she wouldn't be trapped in this hell. And if this is all part of some god's plan, then that god is a total jerk. Jin Ryuk admitted that he didn't know if it was any comfort, but he felt pretty much the same way. He was abandoned at an orphanage the day he was born and had to fight for everything his entire life, living without any peace. It's brutal. He knows this all too well, and Teresa found herself wondering if Jin Ryuk was finally opening up about his past. But he never did, explaining that he simply had to keep moving forward. Holding on to grudges and despair won't change a thing. He'd even had to humiliate himself during live streams just to scrape by, but Andrea cut in saying that as long as the cult leader was around, they would always be in danger. But he just told her he could end the cult leader for her, so she could finally try to live in this world without that psycho's chains holding her down. In return, he would claim her soul, and with that, he summoned the mark of the affliction flames. Andrea consented, and he placed a single point of light right over her heart, saying he hoped they could get along. But Teresa couldn't shake the thought that Jin Ryuk had never done anything like that with her. Why Jin Ryuk simply stated it was time to take down the cult leader. Except the grimoire's effect had just timed out. Every single one of his abilities was sealed once more. Meanwhile, the cult leader was putting the final touches on his own plan. Glory to his lord. Later, as they trudged through the depressing, damp, foul-smelling darkness of the floor, Jin Ryuk explained that the cult leader is on a completely different level from the others. He can't use skills either, but he's just as strong as the prosecutor was. Teresa then asked why he couldn't just defeat him using his skills, like he did before. Jin Ryuk explained the time limit was up. He was powerless now. He could try a few things in a one-on-one brawl, but the divine artifact the psycho uses is a huge risk. He has a trash-eating urn, an artifact that casts a spell, ensuring an absolute guaranteed kill on its chosen target. He might be able to block the effect at least one time. And after it's used, the cult leader has a cooldown period. That means Teresa's role here was going to be the most important. This time, she would have to subdue the cult leader before that spell could activate again. When they finally arrived, he asked if they were ready. Once they nodded, he heaved open the massive fortified door, reminding them not to forget what he said. And there they faced him, the cult leader, admiring his urn and musing that the intruders who had thrown his ritual into chaos had walked right into his trap. Jin Ryuk immediately asked where the knight who had been with him was. The leader just said he'd left a short while ago, claiming he had gotten everything he needed. And Jin Ryuk thought to himself that this Lancelot guy was sharper than he looked. He'd wanted to deal with him right here. The cult leader then sneered that he didn't know how Jin Ryuk had managed to bypass the god's restrictions to use skills, but as he spoke, he cast off his cloak, and holding his urn declared that he would now offer him up as a sacrifice, making him pay for this atrocity. Teresa's eyes locked on the urn, thinking that must be the artifact Jin Ryuk had described. But before she could react, Jin Ryuk had already lunged at the cult leader. He and Teresa unleashed a storm of combination attacks, but the leader managed to block every single one. Then at one point, Teresa grabbed a scrap of cloth, forced it into the leader's mouth, and yanked him backward. Still, the cult leader had an insane amount of strength in reserve. He broke free from her hold and almost tagged Jin Ryuk, who at the last second countered the blow, but it wasn't enough to steal the urn. Jin Ryuk grunted that he's taken down guys with twice his muscle using only his fists. He wasn't about to lose in a straight-up fight. The cult leader actually smirked. Not bad at all. Very good. You're the finest sacrifice yet, which is why you will be the first to be offered. And he unleashed the power of the urn, commanding them to hail his god. As the spell shot directly toward Jin Ryuk, he yelled for Teresa to remember what he said. This is a technique with a long cooldown. Take him down, and look closely at the urn's eyes. You can see how much time is left. I'm leaving the rest to you. In that same instant, he was hit dead center, collapsing to the ground and spitting up blood. The system announced that Jin Ryuk has died. The curse of the Demon King has vanished due to his death. And the cult leader gloated, "What a marvelous sacrifice. I am certain the Demon King will be quite pleased." Teresa asked if he was gone, but then Jin Ryuk's eyes snapped open. The leader questioned if she was suffering. This is only the beginning. And though she was reeling with rage, she was caught by a vicious kick to the face and knocked to the ground. In her utter desperation, Andrea accidentally revealed her position, and the cult leader almost snatched her. But Teresa threw her legs around his neck in a chokehold, slamming him down hard and screaming that she would never let him get his hands on Andrea. The leader just said, "So you're willing to fight, then let's fight." And after taking a brutal beating, Teresa realized that fighting the cult leader head-on without any skills was impossible. She took a nasty thrashing before she started dodging and weaving, launching counterattacks. She managed to smash the lamps, plunging the room into total darkness, making the darkness his ally, a move the cult leader found less than brilliant. Teresa assumed his visibility was shot, but he swung with deadly accuracy, nearly connecting. In the split second she had to dodge, the cult leader's voice echoed, sneering at how easy she was to track. Her radiant blonde hair was a dead giveaway even in the pitch black. After he finishes her, he's coming for the hidden child. He promised that when the kid wakes up, they'll be forced to watch her sacrifice, punctuating the threat by smashing Teresa with his urn. He taunted that even without skills, she was surprisingly durable, but she could hide all she wanted. It was just a matter of time before he found her again. Concealed once more, she knew she couldn't squander the precious moments Jin Hyuk had bought her. This had to count. She gripped a razor-sharp fragment from a shattered pot. As the cult lord stalked through the darkened corridors, he once again spotted that unmistakable glimmer of blonde hair. He gave Teresa one last chance, become a devotee, hand over the cursed child, and all would be forgiven. But as he lunged toward the shimmering light, it wasn't Teresa, no, it was just a lock of her hair, sliced off and tied to one of the storage shelves. Teresa figured that, compared to Jin Hyuk's sacrifice, her hair was nothing. But even so, the cult leader's reaction speed was insane, and Andra had to jump in, chucking a jar at his head, creating just enough of a distraction for Teresa to snatch the urn. The cult leader sneered, asking what she planned to do, now that she had it. Offer herself up as the next sacrifice. Just then, she remembered what Jin Hyuk had explained about the urn. He'd made her memorize a specific phrase, Peteria de Amerios te Pavoricio. It was a runic spell meant for the perfect moment. She'd know when the time came. And Teresa knew right then and there that this was the moment. As she recited the incantation, the cult leader demanded to know how. She knew the ancient language. The second she finished the chant, the urn unleashed its power, attacking the cult leader directly. Even though he was the Demon King's most faithful servant, he was struck down just like anyone else. The fifth-floor boss was finally defeated. The first thing Teresa did was rush to Andra's side to see if she was okay, and Andra quickly confirmed she was fine. But what about the boy over there? Andra asked, gesturing to where Jin Hyuk still lay motionless. Teresa immediately ran to him, begging him to get up, telling him that they had actually won. But with the boss dead, the skill restrictions vanished. He activated the Blessing of the Star, a skill that lets him revive one time as long as the death wasn't instantaneous. Talk about some serious protagonist plot armor, right? Because to me, his death looked pretty dang instant. But whatever the author calls the shots, and Jin Hyuk, pushing himself up, muttered that dying really hurts and asked why Teresa was crying again. She punched him square in the chest, yelling that it wasn't her fault. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, gasping that it still hurt, then asked why she cut her hair. Did she hit up a barber? But Teresa, ignoring his teasing, demanded to know why the next floor hadn't unlocked if they'd already beaten the fifth-floor boss. Jin Hyuk explained that clearing the fifth floor wasn't about killing the boss, it was about escaping. That meant they'd only clear it once they walked out of here. But he added there was something pretty interesting about this place. The position of the fifth-floor boss could be inherited. Whoever holds that urn becomes its new master. And he was thinking of giving that title, that regency, to Andra. What did she think? Of course, the girl was in complete and utter shock, but Jin Hyuk reminded her that he promised she would get to live in a world without the cult leader. Right. He handed the urn over to her and said she could now live her life however she wanted. The system announced that the master's position had been inherited, and a massive growth spurt occurred thanks to the regent's power. Andra instantly regained all the years of life she'd lost in this place, transforming into an adult before their eyes. Andra then bowed deeply to Jin Hyuk, introducing herself as the new master of this desolate land, and declaring that everyone here would obey Jin Hyuk's will through her. The system chimed in, announcing he'd unlocked a Hall of Fame achievement, the first person to ever receive a boss's loyalty. He told her she could now try living with a smile on her face. With that, Andra threw herself into a tight hug with Teresa, and as they stepped through the exit portal, the sixth floor of the tower was unlocked. And you better believe all of this blew up in the news, both their incredible victory and the whole chaotic scandal over the return stones. Needless to say, the guy who sold those faulty stones was hunted down and beaten to a pulp, while everyone else was drinking and celebrating, just thankful to be alive after the fifth floor. Meanwhile, Yoon Sung was once again stewing over the massive power gap between him and Jin Hyuk, and suddenly someone knocked on his door, and then sliced it into a million tiny pieces. A blonde swordsman stood in the doorway and introduced himself as Garvin. Kinda small in here, he noted. Yoon Sung side-eyes the place. For a guy like the masked man, he was definitely expecting a way swankier pad. He turns to him, dude, the hell is this? It all traced back to Jin Ryuk. Every single day, Yoon Sung's hatred for that guy just intensified. Freaking bastard. And just then, Jin Ryuk feels his ear burning, wondering who's talking smack about him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Alice is unleashing her inner shopaholic. She's basically clearing out an entire high-end jewelry boutique. With a subspace overflowing with gold, her credit was, let's just say, unlimited. Jin Ryuk deadpans that at this rate, she's gonna single-handedly cause hyperinflation. See, the deal was simple in exchange for mentoring Andrea. Alice gets to experience a normal life. She's giving Andrea the full crash course on how to radiate main character energy, the posture, the daily grind. She was installing the core software for becoming a true ruler. Jin Ryuk's confident. This glow-up is gonna pay off big time. He takes a peek at his own stats, and sees he's hit level 32 with a whopping 78 points in adaptability. Damn, he was way stronger than he'd anticipated. Most of the guild-boosted hackers were probably still capping out around level 30 right now. But thanks to his unique attribute, no cap, there probably wasn't a single player with a stat sheet that could touch his. He's still geeking out over the insane drop he scored from clearing the 5th floor. A barrier-shattering mirror. This thing can open a portal to anywhere he wants below the 10th floor. The connection holds for 30 minutes, but it has a gnarly 90-day cooldown. The crazy part, it can even link to floors above the 10th, depending on his own growth, and he can even bring one person along for the ride. Jin Ryuk knows his schedule is about to get slammed, so he immediately gets on the phone. First call is to Ryo Ong. He tells him he's got a job for him, and Ryo Ong reports that business is absolutely booming. In fact, he's so famous now that news vans are practically camped out on his doorstep. We're about to shut down early. We're that swamped, Ryo Ong says. But for you, what do you need? Jin Ryuk tells him he's about to text over a to-do list and needs everything on it booked solid. He also needs him to set up a sit-down with the Fighting Dads Guild. Fast forward to a cafe, where he's face-to-face with King Tae himself, the leader of the Fighting Dads. First time we're meeting since the test, huh? Jin Ryuk says, low-key loving how his new authority changes the vibe. This King Tae dude used to be a total hothead, but now he's all respectful. The guild leader starts off by apologizing for the whole Mandrake incident. I was just super busy clearing the tower, you know, King Tae quickly replies. No worries, man, I totally get it. Jin Ryuk leans in. You know, I've been thinking about tweaking the terms of our contract. Been feeling a little guilty, actually. I heard you guys have 10 dungeons on the 3rd floor. How about you slide one of those over to me? King Tae's eyes narrow. Hold on. You're saying instead of the 10 first-floor dungeons we agreed on, you want one from the 3rd floor. You're not even going to give us the antidote recipe you promised, and now you want us to give you more. Jin Ryuk just smirks. Yep, that's the deal. King Tae fires back, and on what grounds? Are you making a demand like that? Jin Ryuk trolls him. Well, you know, inflation, rising cost of raw materials, labor costs. But King Tae cuts him off. I'm not a charity. I'm not sitting here listening to this garbage. He stands up ready to walk. I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened. But that's when Jin Ryuk drops the bomb. You've been wiping repeatedly. In the 3rd floor labyrinth, the Grey Temple, haven't you? King Tae freezes. How? How the hell do you know about that? Jin Ryuk shrugs. I'm a guild master too. Information like that, it's easy to come by when you know who to ask. Word on the street is you've been throwing yourself at the Grey Temple, the one you monopolize, but your guild's rep is in the gutter, because you keep failing. So here's the new deal. I'll clear it for you. What do you say? Cut to Vienna inside a stunning concert hall. Alice, looking absolutely killer in a little dress, is just breathless. That was an incredible performance. And right on cue, the system pings. Quest unlocked. Appreciate a masterpiece. The new objective, complete the Attend a Concert quest, a total of 7 times. And as a bonus, he successfully copies a new skill, Perfect Pitch. Afterwards, they hit up a restaurant that's next level fancy, where Alice proceeds to polish off 2 bottles of wine all by herself. Jin Ryuk thinks, okay, I should be able to wrap everything up today, and head back to Korea. He's grinding a culinary-themed quest dine at 3 different Michelin-starred restaurants. Watch the chef work their magic, and then craft different dishes himself. Alice mid-sip says, not that I'm complaining, but why are we bawling out this hard today? He just smiles. There's a reason for everything. You should just enjoy it, while you still can. She just shrugs. Bet. See, Jin Ryuk knows exactly what's coming. The 6th floor of the Tower of Trials is the Elven Forest. The elves there completely ghost outsiders, focusing only on protecting their pristine home. The gate to the next floor only unlocks after 90 days of doing literally nothing. That's the entire trick to the 6th floor. You just chill, and eventually it opens. So most players just clock in for attendance on the 6th floor, and then bounce to go grind levels somewhere else. But make no mistake, every single floor packs its own objective and its own rewards. So you better roll in, ready for a fight. Just then, Gitae pops up out of nowhere, announcing that his special request was ready to go. A flash of light and a ripple in space later, Jin Hyuk materializes on the 3rd floor. He smirked, thinking how insanely useful teleportation was, as he found himself standing inside the Temple of Advancement, the key location on this floor. This place is basically the #1 hotspot for players grinding for their first-class advancement. The vast majority of players come here to get their class change from the priestesses, completely oblivious to the horrifying labyrinth sprawling directly beneath them. And just then, Gitae reappears at this critical moment, introducing the crew standing behind him as the squad for today's raid. The first one to step forward was Lion Gon, the captain of Team 2, who immediately started gushing about how he was a massive fan and had seen every single one of his videos. Jin Hyuk's mind clicked. This guy was a legit famous captain from the Fighting Dads Guild. The others quickly introduced themselves too, immediately asking for autographs, and a group photo prompting Gitae to joke that this had suddenly turned into a full-blown fan meet. Even the guild's absolute elite had become Jin Hyuk's personal fan club, but honestly, he couldn't care less. Gitai clarified that Captain Lee Jong-gon would be the raid leader in name only. The real authority belonged to Kang Jin Hyuk. He also gets to claim any loot that drops from the labyrinth. The only condition he absolutely has to succeed in this raid. Jin Hyuk shot back that success was a guarantee. He told them to meet back in half an hour to finalize the preparations. In the meantime, Jin Hyuk went to see the priestess for his first class advancement, and she laid out all the available classes for him. He had already played through all the popular meta classes on his alt accounts back in his gaming days, so he asked her to sort the options by popularity. His gaze scrolled right past the top-tier picks, landing on the absolute bottom of the list. He thought to himself, I'll take this one, the Barrier Master. A totally unpopular and difficult-to-play class. He remembered how that scum Mu Seong and Yoon Sung were so damn proud of their own barrier skills. This was his chance to utterly crush them. With that decision made, he officially received the class advancement quest Barrier Master. And right at that moment, he spotted the Samurai Guild making their way over, looking like they were about to have a friendly chat with the fighting dads. Gide immediately confronted them, stating he'd already made it clear they weren't allowed to participate in the Grey Temple raid. But the samurai leader shot back, asking if they had any idea how many people were disappointed by their constant failures. He suggested that instead of getting bogged down in a dungeon due to their skill issues, they could all conquer it together. And you could see the crowd was actually impressed. The Samurai Guild had been showing insane growth lately. They were scaling at a ridiculous pace, all thanks to their incredible teamwork. Gite realized he was losing the war of public opinion. This was a seriously bad look for them. But then an even bigger celebrity stepped onto the scene, Jin Hyuk. The samurai leader was thrown for a loop, wondering what connection Jin Hyuk could possibly have with the fighting dads. Jin Hyuk called out to the samurai leader, "You're doubting these guys because you think they're not strong enough to clear the dungeon, right? But from what I'm seeing," Jin Hyuk added, "you samurais aren't exactly top tier yourselves." Another samurai completely lost it, shouting, "How dare you?" But their leader quickly shut him down. "Calm yourself. That man is an S rank." Then he turned to Jin Hyuk and asked, "So you're saying we're not strong enough?" Jin Hyuk let out a small smirk. "Not exactly. You're not even worthy of challenging this dungeon." The fighting dad's crew looked at each other confused. "Wait a minute. Is he saying we aren't worthy either?" The samurai leader scoffed. "It doesn't matter what you say. Our power is far superior. We have a veteran on our team who's climbed all the way to the 30th floor of the Tower of Trials." This caught Jin Hyuk's attention. The 30th floor. Gasps erupted from the crowd. They were even more impressed now. No wonder the samurais had been leveling up so fast. The leader went on bragging that this veteran had intel on territories no one else even dreamed existed. "We can devise any kind of strategy," he proclaimed, "and we'll use this knowledge to become the first heroes to save all of humanity." He added with a smirk, "And it wouldn't hurt if we got filthy rich in the process." That was all Jin Hyuk needed to hear. He activated his eyes of gluttony. The skill confirmed it. Everything the samurai leader was spewing was actually true. So Jin Hyuk scanned the faces of the entire guild, searching for this mystery person. And hidden among them, he finally locked onto his target, Yamamoto Takeda, level 27. Unique skill, Semi-Foresight. Jin Hyuk knew exactly what that was, a janky half-baked prediction ability. It allowed the user to see glimpses of the upper floors based on their skill mastery. Even so, Jin Hyuk had to admit that was a pretty interesting power. Suddenly, Yamamoto flashed back to the very first time he actually got a prediction right, using his skill. His guildmates had hailed him as a genius, and they discovered tons of treasure, all because of his vision. Yamamoto's inner monologue was frantic. "No one knows my ability is actually total garbage." But he figured, hey, if they think it's a perfect god-tier ability, they'll keep treating him like royalty. How could it be a lie if nobody knows a thing? But then he realized Jin Hyuk wasn't just looking at him. He was peering straight into his soul. He confessed that he has no clue who this guy is, but he must be an absolute monster to have climbed all the way to the 30th floor. Intel on any floor above the 10th has never once been leaked to the public, at least not yet. The samurai leader conceded that Jin Hyuk clearly knows his stuff, saying, "Information is the most powerful weapon in this era." But Gitai scoffed. "You really think we'd fall for such a blatant lie only for Jin Hyuk to cut him off? You should have warned us first," Jin Hyuk stated coolly. "Why don't we take this conversation inside the temple?" Gitai was floored. "The hell did you just say?" Even the other samurai were caught completely off guard by the suggestion. Jin Hyuk just smirked. Finally, he muttered, "Someone I can actually talk to." He breezed right past a fuming King Tai who was absolutely losing it. "What is the meaning of this, Jin Hyuk?" King Tai demanded. "I never would have let these guys in," Jin Hyuk simply replied, "and that's not a good thing. They're desperate to become heroes. Can't you see it? To become true heroes, they need to experience something genuinely terrible." A chill shot down Gitai's spine as he wondered what this guy could possibly be plotting. With that, Lian Gon escorted Jin Hyuk. into the gray temple flanked by the samurai. Inside, they were met with a gallery of stone statues, the petrified remains of former players. Victims of the Medusa, the samurai knew there was no reversing the curse. It was effectively a death sentence. But their leader had a countermeasure, the shield of Perseus. Jin-hyuk figured they must have dropped a fortune on that thing. He doubted they even knew how to use it properly. But then, out of nowhere, a system notification flashed before Jin-hyuk's eyes. A condition had been fulfilled. The second privilege of the one who has seen the end was unlocked. He couldn't believe a privilege would just drop on him so randomly. He had acquired a lunar imprint. It reduces the activation time of all barriers by 25% and boosts their effect by 30%. And if he manages to find all the lost tongues, he can learn the legendary nameless barriers. The location for learning the lost tongues will be revealed after his first-class advancement. But then it hits him. Jin-hyuk has seen the lost tongues before. He saw them during his original climb through the tower. This means there's still something about this place that even he doesn't know. A wide grin spread across his face. This was getting exciting. Meanwhile, Yamamoto was using his semi-prevision skill. He foresaw that their next battle would be against a giant snake, and the samurai were brimming with confidence. With their sheer firepower, elite warriors, and their leader wielding the shield of Perseus, they felt untouchable. They took down the serpent with a single devastating blow to the head, leaving the members of Fire and Death completely stunned. "They're on another level," one of them muttered. "There's nothing left for the small fry like us. Not even scraps." Jin-hyuk sighed internally. They have a long way to go if they're getting this demoralized already. They wouldn't last a single minute against Alice. Speaking of whom, Alice was still with Andrea. She was giving Andrea lessons on how to speak like a true boss, demonstrating with a commanding tone, "I order you to submit to me." Andrea was in total awe. "You're incredible, but I don't think I could ever do something like that." "Of course we're different," Alice snapped. "But if you understand the concept, then just replicate it." "Okay." Later, the group arrived at a fork in the road, completely stumped on which way to go. The samurai leader glanced over at Yamamoto, but the man himself was sweating because his foresight was showing him absolutely nothing. "We're going left," Yamamoto finally declared. From the back of the group, Jin-hyuk casually said, "Right," then added with a smirk, "Whoops, my bad," spoken like a true veteran. The leader figured most people would choose the obviously more dangerous path on the right, suspecting this was some kind of reverse psychology. "I don't know who this guy is," he thought, "but I'll trust his judgment." And with that, Yamamoto got the nod from his leader, and the entire group headed down the left path. Jin-hyuk trailed right behind Yamamoto, practically breathing down his neck, thinking, "This guy's foresight is absolute garbage. It's even worse than I imagined. To think he'd actually choose to go left. Well, it no longer matters, does it? Either path was a one-way ticket to hell. This particular hell just happened to be filled with lasers. It's just a simple trap," Yamamoto said, trying to play it cool. "No need to waste my foresight on something like this." Wrong. Instantly, dozens of lasers activated all at once, creating a deadly, inescapable web of light. The samurai on the front lines tried to block with a mana infusion, but it was useless. The beams sliced straight through their shields, injuring everyone. While the samurai were being torn apart by this lethal situation, Jin-hyuk was calmly initiating his barrier master quest. Chanting in a runic language, he summoned the flawed physical barrier. A complex spell materialized something like Ezekiel's wheel, an intricate armillary sphere of pure magic. Yeah, I know you have no clue what any of that means, but just know it looked insane. Ribbons and rings of raw energy began spiraling around Jin-hyuk. He figured this was probably his limit for the time being, but it didn't matter. Phase 1 was officially complete. He ordered the entire Fighting Dead crew to huddle inside the barrier, and they immediately shot back, asking where he was going. Jin-hyuk casually mentioned that you can snag a special item if you dodge the lasers 300 times in a row, and his crew just stared. They were like, "Come again." Without another word, Jin-hyuk left them with the barrier and stepped out into the open. He smirked, saying it was a good way to warm up his muscles, and channeling his inner James Bond, he began effortlessly weaving through every single laser beam. Captain Iagon watched in disbelief, as his own samurai were getting shredded, screaming in utter panic, while Jin-hyuk was practically dancing, a massive grin on his face as he dodged everything. The sight made Iagon remember a conversation he'd had with Gite, where he'd questioned if they would lose too much by leaving everything in Jin-hyuk's hands. Gite had told him he was too young to get it, but sometimes you have to accept things, even if it means taking a loss. Simply staying out of the way so you don't mess things up is also a valid strategy. And that's exactly what they were doing, staying out of Jin-hyuk's way. The second he dodged past the 300th laser, a secret mission completed, rewarding him with a blazing flame. But in that same moment, one of the samurai lost his left arm, while another Yoshida had his throat sliced open and dropped dead. The samurai leader yelled for his men to get back on their feet and start counting the casualties. And that's when Jin-hyuk strolled in. "Wow," he said, dripping with fake sympathy. "You guys got pretty banged up, huh?" This barrier was designed to protect 30 people, he explained, which is why I couldn't let anyone else in. Such a shame. The samurai leader's face contorted with rage. You disgusting worm. You knew perfectly well about this trap, he seethed. Jinhyuk just shrugged. I did. Is that a problem? The samurai screamed. People died, you monster. Jinhyuk's reply was ice cold. I simply gave you what you wanted. You were the one who insisted on going first, bragging because you had some veteran who supposedly knew everything up to the 30th floor. Why are you getting mad about it now? It's not like I begged you, samurai, to come with me. The samurai leader snarled. You son of a bitch, we will not let this go. Jinhyuk just raised an eyebrow. Is this really the best time to be having this discussion? A system window flared to life. Special conditions met death of more than 50% of the group members, due to traps and the acquisition of a blazing flame. The guardian of the Grey Temple is being summoned, a fire-eating serpent. Jinhyuk's grin widened. Now the real fun begins. If you want to complain about something, you'd better make sure you stay alive. And then it appeared a massive serpent that literally breathed fire with a description calling it Medusa's favorite pet. How beautiful is that? Its entire body was a raging inferno, making physical attacks completely useless against it. And Jinhyuk, without missing a beat, turned to the samurai leader. Hand it over. You understand your place now. The samurai stared back, baffled. Hand what over? Jinhyuk's voice was sharp. Give me the shield of Perseus. Wouldn't it be better with someone who can actually use it right? The samurai roared. I would never hand over a divine artifact to someone like you. As the serpent coiled back, preparing a massive fire blast, Jinhyuk sighed. Then you leave me no choice. He activated glacial formation. I'll just have to pry it from your cold, dead hands. The fire-eating serpent unleashed its fury spear, a continuous torrent of fire that shot from its mouth like a military-grade flamethrower. The samurai leader screamed at his men that there was no way to dodge it in this narrow tunnel, yelling for Yamamoto to get behind him with his barrier and the shield of Perseus. He declared that Yamamoto had to survive, no matter the cost. In the next instant, they were all carbonized. True to his word, Jinhyuk walked over and took the shield from the leader's charred corpse. Jinhyuk wondered aloud, what's the point of a divine artifact if the person holding it is complete trash? And just like that, he acquired an S-rank shield of Perseus. Yamamoto could only ask, who in the hell is he? How does he act like he knows absolutely everything? Jinhyuk shot back. Can't you see it with that foresight? You're so damn proud of. Yamamoto was stunned. You figured out my ability. What is your connection to this tower? I can't see any future related to you at all. But the serpent was already charging up another blast aimed directly at Jinhyuk, who threw up an ice wall to shield himself, and asked, how dare this snake interrupt our conversation? And with a simple flick of his hand, the entire colossal serpent was instantly frozen solid. Yamamoto was terrified even more so when the ice suddenly shattered, and the guardian serpent crumbled into nothing but dust. Jinhyuk reveals that he's actually a deity exiled from the tower. Yamamoto is floored, wondering if he's standing before an absolute being, one of the gods who governs this world. And that's been the truth this whole time. He starts bowing down to Jinhyuk, who's just internally laughing his butt off, thinking, did this dude seriously fall for that? But he keeps the act going, spinning a whole tale about how this human form is just a temporary downgrade because of his exile. Still, he tells Yamamoto that he could be a useful pawn for conquering the upper floors. Yamamoto is tripping over himself with gratitude, and Jinhyuk lays out the offer. You want to conquer the tower by my side? Yamamoto sees this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a literal gift from a god. He's all in stammering about what an incredible honor it would be. So Jinhyuk says he'll bestow a mark upon him, as a symbol of their covenant. It's a brand that burns you to death if you betray him. He then summons the flaming mark of affliction, and once again slaps it right across Yamamoto's face, sealing the deal. A moment later, the inadequate physical barrier around the Fighting Dad's crew finally dissolves. Yogan immediately steps up, saying Jinhyuk single-handedly took down that creature, and thanks him profusely. He admits they only survived because of him, but it's a bitter pill to swallow knowing they were useless. Jinhyuk acknowledges the sentiment but tells him it's way too early to celebrate, as if it's all over. Medusa isn't the type to just sit back and chill after her pet gets iced. Hearing that, Yogan screams for everyone to get into combat formation, warning them not to make eye contact with her. But one clueless dude wasn't paying attention, wondering what he meant, and gets snatched by Medusa. She forces his head around to stare right into her eyes, and he's instantly turned to stone. In the next breath, he's shattered by Medusa herself, who roars, "How dare you invade my temple and lay a hand on my child?" Her mana alone was so oppressive they could barely even stand straight. With his eyes squeezed shut, Yogan shouts for everyone to get a grip. This is the moment they've been training for. He activates collective leadership, boosting the party's morale and fear resistance by 20%. The mages unleash a barrage of lightning spells, but Medusa has more tricks up her sleeve than just her deadly gaze. She's not some one-trick pony who can only petrify people. With a single sweep of her massive gorgon tail, she wiped out the entire front line. Only a single mage is left standing. The front line was completely obliterated. Just as Medusa lunges to finish her off, Jin Hyuk smashes the shield of Perseus straight into her face, yelling, "From now on, you all stay behind me. This one's my prey now, kiddo." Medusa is absolutely bewildered, demanding to know why the hell he didn't turn to stone after looking her in the eyes. It's because Jin Hyuk, thanks to his eye of gluttony, is completely immune to petrification. He just smirks and tells her that's what makes her so pathetically weak. Medusa screeches that this wretched human dies right now. She activates Gorgon's domain, supercharging her magic attack speed and movement speed, while the snakes in her hair start spewing corrosive acid. But Jin Hyuk pops his own skill, Sword Demon King Steps, cranking his speed up by 70% and dodging the onslaught like it's absolutely nothing. Even her Viper's Claws attacks are completely nullified by his divine artifact, the Shield of Perseus, which boosts his physical and magical defense by a whopping 300%. She can't even put a scratch on the shield. He seizes the opening to counter-slapping 2 runes onto her body and activating the sealing barrier. The final requirement for his advancement to Barrier Master is to trap a boss inside a barrier. Medusa, though slightly restricted and immobilized, shatters it with ease, hissing that a flimsy glass box like that will never hold her. She continues, hammering him with acid and her serpent tail. He then decides to bust out a new skill he hasn't used yet, Giant's Grip, and starts chucking massive boulders at Medusa to create a distraction. But the real problem for Medusa is that she can't sense any killing intent from his attacks at all. He's genuinely just trying to distract her and box her in. Without her realizing it, every single rock he threw was inscribed with runes. Jin Hyuk had drawn the runes using the ashes of the burnt corpses. He now activates the 3-star sealing tomb, which doesn't just create a box around Medusa, it completely chains her down. Now, with her totally imprisoned, Jin Hyuk casually remarks that he put a lot of work into that attack. Medusa screams for him to release her immediately. He just tells her nah, she needs to just stay put and not overexert herself. And just like that, he officially completes his advancement quest, becoming a Barrier Master. See, since trapping a boss alive is so difficult, most players just cheese the quest by trapping a weak goblin boss on the first floor. But what happens if you manage to imprison a high-level boss instead? The system announces that he's advanced to a class superior, to Barrier Master, becoming a rune interpreter. He can now comprehend the very essence of runes, allowing him to reinterpret them and create entirely new barriers that never existed before. Barriers crafted by a true master had double the effectiveness, and Jin Hyuk was like, yep, that's what I'm talking about. He knew a secret class would appear, one that even he had no knowledge of. The tougher the conditions, the sweeter the rewards. This meant he could discover things about the tower that were still a mystery to him, and the system also registered the Mark of the Moon for him, a skill that reduces the activation time for barriers and boosts their effects. After that toast to himself, he was absolutely buzzing with excitement. These infinite possibilities were driving him wild. Medusa. Still, his prisoner asked what he was going to do with her. Kill her, Jin Hyuk shrugged, saying he wasn't sure. Maybe he'd skin her and craft some decent armor. And poor Medusa just started bawling. Jin Hyuk knew that killing bosses in front of everyone was the ultimate goal, since that's how you grind experience points, get rewards, and score new items. But there was literally no merit in killing Medusa. Her head loses its petrification ability once she's dead, and any armor made from her skin inflicts continuous poison damage on the wearer. He wondered to himself what the real advantage was in capturing her alive. With that thought, he opened up the coin shop. He copped a few ingredients to perform a ritual. He sketched out another summoning circle and patched into a secret circuit to get in touch with Rick, who immediately asks how he even found this contact method. The guy is totally blown away. Jin Hyuk just plays it off like it was an accident. He just mixed some stuff together but claims it's no big deal. Well, Rick tells him to cut the excuses. He's never shared this contact information with anyone, not even with the gods, without his explicit permission. So how did he find out? Jin Hyuk just brushes him off. Bro, I don't have time for that. Look in front of me. And Rick's eyes go wide. Is that a living Medusa? He is suddenly intensely, overwhelmingly interested in this creature. Jin Hyuk clocks that this guy is a hardcore collector of anything from Greek mythology, and he coolly mentions that he was just about to put her down. But since Rick's on the line, he can watch. Here he goes. He activates the Tomb of Swords, but Rick practically screams that he can't kill such a precious specimen. Who cares how he got his contact info? This is incredible. He's opening a portal directly to the library so they can talk face to face. Things are about to get very interesting. And Jin Hyuk feels a shiver of nervousness at the old man's grin. He tears a rift in space-time so Jin Hyuk can follow him through. Except he didn't end up in the library. He was greeted by Rick on the 42nd floor of the tower, inside the city of the Egyptian gods, the White Oasis. And of course, the kid could hardly believe he was standing on the 42nd floor. This is his first time ever setting foot here before reaching level 100, at the very least. He says he thought he was being transported to the Grand Library, never imagining he'd land in a place like this, and asks if Rick is here on vacation. He gets a chuckle in response. I wish that were the case. But no, I'm here on business. The Egyptian gods were dying to meet you too, so it's a fantastic coincidence. Jin-hyuk realizes the way the old man says, that means he totally knows about his lie, the one about having the protection of an Egyptian god. And the anthropomorphic beings around them, beasts that look just like the Egyptian gods, start whispering about a human being there. Another one remarks that they knew humans were in the tower, but to think one would already be here on the 42nd floor. Rick then walks over to a giant crater and explains that this is where the Sphinx originally stood. This crater was formed right after it was revealed that Jin-hyuk had tricked everyone, using Lord Anubis's name. He got a little angry. Jin-hyuk just says, "What a total waste." It must be said it had high artistic value. Rick asks if he isn't afraid of these absolute beings, of the immense power that governs the tower. He replies, "Why do I need to be afraid? This isn't the end of the world." Rick lets out a genuine laugh, saying that he's so much fun and never disappoints. Later, they stand before Osiris and Anubis is seething, saying he's got a lot of nerve, and asks how he dares to show his face after dragging his name through the mud. Osiris just remarks that he's in such a deplorable state, but Jin-hyuk retorts that it's not like he came here to see him. Okay, Anubis calls him an insolent wretch through and through, but the moment he moves to crush Jin-hyuk, he's shielded by a barrier from Rick himself, who says that Jin-hyuk is his guest, and then asks if he really wants to challenge the laws of the tower. You and Osiris mutters that he's being made a fool of. Rick thinks to himself that Jin-hyuk didn't even flinch in fear, as if he already knew the tower's laws. Anubis growls that since he can't kill him directly, he'll do it by the rules. He summons the Deliverer of Death right there in the hall, the strongest warrior that can only be summoned from the 6th floor and up. Rick knows Jin-hyuk can't possibly defeat it with his current abilities, and wonders how he's going to get out of this mess. Anubis states that if he can survive for 5 seconds against his warrior, he will let him choose one of his treasures from his temple, and the system hits him with a prompt: accept Anubis's duel. Jin-hyuk just scoffs. Is it only 5 seconds? He then pulls up the system shop and drops 2 million coins on an item called Royal Blood, leaving him with barely over 1,000 coins to his name. Then he activates Star's blessing on the vial and smashes the accept button. After all, he just needs to last for 5 seconds. He instantly triggers the Sword King Demon Steps, and in one blindingly fast move, he shoves the Royal Blood right in the Deathbringer's face. The insane clash of attributes unleashes a fatal effect, boosting the damage by 1,500%. Anubis's champion is instantly incinerated, and Jin-hyuk just smirks. 5 seconds is way too long. Osiris can't believe it, shouting that it's impossible for a mere human to defeat the warrior of Anubis. Jin-hyuk just cuts in, asking which treasure he gets to choose, but Anubis starts whining that it wasn't fair, crying about being attacked the second the duel began. But Horus, the sun god, shuts him down, reminding him that a vow was made, and he must fulfill it to avoid disobeying the laws of the tower. Anubis storms out, absolutely fuming. Horus apologizes for the scene and offers to show Jin-hyuk to the treasury. The vault was packed with every kind of treasure imaginable, gold jewels, weapons, and he was told to choose whatever he wanted. A promise is a promise. But before that, Horus tells Jin-hyuk he's confident he'll climb this high again one day, and then he asks him a life-changing question. What do you think about becoming a resident who governs this floor by choosing one of us? If he agrees, he'll gain a power more valuable than any measly treasure in this entire place. And Jin-hyuk wonders if Horus is seriously offering a divine selection, a choice that can only be made once for a human who is on the 6th floor. Is he really about to receive the patronage of a deity? But that's a hard pass. Jin-hyuk flat out refuses, saying he doesn't need it. He's heading to a place far above this floor, so there's no reason to accept their help. And I'll choose that over there as my gift, he declares. Horus is just stunned, remarking that he's a truly audacious human. Later, he goes to find Anubis, telling him, "Your temper will be your ruin, brother." Anubis demands to know what the damned human chose. Horus tells him he picked the ancient black egg, and Anubis asks if he even knew what he was choosing. Horus admits he has no idea, but one thing is certain. Depending on what he does with that egg, a calamity could fall upon all of humanity. Later, Alice grills him, asking why he would choose an ancient egg. As a reward, she knows it'll be a total disaster if it's hatched the wrong way. I mean, right, where is she supposed to go shopping if this thing blows up the entire city? Jin-hyuk just tells her to hang tight and ducks back inside his ring, saying he'll just be a minute. Now he's alone with his egg, thinking that for the first time in a long while, it's time to get serious. He remembers a piece of intel from ancient explorers. The solution to everything is delicious mana. He summons his fire element, the glacial formation, the star's blessing, and the true heavenly flower cultivation technique, and the egg begins to absorb it all. Jin Hyuk smirks, asking, "You enjoying that, little guy?" And just a few seconds later, a tiny dragon hatches. Jin Hyuk notices it's searching for the mana it just tasted, so he gathers all his remaining mana into a small pearl and offers it as a little snack to his new dragon. The moment it eats, it gets incredibly excited by the delicious flavor. The system announces he has successfully imprinted on the ancient dragon. All the beings of the tower were now watching his achievement, and as soon as he names his new pet, its loyalty would increase even more. Jin Hyuk decides, "Your name will be Goguma." Jin Hyuk thinks the dragon is super cute but realizes it's going to require a ton of mana to fuel it, and all Goguma can say is, "Goguma Goguma." At that moment, the system announces that Administrator Rick Hennessy has subscribed to his channel. The commission rate drops from 90% to 80%. Jin Hyuk freezes. "Wait, Rick subscribed to my channel." Later, he's in a meeting with the manager of the SWB channel, Kang Byeon-chan, who tells him he just needs to make an appearance and do an interview. Their program is the best in the industry and guarantees him 40% of the profits. Jin Hyuk is of course drinking another milkshake. It's a good thing he has a skill that cures diabetes. He asks if managers normally handle this kind of thing personally. Byeon-chan explains that since he's dealing with such a big name, he came personally to manage everything. If he makes an appearance, people are going to go absolutely wild. And Jin Hyuk thinks to himself that the only TV show to survive after the Tower of Trials appeared was Climbing the Tower of Trials. It's essentially an interview show with the players who participate in the tower. He looks up and says, "All right, let's move on to the payment." He wants to receive everything in magic stones. Byeon-chan agrees instantly. "Of course. For a star like you, anything." Even he can't prepare an unlimited condition. There's someone who wants to make a joint appearance with him. If he does it, he'll get the chance to take an unlimited amount of magic stones from the channel, almost like he'd be getting company stock. Kang Jin-hyuk said it was a done deal and asked who this person was. A few days later, standing in front of the SWB channel was Do Ji-pyeon. The day he would finally get his revenge had arrived. And he wasn't alone. 2 other S-rankers were backing him up. The media had already sniffed out that this show was going to be an absolute banger, and then last but not least, Kang Jin-hyuk made his entrance. The crowd practically lost their minds. Right there in front of all the cameras and cars, he casually asked Do Ji-pyeon how he's been. He shot back that he was doing great, no thanks to him. He'd been crazy busy trying to rebuild his image after that humiliation. Jin Hyuk then fired back asking if that's why he brought a couple of little buddies along to flex his connections. Do Ji-pyeon scoffed that it's the bare minimum for an appearance, right? And the other 2 players just thought, so this is the Kang Jin-hyuk, our target. Except Jin-hyuk had his own crew rolling deep with the Saintess of Amsterdam, Teresa, and Cheon Yu-sung, Korea's most dominant martial artist. Not just him, but the sword Saint Cheon Yu-sung was also there. A reporter immediately asked if he was here because he answered player Jin Hyuk's call. Are they partners? Are they friends? And Cheon Yu-sung flatly said, no, they're not friends. He's just someone he plans to crush one day. The other 2 S-rankers realized Jin Hyuk came prepared for this too, and they immediately turned their backs on Do Ji-pyeon. They had already achieved their goal, so they weren't about to stick around for the show. And Jin Hyuk sneered that if he wanted to show off his connections, he should have done a better job. Do Ji-pyeon was being abandoned all over again. This time he tried to grab the interviewer, and he didn't just pull on his jacket, he yanked the dude's pants clean off as he was walking away. The guy thought interviewing Jin Hyuk was more important than keeping his pants on. Later, inside the SWB building, Cheon Yu-sung questioned if he was laughing at Do Ji-pyeon's desperation. Jin Hyuk gave him a huge thanks for showing up but told him to stay out of his personal life. Cheon Yu-sung snapped back, "What about my house? That got wrecked because of you, you idiot." And it suddenly clicked for Jin Hyuk. Oh yeah, that's right. He had told the demonic humans that Cheon Yu-sung was the masked man, then played dumb, saying he had no idea what he was talking about. But Cheon Yu-sung said that after watching 16 of his videos, he'd already figured out he was the masked man a long time ago. But Jin Hyuk, expertly changing the subject, asked him what he thought. "You know about the guy sent by the Demonic Human Association. What did he do to handle him at the start?" And Cheon Yu-sung admitted he took a beating, saying that guy Garvin was kinda tough, but compared to their fights, it was a walk in the park. Jin Hyuk felt a surge of pride for the kid. Then Cheon Yu-sung asked Teresa what her relationship was with Mr. Jin Hyuk. She replied that he's the partner she trusts the most, more than anyone else in the world. Cheon Yu-sung mused that it looks like his granddaughter has some competition. A little later, they started filming. The host, well, she did her job, introducing everyone. She first addressed Kang Jin-hyuk, the center of all the buzz, thanks to his absurdly fast floor-clearing speed, and asked if he had any special tricks. He just said, "Yeah, of course I do. It's do it until it works." The host nervously laughed that it was a bit direct, wasn't it? Then she asked about the 3rd floor. He replied, "You just dodge everything." The 4th, "Just dodge everything there too." The entire studio was cringing so hard at what he was saying. Oh my god. Afterward, Byeon-chan fumed that there was no way they could broadcast this Mr. Jin Hyuk. He still had the nerve to ask for his appearance fee, and Jin Hyuk just said he followed the contract. He answered every question he was asked. Byeon-chan snapped that his moronic logic wouldn't work on him, and Jin Hyuk just asked moronic. Then he grabbed Byeon-chan by the collar of his shirt and asked if he remembered a guy named Lee Jong-soo. Yep, the same one he'd talked to before. The guy who was so tight with the CEO, he treated him like a brother. They cooked up schemes that treated streamers as if they were just contract slaves. There was a time when the streamers came to this very office together to protest. I was there too, you remember, manager. Thanks to that, he learned a lot of things. About life. He learned what you have to do to avoid being dead weight, and for the streamers getting sucked dry. By their contracts, he remembers exactly what the manager and Jong-soo said. They just stated, legally speaking, there are no issues with the contract. Jin Hyuk leaned in and asked, so, you still think my logic is moronic now? And later, he was standing in the vault, where the magic stones were stored. Byeon-chan, defeated, said that as stipulated in the contract, they would grant him the opportunity to use an unlimited number of stones from there for the next 2 hours. Of course, that's exactly what was in the contract. And he explained that every single stone is enchanted with an anti-theft spell, so they can't be put into an inventory. The manager smirked, thinking the only thing he could do was absorb the magic stones, and the time it would take to absorb even a low-level one is 5 minutes. He was going to accomplish basically nothing in here. He then said if he needed anything, just to call the staff members standing by who were already filming Jin Ryuk's face, who immediately realized their whole plan was to absolutely obliterate his reputation if he tried to take the stones by force. He just said, fine, he'll use everything he can in the next 2 hours. The manager replied that he'd see him in 2 hours, and told the staff to take good care of Jin Ryuk. Then it was just him and the 2 female employees left to watch over him. That's when Jin Hyuk turned to them and asked if they'd like to witness something incredible. A little later, the manager was tossing out a photo he had with Jung-soo, muttering what a shame it was that he died in such an unjust way. But he had to keep on living. He wondered why Jung-soo had to come back and haunt him now of all times. He'd minimized his losses, but he still didn't know how to finish off Jin Hyuk. Maybe he could sick some journalists on him to stir up some media drama. He decided to think about it later, but when he returned to the warehouse 2 hours later, he saw there wasn't a single magic crystal left inside, and the 2 employees were gushing about how cute he was. Look how precious. And there they were, petting Goguma's little belly. So adorable. Jin Ryuk then asked if he happened to have any more magic stones. His baby has a pretty big appetite, and Goguma chimed in that it wanted more food, sending the employees into another fit of cuteness overload. The manager just collapsed, seeing that not a single magic crystal remained. Goguma had shot up to level 98 from all the mana it had absorbed. Not only that, but it now had 192 mana, which left Jin Ryuk stunned, because he himself only had 80. If he fought Goguma on a battlefield, he wouldn't even last 5 minutes. His own mana would be depleted, and his only choice was to get stronger. Meanwhile, those 2 S-rankers, who had come just to check up on Jin Ryuk, were on a call confirming their target. The person on the other end said that he was leveling up way faster than they ever anticipated. He thought the relationship between him and Yosung was supposed to be hostile. The female hunter reported that you could say he's now on Jin Ryuk's side. With that, they added Yunsung to the red list as well. From that moment on, all who aligned themselves with Jin Hyuk were declared enemies of the Jongwa Guild. Later on, Jin Hyuk was showing Yunsung the barrier-breaking mirror. They were on the 6th floor, the Elven Forest. Yunsung mentioned that Jin Hyuk had promised to teach him a training method to get stronger, asking if this was it. Okay, he had to admit the item was absolutely broken, but he questioned why they were here when he was about to move up a floor. Anyway, was he sure he could handle it on his own? Jin Hyuk just smirked, saying he cared about him, you know. He needs to get stronger to challenge him, right? And Yunsung asked where he was going then. Jin Hyuk corrected him, saying it wasn't him, it was they who were going, and they teleported directly to the 10th floor, the warrior's paradise. They found themselves standing before a corridor lined with countless statues of knights. At the very end stood a colossal knight, its sword still in its grasp even while deactivated. Jin Hyuk explained that the guardian warriors protecting the boss numbered around 21, and asked if Yunsung thought he could take them down. Yunsung said he could handle it as long as that monster in the back didn't wake up the 10th floor boss, the immortal stone giant. Jin Hyuk said that's perfect then. He could start whenever. If he defeats the warriors and lasts 1 minute against the boss, he'll accept a serious duel with him. Yosung's eyes lit up, saying, deal, and that he'd better keep his promise. As he charged toward the statues, every single one of them activated at once. But Yunsung was an absolute beast, and he effortlessly began carving through the stone warriors. Meanwhile, outside the tower in a hair care shop, there was Teresa, who noticed Captain Zongguar was there too, completely bald. They both bought an item called a hair restoration ticket. She instantly got her long hair back. Zongguar had a full head of hair again. He cried out that he missed his precious hair so much. But then, a system notification popped up saying the curse was still in effect, and he lost all his hair again in an instant. Teresa told him it was okay that hair isn't everything, but Zongguar said this was a curse, a punishment for his sins. Back when he was the raid captain on the first floor, he was incredibly greedy and made people suffer. For that, losing his hair was a sentence that was probably far too light. Teresa smiled and said that yes, people were hurt, but he has regretted his actions. At least now he can atone for them, still putting his life on the line as a player, and he was deeply moved by it. Meanwhile, Yusung was pouring every ounce of his strength and his sword song technique into obliterating the final statue, thinking to himself that now, the only thing left was to survive 1 minute against that monster. If he pulls it off, he'll finally get a proper duel against Jinhyuk, and if he wins, that everything he desires will be his. But the moment he charged the boss, his world went black, and he woke up in a hospital. As it happens, Hannah was there with him, and Yusung immediately recognized her as Jinhyuk's support. Or so he thought. Hannah corrects him, saying she's more like his slave, and explains that the director himself ordered her to get him to the hospital. That's why she brought him. Apparently, he was in critical condition, and she was told to give him something when he came to. And then, it all comes rushing back to Yusung, the fight against the 10th floor boss. That's right. The colossal warrior had activated its invincibility skill. Its body was completely impervious to damage in that state, and Yusung found himself totally outmatched. His own elemental sword shattered into pieces, and he remembered Jinhyuk, telling him he'd only lasted a pathetic 21 seconds. It was a crushing realization. He still had such a long way to go. Yusung then watched as Jinhyuk himself took on the massive creature. He weaved around every single one of the boss's attacks with unreal precision. Even when faced with the boss's gravity-crushing assault, which intensified it by 500%, Jinhyuk stood his ground, behind a barrier reinforced by a spell. Then, he literally petrified the boss. He didn't deal a single point of damage to it because of its invincibility, but he locked it inside a prison of stone, compressing it down into a tiny chunk of ore. And Yusung witnessed Jinhyuk neutralize the boss right in front of him. That was the very last thing he could recall. The 10th floor boss had been dealt with. The remaining time to conquer the next floor was now 90 days, and Jinhyuk had also met the conditions to copy the invincible skill. And now Yusung was holding that very piece of ore that was left of the boss in his hands, thinking that Jinhyuk had utterly humiliated him once again. Later on, Jinhyuk was in the Elven Forest, examining his spoils from the boss, the armor-shattering giant's longsword, and the gray-hearted giant's shield. He thought to himself that this feeling was the reason he could never quit the game. And now that he'd sent in the video of the masked man, after so long he should finally be getting his coins back. Since Yusung basically carried the team against the scrubs, Jinhyuk barely had to break a sweat. He deployed that mana-draining barrier like it was nothing, but then Alice hits his line with some tea. Someone is stalking him. "You clocked that right," she asks. Jinhyuk just smirks. Obviously, she presses him on why he's letting it happen. Jinhyuk explains that his destination isn't exactly friendly to outsiders, so there's zero clout in fighting now. However, the rat tailing him already knew Jinhyuk was beelining for the elf forest on the 6th floor. Meanwhile, over in Beijing, the Zhonghua Guild is in shambles. One of their S ranks is getting absolutely flamed because they let Jinhyuk speedrun the 5th floor and reach the 10th first. The guildmaster is screaming, "What have you clowns been doing?" And to make his point, he literally rips the ear off S-rank Li Qiang. The guildmaster is the terrifying Namgung Tien. The healer patches Li up instantly, but Tien drops a threat. "Next time I'm taking way more than just an ear." He doesn't know why Jinhyuk is chilling on the 6th floor, but he sees an opening. He orders an immediate regroup, commanding them to torch the entire forest with Jinhyuk inside. No witnesses. Back at the tower, that spy is still watching. Jinhyuk, totally unaware an elf just ghosted up behind him. Let's talk about the 6th floor, the elf forest. Basically, the top-tier resort on Earth. Since the 7th floor unlocks automatically, players looking for vacation vibes flock here. Just then, a random player spots a horned rabbit and gets excited. But his squadmate yells, "Don't touch that dangerous territory." Smart move, because right behind that bush, the elf, who just silenced the Zhonghua spy, is dragging his corpse into the shadows. She watches Jinhyuk confused. Why is he being tailed? He looks like he's aimlessly wandering with no objective whatsoever. Suddenly, Jinhyuk sniffs the air and goes, "Left path looks solid." The elf is shook. You only learn to track that scent after grinding in this forest for ages. She can't figure out his method. She figures he just got lucky dodging the illusion barrier, but that luck runs out now. One wrong step and he's trapped in an infinite nightmare loop. She decides to watch him fail, but Jinhyuk starts tampering with the runes, scoffing, "Whoever coded this definitely slept through Rune Magic 101. The elf is instantly triggered because she wrote that spell. She's fuming, wondering how he's hacking her magic. Jin Hyuk meanwhile knows he has an elf stalker. Playing it cool, he loudly complains, "I'm starving," and activates otherworldly restaurant. Boom apron on cutting board out. And he starts cooking. The elf watches thinking, is this a human ritual, until she realizes what he's doing. She drops down arrow aimed right at his skull. How dare you cook animal flesh in the elf forest? He's grilling a burger. Jin Hyuk rolls his eyes. Chill, it's not meat, you dummy. It's soy. If you don't trust me, check for yourself. She sniffs it. Mind blown. It actually smells like beans. Sea Tower elves have weirdly dark culinary tastes, but eating animals is the one big taboo. So, what happens when you offer them something that looks like forbidden meat but isn't? Her curiosity wins. Before the first bite, she hesitates. You swear this isn't dead animal? Jin Hyuk looks offended. Don't insult my cooking game. I never use cheap tricks or lies when it comes to flavor. She takes a bite. Absolute flavor explosion. She inhales 3 massive plates of the stuff. And suddenly her attitude flips. I didn't realize we had a VIP guest with such divine recipes. She introduces herself as Sylvia Guardian Archer. Jin Hyuk shoots his shot. Can I visit the village? Cut to the elf village. The patriarch Penryn steps up. Welcome to our home, he says. Jin Hyuk raises an eyebrow. Am I really welcome though? Because right now, literally every elf in the plaza has an arrow knocked and aimed at his head. And one particular elf sneers. Did you expect a hug? Humans are trash in this sacred forest. That's Teslon. Level 30, wielding the unique skill, Deadly Shot. The copy condition Teslon has a massive ego. To steal that skill, Jin Hyuk needs to outshoot this elite archer with perfect precision just once. Jin Hyuk thinks, this guy hasn't changed. Even in the game he was a total anti-human hater. Honestly, Jin Hyuk's chaos caused most of this beef. But when he speaks up, Teslon freezes. Clang Jin Hyuk's dagger intercepts the strike instantly. He stares him down, muttering that he needs to fix Tesla's stank attitude. Man should have brought a housewarming gift instead of a blade. Tesla begrudgingly admits the human has decent reflexes but smirks, promising the next shot is going straight between his eyes. Suddenly Sylvia steps in, yelling for Tesla to stand down. This is her guest. Tesla snaps back, demanding to know why she'd drag a dirty foreigner into their sacred village. Sylvia insists it wasn't random, he's got serious culinary skills. She's literally drooling as she hypes him up, claiming he can whip up dishes they've never even dreamed of. Even Chief Penryn and Tesla look a little intrigued by the promise of new flavors. But Tesla crosses his arms, refusing to let him off the hook that easily. Penryn, however, is practically salivating and suggests they verify the food claims before kicking him out. Tesla looks at the chief in disbelief. The narrator explains that the figs growing in the elf village aren't just fruit, they're mana bombs. These things are loaded with magic, just like crystals boosting the mana of anyone who eats them. When elves harvest them, they thank the forest at high noon and throw a massive bash called the Moonlight Festival. Cut to Jin Hyuk, who's already taken over the kitchen, channeling his inner Gordon Ramsay to prep a feast from the otherworldly restaurant. He serves up soy burgers that look absolutely fire. The elves take one bite and lose their minds. Even Tesla tries to sneak a piece while no one is looking, but Jin Hyuk snatches the plate away. Where's your pride, bro? Wasn't that arrow meant for my skull? You're not eating anything. Tesla is left standing there fuming and starving, watching everyone else stuff their faces. Penryn calls the flavor extraordinary. To think an outsider could bring this much joy, they offer thanks to Mother Nature. Let the festival begin. The music starts pumping and the magic figs are handed out. Meanwhile, some players camping nearby hear the elven rave. One of them suggests checking it out, figuring if the elves aren't aggro, maybe they can join. But the elves are the least of their worries. In a split second, the vibe shifts. A squad of assassins blitzes the campsite, slaughtering every single player. Rick turns to his Zhonghua team cold as ice. Leave no witnesses. Back at the village, the elves are vibing totally unaware. Jin Hyuk is busy analyzing the stats of a random elf kid. The kid is handling a bow like a pro. Jin Hyuk confirms natural talent is real. Penryn slides up asking how he's enjoying his first Moonlight Festival. It's super rare for a human to ever set foot here. Penryn admits the more the outside world knows about their figs, the more danger they're in. But he trusts his people. He believes that elves who love music and good food are a race that cherishes peace above all else. Jin Hyuk nods, agreeing the elves are impressive. Suddenly, Tesla interrupts, asking who gave him the right to judge them. Jin Hyuk smirks, asking if Tesla is just salty because he didn't get any burgers. Tesla snaps. Doesn't matter if he can cook, he's still an intruder. Penryn tries to de-escalate the tension, but it's too late. Jin Hyuk snatches an arrow straight out of Tesla's quiver. Don't kill the vibe, man. He challenges Tesla to an archery duel right now. Loser leaves town. Tesla is insulted, but accepts yelling for someone to set up a target. The elves go crazy for the drama. Everyone drops their food and rushes over to watch the showdown. It's on. Obviously, the crowd is 100% Team Tesla. Jin Hyuk sighs, saying the lack of support is boring, so he summons his own cheer squad. He opens his inventory and pulls out Goguma, his adorable dragon pet. Tesla admits the creature is cute, but points to a target on a distant tree. Focus up. Jin Hyuk fires instantly, without even aiming properly, hitting a mediocre score. Tesla scoffs. Not bad for a human, but if he wants to win, he's got a long way to go. Suddenly, Goguma activates his skill, Dragon Fear. It's a total cheat move. Tesla gets hit with the debuff, instantly freezing up in terror, along with the other elves who collapse. The fear makes Tesla botch his shot completely. Jin Hyuk casually takes out earplugs, grinning. Ends justify the means, right? Tesla stares at him, thinking this human is a total psycho. Later, Jin Hyuk is fake scolding Goguma, telling him to be careful with that skill. Don't do that again, okay? Tesla is losing it, screaming that bringing a dragon to paralyze everyone is cowardly. Do you have no honor? Jin Hyuk shrugs. Nope. He's a shameless human, and he used that distraction to copy Tesla's skill, perfect aim, boosting his understanding of bows by 90%. With just 5 seconds of concentration, his accuracy hits 100%. Tesla refuses to accept a loss like that. Jin Hyuk laughs. Fine, count that as a warm-up, run it back. Tesla vows no mercy this time. He activates his perfect aim and nails the bullseye dead center. The elves cheer, that's their champion. Sylvia whispers to Jin Hyuk that he should just forfeit. There's no way he can beat him. Tesla is the best archer in the race. Jin Hyuk asks, you sure about that? Then he triggers the glacial formation skill. He launched the target straight into the stratosphere, claiming he was just cranking up the difficulty level. Just to keep things interesting, he infused his perfect aim with the Demon Duke's blood, unlocking the red magic missile. This thing had terrifying accuracy and packed the destructive force of black flames. Tesla realized too late that something was seriously wrong with that arrow. Jin Hyuk didn't just intercept Teslan's shot, he obliterated it mid-air and split the target in two. The elves were losing their minds, literally snacking on popcorn with 3D glasses on. They swore that target was made of ironwood and shouldn't have snapped like a twig. Jin Hyuk smirked and asked how it felt to get wrecked by a human. Teslan dropped his bow in defeat. He started rambling about lost honor, saying he couldn't stay in the elf forest anymore. He vowed never to return, claiming his life as an archer was over. Jin Hyuk cut him off. Hold up, pointy ears. He gets the whole honor vibe, but seriously, ruining the festival over this. He suggested tweaking the bet terms. Later on, Teslan was definitely wishing he had just exiled himself. Every elf was fighting the urge to burst out laughing. Jin Hyuk insisted that where he comes from, only the strongest rock. This look, he called it expert tier gear. Teslan was standing there in a full-blown fairy cosplay. One elf dared to ask, Sir, Teslan, is this some noble ritual? The guy cracked up, yelling, screw this, before Teslan beat the living daylights out of him. Right there, while the crowd roasted him. Penril noted that Jin Hyuk has a pretty twisted hobby, but it's cool. He admitted Teslan needed to taste defeat eventually. The guy was getting a bit obsessive. They were actually glad they met this human. And Jin Hyuk realized the elf was a decent guy after all. He told Penril not to go too hard on the kid. Penril agreed, ready to teach him a lesson. But right at that moment, an elven messenger sprinting in panic in his eyes, carrying urgent news for the elder. He was missing an arm, screaming about an invasion. Masked figures appeared out of nowhere, slaughtering the elves. They weren't just targeting the guards, they were butchering the humans too. These guys were monsters so strong that elite archers couldn't even touch them. The guard Lucio collapsed from the pain before he could even finish his report. Penril immediately ordered battle stations. They had to fight for their lives and protect Mother Nature. Teslan threw on his actual combat gear, declaring he'd join the emergency squad. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was absolutely livid. The other players tried pleading, yelling, we're players too, hoping for mercy, but that's exactly why the assassins killed them. No witnesses allowed. Everything connected to the elf forest had to be erased. As they claimed another victim, 2 assassins got dropped by Penril's arrows, but the elder broke down, weeping over the body of an elf child. He found on the path, apologizing through tears for failing to protect them. Teslan stepped up, taking command. If you see a survivor, get them to the village center immediately. It's safer there. If you see an enemy, kill them on sight. They were going to avenge this forest. Jin Hyuk walked up, eyes cold, saying revenge sounded like a plan. He had a strategy. Meanwhile, the assassin squad realized 2 of their signals just flatlined. The elves were fighting back and faster than expected. One of the female killers confirmed their main objective, terminate Jin Hyuk. They had erected a barrier around the forest, jamming all external communications. Jin Hyuk wasn't calling for backup today. Their plan was to encircle the forest and slowly tighten the noose around the center to trap him. Teams A, B, and C totaled 150 operatives, including an S-rank hunter. The operation was already live, the net closing in on the forest center. The other squads would arrive at the perfect moment to support the massacre. It didn't matter how strong the target was. Outnumbered like this, he couldn't win. The assassin thought he would just fade from the world quietly. That's exactly what the Junghwa Guild wanted. Suddenly, whack, a massive slap to the face floored her. Jin Hyuk stood over her, ripping the mask off her face. I wasn't sure at first, but it is you scumbags from the Zhonghua Guild, the ones lurking near the broadcast station, right? He warned her she better be ready to pay the price. But instead of fear, she smiled, thrilled she had finally found her prey. MC's spy inside the squad dropped the dime on Team B position compromised. They panicked, thinking about mobilizing fast, but they got cut off before they could twitch. Tell stepped up, smirking. Going somewhere. We're the villains in your story today. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was putting on a clinic, unleashing the Grave of Swords and Heavenly Demon Step to speed run through the assassins. The team leader screamed, scatter formation, don't bunch up, but trying to create distance against this guy. Totally futile. Jin Hyuk launched ice spikes, sniping them from across the field. The leader froze. This guy isn't just strong, he's a monster. At this rate, her whole squad gets wiped before backup arrives. Desperate times. She needs to stall now. She shouted to get his attention. I don't know your angle, but you're definitely here for some high-tier loot, right? Jin Hyuk rolled his eyes. Not your business. Just come at me and stop wasting my oxygen. She pressed on, bluffing hard. My team is wrecking everything on their way here. Total scorched earth policy. They're closing in on the village center. Whatever prize you're after, it's about to be rubble. Jin Hyuk paused. Destroy the village. The assassin smirked internally. Got him. The treasure is definitely inside. She doubled down, thinking she had leverage. I can hold them back, if we talk. She thinks she's slick, buying time for reinforcements. But Jin Hyuk just burst out laughing. Maniacal cackles. She looked confused. You don't care if the village burns. Nah, I don't want that. He wiped a tear from his eye. I just realized what you're trying to pull. And honestly, it's hilarious. Cut to the elf village. Team A just ran into a nightmare scenario. They didn't see it coming. It was Alice. She looked bored. I honestly couldn't care less about these pointy ears, she deadpans. But you guys interrupted my contractor's grind. Blood blades manifested out of thin air, swirling around her. That's reason enough to delete you. Team A realized too late they aren't fighting a player. They're fighting a calamity. Frozen in fear, they got blended. Instant wipe. The blood power detonated them before they could even blink. The assassin from Team C tried to radio in, but the system hit her with a generic, user does not exist. They're already gone. The Team C captain tried calling for backup, but he barely lasted seconds against her. Total scrub behavior. Boring, Alice complained. Zero entertainment value. Then she spotted the trembling elves hiding nearby. Mid-massacre, she turned to them casually. Hey, by chance, do you guys brew wine here? Back at the main fight, the leader realized her heavy hitters were offline. Panic mode. Summon the demon blood circle now. Assassins swarmed Jin Hyuk. The leader jammed syringes into them. Chemical buffs incoming. It's the psychosis toxin. Fear resistance maxed out. These guys just turned into mindless berserkers. They rushed Jin Hyuk like rabid dogs, wild and savage. But he was untouchable, weaving through attacks and countering effortlessly. Where is Tenshu? The woman screamed internally. She needs her tank. Cut to Tenshu. The brute was swinging his massive two-handed sword at Tells, but he was bogged down. Trapped. Root magic had him pinned. Tells peppered him with arrows, forcing Tenshu to pop his defensive ultimate. Defense stats boosted by 50%. Another ping on his HUD. Get here now. Stalling tactics, Tenshu grunted. Pathetic. That won't work on me. He flexed, shattering the roots with raw strength. A massive key sword slash tore through the forest. Trees toppled like dominoes. Tells barely yanked Sylvia out of the kill zone in the nick of time. Stay sharp, Tells warned. Back to the main stage. Jin Hyuk had finished cleaning up the trash mobs. Why don't you come out now? He called. Shura realized she was the last one standing. Backup isn't coming. True enough, she stepped out from the shadows. No point hiding. Jin Hyuk scanned her. It was Shura. 25 years old. Level 28. Stats averaging in the 20s. Class poison manipulator. And suddenly the copy system pinged with new conditions. She's famous for her toxins. The quest resist her poison and steal her skill. High risk, high reward. This is going to be annoying, Jin Hyuk thought. Shura coated her palm in glowing heavenly poison. You're strong, she sneered. But everyone rots before my poison. She blasted acid at a nearby tree. It melted into sludge in seconds. Jin Hyuk winced. Okay, that looks like it stings. But he needs that skill. He dashed in, grabbing Shura. I'm just trying to make the right choice here. She flared her defensive chi, but it didn't matter. He drove a knee straight into her gut with bone-crushing force. Bam! A devastating blow, right to her solar plexus. It's like she's fighting without any active skills, totally defenseless. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk is already strategizing his next move. Sit down and shut up. But her mind is racing. She knows she just needs to chip away at his health until Ten Chao joins the party. She lunges for a counterattack. Wham eats another brutal fist to the face. But this time, she actually managed to poison him. He didn't even notice the tiny needle lodged in his finger, until it was too late. Chu Erhua smirks. She doesn't take damage for free. Gotcha. She pulled that needle straight from her mouth, and now Jin Hyuk's veins are pumping with the deadly celestial poison. His mana circuits freed. Chu Erhua breaks it down. This isn't just any toxin. The celestial poison is a game ender. It corrodes mana channels, liquefies internal organs, and hacks directly into the mana flow. Translation: there is zero antidote. He's staring down a slow, agonizing death. Or so she thinks. Jin Hyuk instantly triggers the celestial cultivation of the flower. Boom, mana recovery rate spiked by 30%. He rips the needle out of his finger like it's a splinter. Antidote. Who needs that trash? He scoffs, suppressing the toxin with raw mana. Chu Erhua freezes, realizing this guy isn't making it out alive. No, she's the one in trouble. She starts getting absolutely wrecked. Fists, ice magic, a total beatdown. Just as she's about to be deleted, Ten Chao crashes and his blade dripping with ki slices through the air. He misses Jin Hyuk, but manages to force him off Chu Erhua. Let's check the stats. Ten Chao level 29 average attributes hovering around 25 commander class. A solid tank. Jin Hyuk does the math. Ten Chao being here means Teslan lost his fight. Now for the copy conditions. To steal his skills, the criteria are specific. Ten Chao is secretly in love with Chu Erhua. Jin Hyuk needs to manipulate the guy into diving in front of a fatal attack to save her. A classic meat shield sacrifice. Jin Hyuk muses that the key sword has terrible synergy with his soul-hunting sword. Maybe he'll snag the eradication of evil skill instead. But then he pauses. What is wrong with this system? It feels like the interface is reading his mind in real time. Suddenly a glitch. He actually feels the system invading his consciousness, like something is clawing into his brain. Even Ten Chao notices the shift, calling out that Jin Hyuk is acting sketchy. The pause gives Chu Erhua a second to scramble back up. These two are the last survivors of the Zhonghua hit squad. Chu Erhua gets real. Listen, she realized mid-fight that defeating this monster is mathematically impossible. Even if the Black King himself showed up, they're cooked. And if they retreat without finishing the mission, they're dead anyway. There is no way out. Their only option is to rage against the dying light and fight until the bitter end. Suddenly they smash their lips together. Jin Hyuk recoils. What the hell? Get a room, you freaks. But it wasn't romance, it was a transfer. She passed the psychosis poison to Ten Chao via the kiss. He goes berserk and charges, screaming that he has zero regrets even if he dies. Jin Hyuk draws his twin swords, eyes narrowing. Alright you guys, look motivated. I'll actually try now. He activates Grave of Swords. His sword potential skyrockets by 500%. Ten Chao unleashes a massive colossal cut, perfectly timed with Chu Erhua's snake strike. A pincer attack, but Jin Hyuk counters with a single move, blocking everything with the 8th technique of the soul-hunting sword, one with shadows. As the dust settles and the anti-communication barrier dissolves, the scene is gruesome. Ten Chao is missing both arms and a leg. Brutal. In the end, Jin Hyuk secured the loot, both Celestial Poison and Eradication of Evil. Eradication of Evil is a rank B skill, basically a GPS tracker that marks targets and predicts their pathing on the map. The copied skills are saved to the memory of the world. Jin Hyuk critiques his own performance. That 8th technique is still clunky, needs more grinding. Then he wonders, what should I do with the Zhonghua guild now? And that's a wrap. Ten Chao and Chu Erhua died together holding hands in a tragic heap. The Zhonghua raid is officially over. The aftermath is rough. A quarter of the elf forest is ash, and the casualty count is high. Teslan got absolutely shredded by Ten Chao. But thanks to Sylvia's healing, he pulled through. He gives Jin Hyuk a heartfelt thanks for saving them. Jin Hyuk rolls his eyes. Quit trying to look cool and go get healed, you idiot. Meanwhile, Elder Payham is totally traumatized. The guy is in shock and hasn't stepped foot outside his house since the battle. On the flip side, Alice has become a total pop idol for the younger generation of elves. And for some reason, the elves have discovered the joys of day-drinking wine, all thanks to Jin Hyuk's influence. Now he's setting up defenses, an 8-star barrier called the Great Fortress around the forest, plus a 3-star. Dimensional separation. He smirks, good luck getting through this, Zhonghua creeps. He really hates trespassers. Meanwhile, back at the Zhonghua Guild HQ, Vice Master Liao Wei is about to lose it. The intel dropped like a bomb. The assassination squad had been completely wiped off the map. One woman couldn't process it, asking if this Jin Hyuk guy was really that overpowered. I mean, let's look at the stats. Ten Chao and Chu Erhua combined had a mana pool exceeding 10,000. These weren't rookies. They were mid to high tier elites in their guild. But then a voice cut through the meeting, pointing out the association's ranking system is barely in beta. It's flawed. Basically, anyone clocking over 10,000 mana gets slapped with an S-rank label. But the skill gap there is massive, ranging from someone with 11,000 to a monster with 50,000. Jin Hyuk isn't your average S-rank. Ten Chao demanded answers. Who sends hitmen with over 20,000 mana? Are we just going to execute them on home turf? Another guy started panicking, screaming that this would spiral into an all-out war. Ma just scoffed. Who cares? You scared of a little skirmish. The leader just sat there, convinced that Namgung Cheon was too skilled to fail. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Mo Young-soo stepped out of the shadows, patriarch of the Mo Young family and a resident of the 21st floor. He roasted them immediately. Rule number 1 of combat is estimating your enemy's limits. You clowns don't even know the basics. Of course you're going to lose again. The leader scrambled to apologize to Lord Mo Young, but he was cut off. We'll handle Kang Jin-hyuk. From this moment on, I'm dealing with Namgung Cheon personally. The vice captain tried to step up, asking for the assignment, but Lord Su shut him down. Are you blind? We're past the point where we can treat this lightly. He recalled the combat footage he analyzed. That final move Jin-hyuk pulled, that was the soul hunting sword's 8th technique. That kind of power is legendary, rare, even within the Murim world itself. To think a tower outsider mastered the 8th technique, it's insane. But Su still likes his odds. Meanwhile, back at the village, the elves were overcome with emotion. Their chief finally emerged from isolation, making his first public appearance, to address the heavy losses they suffered during the ambush in the forest. Beyond the warriors who sacrificed themselves holding the line, too many innocents were lost. However, he declared, voice steady, we must push forward. We will rebuild the mother forest for the children still standing here today. His order was absolute. The Moonlight Festival goes on. They would celebrate the living and honor the memory of those who died fighting for their home. By nightfall, a massive bonfire roared. Jin-hyuk was already manning the grill using otherworldly cooking skills to whip up a vegan feast. Sylvia nudged the elder, whispering, crazy to think a random outsider ended up being this useful to the forest, huh? The elder nodded in agreement. As the kids lined up for food, Jin-hyuk played the strict chef. Hey, clean your plates all right, eat it all. But then he noticed something off. The elves were just poking at their food. He thought, wait, isn't this species famous for having bottomless stomachs? Why is everyone's appetite gone? The trauma of the invasion was clearly still raw. Suddenly, total silence. Cheon Ma strutted in, leaving everyone shook, because he was rocking the fairy costume. And let's be real, he was one jacked fairy. Jin-hyuk smirked. You kept it on. You totally loved that outfit. Cheon Ma snapped back. Don't get it twisted, kid. He got serious, admitting he always believed any outsider would bring ruin to the forest. I thought you'd invade just to steal the mana fruits, but you guys actually came here to massacre the elves. He stood tall in his ridiculous getup. I'm wearing this out of respect for the bet I lost to you. It's about keeping a promise of honor considering everything you've done. Jin-hyuk sighed, thinking, well, it kills the joke if he actually wants to wear it. It just wasn't fun anymore. Suddenly, someone started laughing their head off. It was Alice. She was losing it. I have never seen an outfit that stupid in my life. Since when do elves hire clowns? Her roast worked wonders. A kid who looked completely broken finally cracked a smile. The heaviness lifted and people dropped their sad expressions to actually enjoy the festival. Amidst the celebration, Penhen pulled Jin-hyuk aside for a private talk. The elder led him deep into the woods, down to some hidden catacombs. Welcome to the ancient vault, he whispered. Explaining this was where the village treasures slept. No one enters here without my permission. Jin-hyuk raised an eyebrow. Definitely didn't expect this. As a token of the elves' gratitude, the elder presented an instrument called the Dakarta, a mystical harp that buffs the user when played. It's a small gift compared to saving our entire race, the elder said, and we will never forget you. But Jin-hyuk waved his hand. Yeah, I'm not really a harp guy. He grinned. But if you're handing out presents, why not those? He pointed straight at the bow and daggers. Fenrir's molar and canine. A gasp echoed. These were heirlooms passed down through generations to those with the blood of elven ancestors. A reward gifted directly by a god. Granted because an ancient elven leader once healed a deity's wound. The chief hesitated. I would, but even as the current chief, he doesn't have the rights to that gear. But destiny has a funny way of working. The weapons choose their true master when the timing is perfect. Jin-hyuk smirks, thinking, too bad for him. Meanwhile, Alice is absolutely vibing, asking for top-ups on her drink. She's totally clicking with the forest tribe. But in the background, Jin-hyuk is straight up spiking the wine supply. As soon as he grabs his own cup, he catches Penri staring daggers at him. The guy raises a toast and chugs it down. Jin-hyuk thinks, drink up and get lost, buddy. He heads back to the ruins to secure the loot, obviously, because he's not an idiot. He realizes the barrier is down. The elder left the door wide open on purpose. That special seasoning in the wine, potent sleeping powder. Everyone is out cold, drooling on the floor, even Alice. So he tosses her back into his dimensional ring inventory. Dual-wielding his new toys, he silently thanks the elder. Meanwhile, up on the 3rd floor, inside the Church of Hatred, a cultist is raging. We can't even touch the 10th floor without permission from that random nobody, losing relics that are available for only 10 days. Dealing with Jin-hyuk is headache enough, but now there's this masked man too. They have no clue 2 people could wreck their entire operation. Melina just stands up to leave. She is so done with these morons. They don't realize Jin Hyuk is the masked man. Just thinking about it makes her face burn. She's sworn to secrecy, literally. One slip up, and she's dead meat. But suddenly at the exit, she runs into two hooded figures. "Who the hell are you?" she asks. Silence. Then boom, vampires revealed. In a split second, the guards are slaughtered, and Melina is face down on the pavement. The male vampire scoffs. Their blood is so cheap. The female vampire sighs. "Stop eating everything you see. It's hard." Finding humans with high-quality vintage, Melina realizes she couldn't even track their movements. The vampire presses a blade to her throat. "Should I taste this one?" Suddenly, Lancelot crashes the party, blocking the strike. "Sorry for the rude entrance," he quips. "But who are you exactly? What do the aristocrats of the night want here?" The vampire lowers her hood. Finally, someone with a brain. Here's the lore drop. 90 days after the 6th floor Zell Forest unlocked, the 7th floor opened automatically and weird glitches started popping up worldwide. Prepping for the next phase. Cut to Yuri, just one more year until graduation. Unless the apocalypse hits first. Suddenly her phone buzzes. It's Jin Hyuk's staff meeting. 1st floor Lunar Lake, 2 p.m. sharp. "If you aren't there, I will find you," Yuri groans. Why is this guy such a psychopath? At the meetup, Jin Hyuk checks his watch. Good, no one's late. Yuri snaps back. "We pulled all-nighters. Crafting those chess pieces. You can't just summon us," Jungwoo adds. "This is legit elder abuse." Jin Hyuk shrugs. "You want out, quit." Both of them immediately scream, "We quit." Jin Hyuk grins. "Cool. I'll need compensation for breach of contract." "What's your routing number?" Jungwoo instantly folds. "Actually, the job market is terrible right now." "Thank you for the opportunity, sir." Yuri nods aggressively. "Facts," Jin Hyuk asks. "No more whining. Great, let's get to business. Roll call and status reports. Go." Huang steps up first. Vice leader of Black Crow Guild reporting for duty. Han Na adds, "I handle the errands." Huang drops. The intel Jang Unsok from Donggun Guild's 2nd squad entered the 7th floor. My source says. He's hunting for a specific feather. Jin Hyuk knows the drill. 7th floor is the tundra. Survive point A to B, and the next floor opens. Simple. But it's infamous for requiring insane prep because of the environment. Is totally lethal. Jin Hyuk thinks, if he wants a feather, it's gotta be the phoenix feather. A flame blessing is the only cheat code for the tundra. Han Na chimes in. By the way, Yusung is out of the hospital and fully recovered. He says he's gonna kill you. Jin Hyuk laughs. Great news. Next. Takashi from the Samurai Guild bows so low his head almost hits the dirt. It is an absolute honor to see you, my lord. And boom, he confirmed he swiped the exact item he needed, straight out of the Temple of Medusa. You really think they are losing their minds just because some national treasure went MIA? Jin Hyuk gave himself a pat on the back. It is the Sky Source sword. Useless for him right now. But he figures it is prime trade bait for later. Then Andrea steps up, flexing her new title as the boss of the 5th floor. She claims her power structure is locked and loaded. Barely any players are clearing that zone. But she is beefing up her army just in case. The squad was totally confused, like, wait, she is running the 5th floor. Jin Hyuk was like, duh, she is the boss. And honestly, her floor management skills are straight fire. The realization hit them like a truck. A boss is standing right here. They scrambled out of there faster than light. Jin Hyuk noted Andrea's massive glow-up. She has evolved all thanks to Alice's hardcore tutoring. She told them to chill, no need to panic. Next up, Melina from the Demon Human Association. Specifically, the Church of Hate. The crowd gasped again. But she dropped a bomb. There was a major incident recently. An organization from a way higher floor made contact with Lancelot. She flashed back to the Intel vampires meeting with Lancelot. The bloodsucker flashed his crest, claiming blood ties to the Decassus family, the moon worshippers. The deal. If Lancelot helps them, they guarantee he gets his heart's desire. Rumor has it they are hunting a relic from the 11th floor. Lancelot called it a hell of a proposal and cut to the chase. What is the catch? The vampire spilled the tea. A prisoner held in the 1st floor ruins managed to break out. Their mission is simple, hunt her down. Jin Hyuk raised an eyebrow, so they put an 11th floor relic on the table. Melina nodded. They were not bluffing. Suddenly, Brahm's ring started vibrating like crazy, reacting to Alice's spiking power. She burst out in a rage, screaming that the Decassus scumbags were the ones who caged her. She vowed to find them and rip them to shreds. Then she turned on Jin Hyuk. You promised, didn't you? You promised to help me get my revenge. This is it. We have to slaughter them. Jin Hyuk didn't flinch. I got you. Don't worry, I am in. But we need to move smart. He warned her he does not have enough mana yet to fuel her full power. Blowing their cover now is way more dangerous than moving in the shadows. He suggested she might need to lay low inside the ring a bit longer before she could snap back. Jin Hyuk looked her in the eye. Trust me. She slumped, defeated. Fine, but I want fried chicken today. To compensate, Jin Hyuk agreed. He managed to defuse the bomb, but he knew they had to prep hard. These vampires aren't low-level mobs. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, the frozen tundra explorers were swarming. It was actually Yoon-suk's squad running recon and mapping the zone. But Yoon-suk was visibly salty because they had zero results to show for it. Progress was stalled, but Yoon-suk pushed them. They had to reach the next floor before any other guild. Suddenly, a messenger ran up. "Captain, you need to see this. Now." He stepped out of his tent and froze. Standing there was Kang Jin-hyuk. Yoon-suk glared. "What exactly are you doing here?" Jin-hyuk shrugged. "Just clearing the floor. Seems like you guys are struggling a bit." Yoon-suk snapped. "We don't need help, especially from you." Jin-hyuk laughed. "Who said anything about helping? I am just here for the phoenix feather. You are just in my way." Yoon-suk bristled. "This is an exclusive route. Are you trying to invade our territory?" Jin-hyuk scoffed. "That is hilarious. You talk like the 7th floor belongs to the Dangun Guild." Yoon-suk growled. "You are provoking us." Jin-hyuk grinned. "It is fair competition. Try to stop me if you want." Yoon-suk did not even take the bait. He just turned around and stormed back into his tent. Jin-hyuk strolled past the perimeter. The guards did not stop him. Why? Because one guard was totally fanboying. "Sir, what brings you to a frozen wasteland like this?" Jin-hyuk pointed ahead. "Got some business in the forest." The guard panicked. "No, sir, it is not allowed. It is too dangerous, that is why we are guarding it." Jin-hyuk just kept walking. "Appreciate the concern, but I am good." The guard stood there dumbfounded. When did he get past me? And wait, why is he walking on the snow instead of sinking into it? He realized S ranks are just built different. Later, Yoon-suk barked an order to that same guard. "Tail him." Now, Kang Jin-hyuk was hunting that feather. The real game plan. They're shadowing him to steal his strats for finding the feather. Midway through the trek, Jin-hyuk stumbled onto a massacre. Blood stained the snow everywhere, but zero corpses. Just a massive boulder scarred with strange symbols and deep claw marks, definitely battle scars. Then he sensed it. His stalkers were closing in. The guards sent to tail him didn't exactly have stealth mode turned on. One guy piped up. "Can't leave him solo out here, sir. Needs a little supervision, right?" Jin-hyuk chillin'. On top of the snow without freezing his butt off, scoffed internally. Who's actually babysitting who right now? Flexing his skills, he whipped up an igloo with ice formation and sparked a campfire using elemental fire. Instant campsite. Damn handy to have an S rank around, the guard admitted. He introduced himself as Guak and thanked him for the heat. Jin-hyuk scanned their status windows. Stats were decent, sure, but nothing worthy of his eye of gluttony. Trash skills. He cut to the chase. "The CEO sent you to tail me, didn't he?" Guak played dumb immediately. "Excuse me, what do you mean, sir?" Jin-hyuk wasn't buying it. "Don't lie if you suck at acting. You're here to steal the method I'm using to track the phoenix feather. That's the only logic that tracks." But then, Jin-hyuk shifted gears. "Relax, I'm not kicking you out. But we've got way bigger drama blocking the path to the feather." He pointed out the massive stone structure outside. "You saw that weird pattern, right? That's an ice troll tag." One guard gasped. "I've heard of them. Powerful monsters from the 7th floor." Jin-hyuk knew better. "That's the Frozen Blade, mark the Apex tribe." Guak looked nervous. "Are we in their turf?" "No," Jin-hyuk replied. "Usually they stick to the outskirts. That's what's messing with my head. Why is their tag here? It's bizarre. And since this is the only route to the Phoenix Feather, something is seriously wrong." Suddenly spears rained down on the igloo. Boom! Jin-hyuk slammed up an ice formation to tank the hits. The guards were blind panic setting in. But Jin-hyuk, he couldn't care less. Instead of hiding, he walked straight into the kill zone. More spears flew. He dodged them like he was in the Matrix. "You know that won't work," he taunted. "Come out and play." Surprise, surprise, it was the vampires hunting Alice. "He's kinda cute," the vampires teased. Inside the ring, Alice was fuming. Chill, Jin-hyuk thought. He activated Eye of Gluttony. First target, Leorda Burton. Level 108, age 1082. His base stats were mid at best. But his skills, level 16, blood arts. That's dangerous. The level gap was insane, just peeking at his stats was draining Jin-hyuk's mana. And the copy conditions, absolute nightmare, difficulty, too many, penalties. Then Guak stepped up, and Jin-hyuk saw the golden ticket. "Guak, grab your squad and get lost. Run," he ordered. "You gonna fight them solo, boss?" Guak stammered. Jin-hyuk drew his dagger, grinning. "I got this. Just buy me a cold beer when we get back alive." The guard teared up full anime protagonist moment as his team dragged him away. "No, Jin-hyuk," he screamed. "Bingo. The copy condition. Survive after dropping 4 or more major death flags. The catch, each flag he triggered locked away one of his own skills temporarily during the fight. First casualty, his heavenly poison skill. Gone. Of course, the vamps didn't get their hands dirty yet. They sent the trolls in as cannon fodder. But Jin-hyuk, without even needing his blade, was literally throwing hands, wrecking trolls with bare fists. His blood smells so sugary, the vampires licked her lips, totally obsessed. After enjoying the show, the main villains finally dropped in. Leorta stepped up. Heard the demonic humans hyping you up. You're strong. For a mortal. I'm Leorta Berton, Decasus affiliate. Ophelia introduced herself as his partner, Jin Hyuk. Didn't blink. So what's with the ice trolls kidnapping people, he asked. Ophelia smirked. Straight to the point. I like that. You don't seem shocked to see us, she noted. We cooked this whole scheme just for you. A trap designed to snag anyone skilled enough to walk into it. The vibes in the tundra were completely off, and the demonic humans just spilled the tea on who actually survived. The Hall of the Depraved on the first floor. The list included Teresa de Laurent, that mysterious masked guy Choi Yoon-sung, and the dude running the show, Kang Jin-hyuk. They are 100% convinced that one of these survivors helped Alice pull off her escape. And wouldn't you know it, Jin-hyuk just happens to be the first one they bump into. Leorta straight up told him not to wait on a rescue squad, because the demonic humans are already locked and loaded to wipe everyone out. Then the old hag stepped up, claiming it was her turn to play interrogator. The million-dollar question, where is Alice hiding? Jin-hyuk casually drew his dagger, hitting them with the classic, I have no clue what you're talking about face. Leorta wasn't buying the act. Since Jin-hyuk wanted to play dumb, Leorta tossed his cloak, drew his blade, and decided to jog his memory the hard way. The vampire moved with insane speed, but Jin-hyuk's eyes were glued to him, tracking every single motion. Even facing the shadow combat spirit, Jin-hyuk was untouchable, weaving through attacks or blocking them like a total pro. Ophelia screamed that Leorta couldn't kill him, and while Jin-hyuk was busy dodging death, he smirked and said, yeah, I know. Realizing Jin-hyuk was way tougher than anticipated, Leorta popped the blood jade. A blood-red blindfold meant to leave Jin-hyuk sightless for 30 seconds, while blood spikes surrounded him from all sides. But vision is overrated. Jin-hyuk ignited his fire element and literally incinerated the blood right off his face. He didn't just burn it, he evaporated it instantly. Ophelia knew he was strong for a human, but going toe-to-toe with Leorta, that is wild. Now she is thinking he might actually be the guy who snatched Alice. Leorta scoffed, calling him skilled for a rat caught in a trap. Jin-hyuk clapped back, saying, since the vampires shared an interesting fact, he would return the favor. Truth is, he already knew the vampires were hunting him. He has got a top-tier informant on the payroll, and Melina was right there during the demonic humans' assault. When the ambush hit the human camp, and Yoon-suk, the enemy, wasn't ready for Jin-hyuk's squad to pull up, Teresa dropped in with her holy blessing, boosting everyone's stats by 20%. And she didn't come alone. Manhwa and Taemin were right by her side. Yoon-suk was confused about why they were there, but hey, he definitely wasn't complaining about the backup. As the wolf-riding demonic humans charged in throwing spears, someone unleashed a single sword strike that summoned a massive tornado, absolutely wrecking the enemy's entire front line. Obviously, it was Yoon-sung, calling them total trash. The vampires were shook, and Jin-hyuk grinned, asking if they were enjoying the surprise party. Taemin activated his machine monarch ability, unloading heavy artillery on those poor, unsuspecting demonic humans. Yeonhwa used her mana reinforcement, with a wind blade strike, obliterating another chunk of the battlefield. Teresa played the perfect support role, spamming divine power that was super effective against the demonic forces. One of the enemies yelled at Lancelot that they needed to fall back and regroup immediately, all while holy light rained down on their heads like Judgment Day. Ophelia sensed that disgusting divine energy nearby and frantically signaled Leorta to bail. Leorta summoned a blood pool to temporarily root Jin-hyuk, while Ophelia panicked about this unexpected divine variable. Leorta agreed it was time to dip and make a new plan, but Jin-hyuk wasn't having it. He shattered the blood trap with his fire element, reminding them he already said that trick doesn't work on him. As the vampires tried to flee, Jin-hyuk triggered daylight, blasting a beam of light so intense. It blinded and toasted the vampires along with the ice and trees around them. Jin-hyuk checked to see if they were toast, but the system flagged it as another provocation and blocked his fire element. Jin-hyuk realized this was going to be a major headache. Meanwhile, Alice was raging inside the ring, desperate to get out, but Jin-hyuk told her to chill because it wasn't time yet. Back at the Dangun Guild camp, the place was a wreck. Yoon-suk gave a massive thank you to Teresa for the save. She brushed it off, just glad they were safe, but Yoon-suk noticed a weird symbol carved into the ground. Teresa pointed out that the camp was totaled, and the demonic humans might come back for round 2. She suggested retreating outside the tower while Jin-hyuk handled the defense. Yoon-suk was like, wait Jin-hyuk, him again. And speaking of the devil, look who just pulled up. As his friends walked over, Jin-hyuk apologized for the last-minute summon. Taemin shrugged, saying he is used to the chaos by now. Yeonhwa said it was all good. Then Jin-hyuk spotted Yoon-sung and admitted he had no idea the guy had tagged along. Teresa confirms they managed to repel the demonic human assault, but the base is total scrap metal. One bad move and their defenses crumble. Taemin demands answers. Why are these guys going all out on a massive guild? Like Dangun Jin-hyuk drops the bomb, they're colluding with the high vampires from the upper floors. It's a setup happening right here in the tundra. Based on the intel he scraped together, the enemy's endgame is a full-blown outbreak. The ice trolls are guarding the phoenix feather, a relic that buffs their ice resistance. But if you mix that feather with a specific catalyst, it rips open a dimensional doorway. Yu Sung calls Cap. Isn't that a massive leap in logic? He's acting way too hasty. Jinhyuk shuts him down with facts. The Dangun members weren't fragged, they were kidnapped. The horrific truth. The trolls and vampires are fusing human vessels with the phoenix feather to force open a portal leading outside the tower. Teresa goes pale. Could this trigger a dungeon break like the catastrophe in Amsterdam? Jinhyuk smirks, telling everyone to chill. Not gonna happen. Not while he's breathing. If Jinhyuk is this calm, he's definitely got a scheme cooking. Predictable, maybe. Cut to a shadowed cave where Horde and Ophelia are getting grilled by a high vampire. The boss is livid. How did they fail to zero one measly human? He demands an explanation for their escape. Horde stammers about an unexpected variable, but Ophelia notes that Jinhyuk didn't even flinch. He tanked Horde's abilities like they were nothing, and came out swinging harder. The vampire narrows his eyes. Is she sure? Can this human actually counter them? Ophelia nods. One thing is certain, she sensed Alice's energy signature radiating from that guy. The vampire's mood instantly flips. They found her faster than expected. Now, even the defeat feels like a win. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Taemin and Hwan are holding down the fort alone. Hwan covers the rear while Taemin dominates the battlefield with his drone swarm. He's using all that tech to pull aggro and distract the demonic humans. Teresa and Yu Sung split from the main group, and Yu Sung is salty about it. Jinhyuk ignores the whining. He knows the guy will follow orders anyway. The Dangun Guild has fully evacuated the field, bailing out of the tower, except for one stubborn popsicle, Eun-suk. The guy is freezing to death, shivering violently. Jinhyuk asks if he's really down for this suicide mission. Eun-suk chatters back that it's his responsibility as a Dangun elite. Then he asks, where the hell are they going? Jinhyuk reveals the destination, a freshwater lake nearby. It's the biggest mana hotspot on the entire 7th floor. When the Frozen Blade Chief hits a wall, he retreats here to recharge his mana batteries and flip the script. As they creep closer to the mana, trolls watching their every move. Eun-suk is sweating bullets, waving a white flag to signal they aren't looking for a fight. Okay, cool, but Eun-suk whispers, why is he the one holding this thing? Jinhyuk fires back, aren't you the one in charge? Eun-suk is genuinely shook that the trolls aren't rushing them. Jinhyuk explains that ice trolls aren't mindless beasts. They operate on a strict code of honor and hierarchy. They value family above everything. So if you respect the flag and don't draw weapons, you don't get mauled. Eun-suk thinks, honor my ass, they're monsters. They march straight up to the tribe chief Kalakal. The giant growls that he's heard of Jinhyuk, the human who pummeled his kin with bare hands. He looks strong. So why is a warrior like him surrendering so easily? Eun-suk is terrified by the sheer size of the chief. Suddenly, Jinhyuk tosses the white flag into the snow. Surrender, psych. He just used the flag to get a free ride here without wasting energy. Kalakul's eyes blaze with rage. Where is his warrior's pride? How dare he stand amidst the ice trolls with such confidence after pulling a dirty trick like that? Kalakul grips his massive hammer. He's going to wash away this insult with blood. The chief of the Frozen Blade. Kalakul demands a duel. The surrounding trolls step back, no one interferes. The crowd was basically praying for a miracle, holding their breath. Jinhyuk shot a glance at Eun-suk. You still want to play hero and lead this charge? Eun-suk shook his head so hard he almost got whiplash. Jinhyuk smirked, then sit back and enjoy the show. Cut to the Zhonghua Guild HQ. Namgung Cheon is absolutely losing his mind. What kind of total disaster is this? Every single S-rank hunter he deployed to the Elf Forest deleted. He flashed back to Seo Moon, dropping truth bombs, saying there is zero chance they can beat Kang Jin-hyuk right now. But Cheon wasn't hearing it. He demanded a rematch. Seo Moon shut him down cold. How much longer are you going to drag our guild's name through the mud? Stay out of it. That just triggered Cheon even more. He vowed right there to personally slaughter that damn Jin-hyuk. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Jin-hyuk was in the zone, weaving through attacks and even parrying Kalakul's massive warhammer. The boss unleashed Boss Roar, but Jin-hyuk popped a distortion barrier, deflecting the shockwave harmlessly. Not a scratch. Jin-hyuk thought, I say this every boss fight, but this beast is actually built different. Time to end it. He triggered ice formation, collapsing the ceiling stalactites right onto the boss's dome. With that opening, he unleashed Grave of Swords, carving Kalakal into ribbons. The giant fell. The trolls and Eun-suk stood there, jaws on the floor. He folded the boss in under 5 minutes. Kalakal admitted defeat, calling Jin-hyuk a powerhouse, and asked for a warrior's death. Jin-hyuk rolled his eyes. Look, honor isn't really my vibe, but I do know a thing or two about ice troll law. The winner gets absolute obedience. That's the divine rule, right, unbreakable. Jin-hyuk looked down at the defeated king. You're strong enough to crush those demonic humans and the little vampire squad. So why are you taking orders from them? The boss looked away, ashamed. You mean Ophelia and Leorda? It's not them I fear. I lost a duel to someone else. Someone in a totally different league. Someone with god-tier power. I obey him and he controls the two vampires. His name is Michael, a high vampire from House Decasus. As long as that monster breathes, I have no choice. He could wipe my entire tribe off the map in a split second. Calical said hope was dead and begged for the blade again. Jinhyuk paused. A high noble from Decasus here. Then he smirked. To hell with your honor suicide. We're teaming up. I help you save your tribe. You help me dust those vampires. Deal. I'll even leave Unsuk here as collateral. Yunsuk's eyes bugged out. Excuse me, say what? Meanwhile, the demonic humans were wrecking Timmy's. Leftover drones. Lancelot frowned, sensing a trap. Something smells fishy with these machines. Why hide drones just to watch an empty area? Michael spoke up. He's clever for a human. He ordered Ophelia to Freshwater Lake. Radio silence from the ice trolls. Jinhyuk is definitely turning them. The drones are bait. Calical is compromised. He ordered the hit immediately. Kill the Troll King. Leorda Bershan, get ready to move. Michael spread massive black wings overshadowing the canyon. Forget the drones, Lancelot. I'll handle the trash. He triggered climate reform, manipulating the winds to crush every last piece of tech. Back at camp, Timmy turned to Yeonhwa. Looks like they took the bait. Yeonhwa nodded, activating the heavenly flower cultivation technique. About time. Her body temperature dropped as she prepped. Timmy initiated Phase 2, the giant robotic fortress. The mech army rose. But the demonic humans weren't waiting. They were mobilizing the wolf pack for an all-out assault. Ophelia streaked toward the Frozen Blade tribe. She figured Jinhyuk was hunting the Phoenix Feather via the ice shard. But when she arrived, she saw the impossible. Jinhyuk and the trolls were chilling like besties. Michael scoffed. Idiots. Just more reason to delete them all. He summoned a mana and bloodstorm. Since they're trapped in the frozen canyon, let's just bury them alive. He aimed not at the fighters, but at the mountain peaks, triggering a massive landslide. Ophelia licked her lips. Shame. His blood smelled so sweet. The mountain cracked. A catastrophic avalanche roared down. Yeonhwa heard the rumble. That sounds bad. That's right where Jinhyuk went. Suddenly, Jinhyuk popped up behind Timmy. Yo, I'm right here. They nearly jumped out of their skins. Yeonhwa gasped. How the hell did you get back so fast? Timmy stammered. Just dropping the news gave the guy a near-death experience. Total panic mode. That's when Yeonhwa cut through the noise, asking, so who exactly is chilling in the lake then? Jinhyuk just flashed that signature smirk. Turns out that whole besties reunion vibe. Pure CGI-level illusion craft by Jinhyuk. The real heavy hitter waiting there was the vampire's worst nightmare, Teresa. She instantly procced Divine Power and Star's Blessing. She dropped the ultimatum, Ophelia surrenders right here, right now, or she gets deleted. Ophelia admitted she walked straight into the bait, and she absolutely loathes that holy energy. Meanwhile, Yeonhwa launched herself like a runaway freight train straight at the enemy line. She was itching to rearrange some faces. Target locked, the demon humans and Lancelot. Lancelot ordered a full-scale assault on her, but Yeonhwa, she was weaving through attacks like she was in the Matrix, and Taemin, he was raining down cover fire from the backline. The explosions kicked up a massive smokescreen, thick enough for Yeonhwa to go stealth mode and charge up a devastating haymaker. Fueled by the celestial cultivation technique, split screen to the lake, Teresa was dropping the pillar of divine light. Ophelia blocked, but she was sweating bullets under the pressure. The trolls were watching this war zone like it was a premium PPV event, unfolding on the horizon. But Karaka snapped them out of it. No time for popcorn. They had a long trek ahead. The boss himself was literally luggage carrying poor Ensok. Back to the fight, Ophelia was in a critical state, getting absolutely walled by Teresa's relentless divine power combos. And after eating another heavy hit, Ophelia spat out that this paladin was disgusting. Then she played the mind game. You realize, while we're dancing here, the demon humans are slaughtering your friends. They're probably begging for their lives right now. But Teresa shut that down instantly. My squad isn't weak like that. Cut to reality. It was the demon humans who were screaming for mercy. Help us. One guy took a rib-crushing kick from Yeonhwa, sending him flying into the others like bowling pins. Strike one, Lancelot realized this girl is a total glitch in the system, a monster. She was soloing his squad with raw power, but he figured she couldn't keep this up without divine support. As they all swarmed her at once, trying to box her in with magic, Taemin pulled up with support drones looking like mini UFOs. Plot twist, those were flying anti-tank mines. Massive boom. Somehow, Lancelot managed to tank the damage and survive. Yeonhwa used that chaos to tactically retreat. As they started chasing, Michael called it out. You guys are being idiots. It's a trap, Lancelot shouted for his team to halt. Taemin noticed the enemies froze instantly. They didn't take the bait. Not all the mines had detonated. He had literally created a hidden minefield on their path. Jin Hyuk thought, dang, they figured out it was a trap way too fast. The mines were useless now. Then he clocked something and screamed at everyone. Fall back now. The demon humans were charging up gravity bombs. The blast wave erased everything, trees, rocks, even Taemin's bots. The squad sprinted to the peak of the ice hill. But Lancelot was camping there with his wolves. He knew nobody outruns those beasts on this terrain, Taemin gasped. Running in this snow was a nightmare. Just as the demon humans closed the gap to snatch them, Lancelot spotted the unknown masked man standing there. We all know who's under the hood, it's Yusung, obviously. Now rewind a bit to when Namgung Cheon was raging. Yusung pulled up right at that moment, smack dab in front of the Namgung HQ. The guards tried to sound the alarm, but Yusung speed blitzed them. He raided Cheon's office directly, rocking Jin Hyuk's mask. Then he whipped out a little cheat sheet containing the script he was supposed to read. He looked up and asked, is this supposed to be the strongest guild in China? You guys should just stick to opening a takeout spot. Cheon was confused because Yusung delivered the line with zero charisma. Total cringe. Only Jin Hyuk can pull off that trash talk. The masked man continued, declaring he was jacking their clan sign and told them to get out of his face forever. If you're salty enough to chase me, come find me. On the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials, I'll take on not just you, but Kang Jin Hyuk, the strongest. In the universe, Yusung was literally ignoring Namgung Cheon's reaction just to focus on reading his lines. He had to stick to the paper so he wouldn't stutter. Cheon called him wildly arrogant. Yusung just finished the monologue and said peace out. He blew the place up and dipped. So alongside the masked man, a raging Namgung Cheon had also arrived. Lancelot thought, we had no clue these guys were crashing the party. While Lancelot was assuming Cheon, Gi-chan totally took the bait, thinking Lancelot was Jin Hyuk's backup. Yusung, on the other hand, was fuming, warning that if he ever has to execute another cringe elementary school level plan like this, someone is catching hands. Jin Hyuk just nodded along. Yeah, got it. Now go handle your business. Jin Hyuk charges Namgung Gi-chan, sending Yusung to deal with Lancelot. And boom, one little misunderstanding triggers an all-out war between the Zhonghua Guild and the demonic humans. Jin Hyuk is cracking up, watching two of his biggest threats tear each other apart for free. Desperate to regain control, Lancelot triggers his king's vow, commanding the demonic humans to end this skirmish immediately. Namgung Gi-chan fires back with his blade aura, screaming that he will mow down anyone standing between him and Jin Hyuk. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk is perched on a hill, enjoying the view, practically eating popcorn while telling them to fight harder. Cut to the Unmelting Valley, where the Ice Troll Chief is chilling in his secret base. He greets Jin Hyuk like they have been expecting him, while Taemin and Hoon are frozen in pure terror. Jin Hyuk tells them to relax. There is no need to panic since these guys were just puppets for the vampires too. Now, they are joining forces to take out the trash. Yusung sighs, admitting Jin Hyuk is scarily good at building an army out of nowhere. And then there is poor Yusung stuck right there next to the